must begin.
What you think that you think that you think that we think is cool. You think that you think that you think that what you think you think
But it's clear that it must begin.
Hello, 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 folks. I hope everybody is having a great weekend. We are going to get started here in about 1 minute. So happy to have you all here today. It's the finale of our Python course, and it's going to be so much fun. We're going to get to do some really cool stuff today. So looking forward to it, and I'll see you in about 30 seconds.
But it's clear that it must begin.
Hello, everyone. How are we all doing today? I hope you all are having a great weekend. Welcome, welcome. It is a beautiful day for streaming, meaning that the weather is terrible outside, and so I'm happy to be inside, nice and warm, here with you all today. And yeah, like I mentioned earlier, today is a very special stream. It is the finale of our ongoing Python for Everyone learning journey that I have been going on along with all of you all for the past, man, how long has it been? Like 3 months? It's been wild. Maybe 4 months. I don't know. I'd have to look when the first episode aired, but it has been a long time that we have been learning Python together. And seeing the conclusion today is it's pretty wild for me. I think this is the longest series that I have ever done. Here on streaming. I've been streaming for a couple of years now, so this is the longest series that we have done, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I don't know about you all, but I've had a lot of fun just learning Python from start to finish. It's been a blast. But yeah, I hope everyone is having a great weekend. Like I mentioned, it's really chilly out here today, so the birds on the bush outside my window are all like, they're shaped like little baseballs because they're all puffed up trying to stay warm. And I'm just, sitting here behind my double glazed windows. Another thing to mention is the lighting on today's stream is going to be really weird. It's probably going to flicker back and forth between like dark and normal and too bright. That's because the sun is doing weird stuff outside my window. Oh my goodness, Quick A, say thank you so much for the follow. So good to have you here. Thank you. Yeah, the light is like flickering really weirdly outside my window, and so I have my ring light on, but my camera is going to do its best to adjust the white balance as needed. But yeah, the lighting's going to be a little shaky today. So hopefully the sun decides to stop misbehaving and light my stream properly, but we'll see. Alrighty, folks, we're going to give it a few more minutes here for folks to come on in. But yeah, I hope if the weather is terrible where you live too, I hope everybody's hunkering down a little bit. I was looking to see, so the temperature in my area today is supposed to, by tonight, it's supposed to get down to negative 15 degrees Fahrenheit, which is, for all of you Europeans out there, that is negative 26 degrees Celsius. So yeah, it's gonna be nasty. Not looking forward to it, honestly. I don't know about you all, but what's the weather like where you all live? I'm just curious. I have a coworker who lives in Florida in the United States. And I'm sure you know Florida is a very sort of warm, lovely, temperate climate when it's not, hurricanes. Um, and she's been telling us, oh my goodness, the temperature got down to like, 55, and everybody was, freaking out because they couldn't wear shorts. Suri says Austin is cold. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we have my Florida coworker has just been lording it over us with how wonderfully beautiful it's been this entire time. Hey, Subtleties, good to have you here. Hey, KP. Hey, Suri. Hey, Usman, welcome to the stream. They said negative 15. I thought 6 here tomorrow is insane. Yeah, real bad cold snap. Hey, KP, Mattel. Hey, Emperor. Everybody's coming in all at once. Oh my goodness. Hey, Phil, good to have you here. It is kind of funny how that works. I sometimes wonder if like notifications don't go out until like everybody gets it all at once, and which I think is pretty funny. Because then all of a sudden it's like, bam, viewers. So yeah, I think I might have been talking to myself there for the first few minutes of the stream, but that's okay. Helps me warm up my voice. Hey, Celeste, good to see you. But yeah, I didn't really say anything of substance yet. Mostly just talking about the lighting on today's stream might be a little bit weird because the sun is doing weird things outside, and bunch of clouds, weird brightness changes. So just FYI, I've done everything I can here to equalize the lighting, but it is going to be kind of weird and flickery dark sometimes. Hey, Mattel. You happened to look at your phone and saw that I was on. Yeah. Doing weird things like shining. Yeah, doing weird things like flickering. Hey, Wazi, welcome to the stream. They say, hi all, it is wonderful to be a part of 100 Devs to Learn. Yes, it absolutely is. Yeah, 100 Devs is a great community. And, even though what I'm going to be talking about today isn't really strictly 100 Devs content, this is Python, it's still wonderful even if you just want to come in and hang out and chat with other folks here on the stream. I do my best here on Twitch to cultivate a positive and welcoming community, a community that isn't afraid to ask questions, a community that isn't afraid to share knowledge they might already have on a particular topic. And I think that's kind of the vibe that 100 Devs puts out as a whole. Is like, hey, come join us, and if you're nice, you can stay, pretty much. Mattel says it still is winter. Yeah, but this is brutal. This cold snap that's coming. So if you have pets, cats, dogs, animals that might be outside sometimes, please do bring them inside if you can. Bring them into a shed, into a garage. If you're gonna be, inside this cold snap that's on its way. Because, if you're cold, they're cold, right? Debbie says, hi, Mayan, how's your weekend going? I'm going through your VODs on this series on YouTube since I missed a lot. Hey, no worries. Yeah. So now that we're concluding this Python series, I'm going to get the rest of this series ported over to YouTube. I will post on Blue Sky and Twitter about that as soon as I've done so. We're going to get I've got actually all the other episodes already on YouTube. They're just privated. I haven't had the chance to go through and do all the updates that I need to do before I publish them. But they are ready to go. And everything's going to get popped over to YouTube, and you will have a wonderful playlist. I'm going to be adding all these videos to a sequential playlist, everything in the right order. And so you can just binge start to finish and have all these videos autoplay for you. Emperor says, I'm going to need lots of good luck. I have yet to look for one client since I will start my freelancing this year, and I'm seeking for clients. Yeah, hey, that's awesome. Good luck with that. And I'm sure you'll be able to find them as long as you're strategic about who you talk to, right? Small businesses, local businesses, the type that you walk into, those are great for saying, hey, I noticed you don't have a website. I can build you one, and, get them a quote, get them a contract. A lot of the time, small business owners, they started their business because they're passionate about whatever it is they do, right? Whether it's selling flowers or, doing air conditioning units, or I don't know, making soap, whatever it is they do. That's the thing they're passionate about. They don't care. They don't want to spend mental energy or physical energy on building a website. That's not something they want to focus on. They want somebody to do it for them and just have it work. And so that's where you come in. You know, that's why small businesses are really great for getting clients, because they have already spent so much physical and mental energy on building out their passion, whatever it is. And they do not want to spend any extra energy on learning how to build a freaking website or having to figure out, okay, how do I use Wix? How do I use WordPress? They just want somebody else to do it for them and have it bring them clients. Hey, Ratza, good to have you here. Welcome to the stream. They say, hello, hi. This looks so much more complicated than any Python I've ever learned, which isn't saying much. Hey, Ratza, the thing about this is that it's we've built up to it, right? It's not, I wouldn't expect anybody to come in, you know, off the street and just be like, okay, today you're gonna learn how to do geolocation. Like, no way. The nice thing about this course in particular, the course we've been doing for the past couple months here, Python for Everyone, is that it is for everyone. It starts from zero, like as if you've never coded before. Now I'm a developer. But even if you have never touched a line of code, this course is intended to give you a gentle introduction, a gentle ramp up to where we are now. And so I would highly recommend this course. This is the finale of our series, where we've been going through this course from start to finish, doing all the exercises, doing all the quizzes, testing our knowledge. And I have the first 6 parts of this series on my YouTube channel, which are ad-free. If you want to do !YouTube, you can find them there. I'm going to be publishing the rest here very soon. And yeah, the nice thing is that anybody can learn how to do this stuff as long as you're kind to yourself and you build up to it slowly. That's a mistake a lot of people make. They say, oh my goodness, data visualization, that looks really hard. I can never do that. But the trick is that you can, if you're kind to yourself, you give yourself time to learn and you build up to it slowly. So common mistake, and a mistake I myself have made, like, oh my gosh, I want to knit a perfect sweater, right? And then I try that right away and I can't do it. And so, you know, I'm like, okay, never going to learn this. Versus if I just tried to start making granny squares or, you know, learning how to do simple stitches, then I could be knitting a sweater by now. Who knows, right? Celeste says, hey, if I have a question or suggestion for cohort 3, talking about 100 devs cohort 3, what's the best way to get my message to you? Send a mod mail on the Discord, Celeste. I myself personally am not in charge of the curriculum. It's very much a group decision. You know, all the mods, we work together very closely. And you know, of course, Leon is sort of the guy that plans the whole thing out. And so it's very much a group effort, and we make a lot of group decisions. I would also even, you know, even though I'm very visible in the 100 devs community, I consider myself almost like a junior mod. Folks like Divker and Different Ghost, Miriam, those folks do way more, you know, on the Discord and behind the scenes than I do. I'm just a bit more of a visible face of the community. Wazi says, quick question, are Python 1 and 2 relevant since Python 3 came? That's a great question. Wazi, it really depends on what you're using that Python for. So I think what a lot of people don't think about when they're learning a language or they're learning a framework is that if you're Python coding for like a corporation or a company or a business, there's a long tail of legacy code and legacy systems that you have to maintain. And so I'm sure there are plenty of corporations, companies, businesses out there that are still using Python 1 because it's not cost effective to upgrade. It'd be too much of a pain, take too much time. They don't have the resources, whatever. You know, their existing code is stable, so why change it? There's dozens of reasons why companies just don't upgrade, right? It's not worth their time, energy, money, manpower, whatever, to upgrade their systems for a minimal benefit. And so Python 1 and 2 may still be useful if your company uses Python 1 and 2 still, right? So these things are not bad to learn necessarily because, yeah, it's a long tail. Legacy code always has a long tail. Mattel says, OpenStreetMap is so cool. A guy from OpenStreetMaps came and gave a talk, told us all about it. And we went out and mapped out streets and waypoints. Yeah, that's part of what we're going to do today. We're going to build an OpenStreetMap from geocoded data, and it's going to be really neat. yeah, it's going to be a blast to see this actually working, and maybe you can incorporate it into, like a website you're building for a client, right? How amazing would it be if your client could see who's visiting their website from all over the world, like where those people are coming from, that type of thing. And Mattel says, I mapped out a neighborhood that was on the map but didn't have any street names listed. That's awesome. Yeah. I'm catching up a chat here. Give me just a moment. Usman says, I reached out to a local computer hardware repair business whose website isn't the best, and we're in talks to build a better website. Just reach out to businesses. Absolutely. Like I said, a lot of those hardware guys, the way that people are going to look for computer repair is by Googling it, right? But those hardware guys, like they haven't, they haven't touched web development since like the HTML days, right? Nor do they care to learn anything newer. A lot of those guys are very old school. They're very good at what they do, at fixing hardware, at fixing computers, but they don't know or want to learn anything, that's outside of their sphere. And so by you coming in and saying, hey, let me build you something that looks slick and works well, and maybe I'll even maintain it for you, there you go. That's your client. Ratza says, I have a bunch of coding courses on some learning platforms, but I'm more aiming for cybersecurity these days. Okay, yeah, that's a great approach. You said you have a lot of coding courses on some learning platforms. I'm assuming you mean you've taken a lot of coding courses. And I think it's really tempting to just keep taking courses forever, right? And to never really apply your skills or get clients or make that connection between the stuff that you're learning and actually getting a job. And it's a trap that a lot of people fall into because it feels nice to finish a course. It feels nice to get a certificate. And it's going to feel nice when we finish this course, right? It's going to feel great. But the thing is, we're going to turn around immediately and we're going to build a project with it. That's the goal. The goal is not to just get a check mark and finish the course. The goal is to then build something with it so that we have, and that what we're going to be building is for a local volunteer project I've been involved with. And so it's going to be something tangible that we're getting out of this course too. So whatever courses you're taking, make sure that at the end of it, you have something tangible that's going to give you some kind of material benefit. Whether it's part of your portfolio, whether it's a project that's, useful for you, whether it's something to benefit a business or a volunteer opportunity, just get something tangible out of that course when you're done that's not just a certificate. Yeah, being kind to yourself is difficult, right? That's why it's a practice. That's why they say practice gratitude, because it's not something you can just do out of the box. Hey, Loco, welcome. Cyber Benny says people use HTML today. Oh yeah, people use everything. That's why those things still exist. Oh, you've purchased a couple coding courses, not done them yet. Okay. I'm just a person on the internet, Ratza. Here's my advice to you. Don't purchase any more. You are cut off from purchasing any more coding courses. You need to pick one today. Pick one of the courses that you purchased. I don't care which one. And do the entire thing. Just pick one of the ones you've purchased. Don't buy anymore. Don't even look at anymore. Don't even start this series. I'm going to tell you to don't go to YouTube and watch this series. Don't even start it. Pick one of those courses that you purchased and start it today and finish the entire thing on your own time. Take as much time as you need. And then when you're done with that, go to the next one that you've purchased and finish that one until you've gotten through all the ones you've purchased thus far and built something with them. And then you can come and watch this series. Because the best way to tackle these things is, it feels good to buy something. It feels good to make a purchase that gives us that little dopamine hit that says, I have done something, even though you really haven't done anything. The real goal is to actually accomplish the task and learn the information. Yeah. All right. Puppy says, talking about positivity. I feel this so much. Someone recommended that I try reframing to focus on things I would be learning in the process of making mistakes, as opposed to an artificial goal like perfection in a linear fashion. Yeah, that's great. Reframing is great. I used to be very negative towards myself. Anytime I made a mistake, I would mentally beat myself up. I'd be like, how could you be so stupid? How could you be so lazy? Why didn't you remember that? Some of that was stuff I heard as a kid because I had ADHD and nobody knew that I had ADHD. So some of the things I did really didn't make sense to those around me. And so I would hear those, I would be told those types of things. And so some of that is just a conscious decision to not say that anymore. To say like, or to, and alternatively, congratulate yourself when you do something well. To be like, wow, you know, you've gone to bed at a consistent time every day this week. Great job. Good job. Way to do that. So some of it is reframing. Some of it is accentuating the opposite thing, like the positives instead of the negatives. Yeah, and it's a process, right? Buying anything that's on sale, just like my mom. Quick A, welcome to the stream. They say, is there like a recommended channels list? What do you mean by that? Recommended YouTube channels, Twitch channels? If you can reframe your question a little bit, I'm happy to try to answer it. I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking for. Celeste says, I've been really working on my self-talk. Since I've been doing it, I've noticed I've learned so much faster. Yes. Because when you're constantly, you know, admonishing yourself, punishing yourself, that takes mental energy. It takes far more effort to try something if you feel like, oh, well, you know, when it doesn't go well, I'm just going to get mad at myself, right? And that takes a lot more mental energy than it does to say, hey, you know, I'm going a little slower, but I'm making progress and I'm doing well. So when you are encouraging to yourself, then that actually saves you energy and makes learning easier. Remove some of those mental blocks. Remove some of that fear of failure, as it were, right? Because learning there should be really no failure in learning. Learning should be a process. It shouldn't be a pass-fail type situation, which is, to me, one of the biggest problems with like traditional schooling is that so much of it is a pass-fail situation. You know, you're getting graded all the time, and so you tend to hinge your own self-worth on that grade. When really learning should be more of a progression with no failure. Other than completely abandoning the task, right? That's really the only way to quote unquote fail, is to just say, I'm done, right? I'm not doing this anymore. Debbie says, speaking of sleep, I'm glad you are doing better with it. Yeah, absolutely. Sleep is very beneficial. Extraordinary says, I started your Python series last Sunday and I'm already through 5 parts. I'm actually confident that I'm learning something this time from your series. Oh, that's amazing. I love it. P.S. I took a crash course 3 years ago and I don't remember anything from that. Yeah, I actually took a Python course probably like 5 years ago at this point. I remember nothing. You know, this course has been a complete reintroduction to me because I don't remember anything from that other course I took. And I will say, you know, this series, if you're learning something from this series, it's mostly due to the course design itself. We're very methodical about the way we've been going through the course, but it's this course is very well designed, like pedagogically. It hits on that application and repetition elements of learning, which are very important. It's very well constructed in that way. So big shout out to Dr. Truck, who built this course and made it available for free. Can't ever forget that fact. Thank you for the follow, by the way. We've got, let's see, Quick A, Skilo, Siba, Ion 90, and 769 Zool. Thank you so much for the follows, folks. Okay, folks, let's go ahead and get started. So if you may remember, last week we covered SQL, which is actually what I do for my day job. So during my day job, I am a data engineer and a SQL developer. And so learning Python has been a wonderful sort of augment to that. And we are going to cover data visualization today, which I'm also very excited about because I started my career as a data analyst. And so I had to do a lot of packaging up data, summarizing data, making it something that, you know, the executives could understand, right? For a long time, I worked in the finance sector. Oh my goodness, T2, thank you so much for the raid. Wow, we've got a raid coming in from T2SDE. RF Programmer, hello, welcome. What were y'all doing today? Thank you so much for the raid, folks. Of course, Usman, enjoy this series and stay tuned for the rest of it being posted to YouTube here shortly. I will tweet on Twitter and Blue Sky once I do that. Hey Raiders, what are y'all working on today? Let me give T2 a shout out here. 1 second. Shout out T2 SADE. Oh, sorry, SDE. I'm gonna make sure I get the right person here. Let's see if that works. Hey, nice. All right, gave them a little shout out there. T2, if you're here, what were y'all working on? Or any of the Raiders? And welcome to this stream here today. Thank you again so much for the raid. My name is Mayan Wolf, and I am so my day job is I'm a data engineer and a BI developer. But what I do here on the weekends is I teach web development normally. I'm associated with the free I guess, training program called 100 Devs. It's all the resources are completely free. If you want to learn web development, you can learn web development from start to finish and never pay any money ever. It's a heavily community oriented and completely cost-free program. And for the past couple months here, we've actually kind of been branching out of web development and doing a course on Python, a free course on Python called Python for Everyone. And so today is the finale of that series. However, if you didn't join us for the earlier episodes, that's fine, especially you Raiders. I'm really curious to see. We're going to start out our stream today with a little bit of a quiz on and doing some exercises based on SQL. So I'm sure some of you folks coming in from the raid have some SQL knowledge, so you are welcome to contribute. We do these quizzes together as kind of a group to test our knowledge upon what we learned last week, what we remember, what we already know, that type of thing. So Raiders, please do stick around and feel free to contribute your answers to the quiz that we're about to do. So yes, to my regular viewers, you already know how this goes. We start out with reviewing what we covered in the previous week. And if you didn't join us for the previous week, that is perfectly fine. Again, like what we just talked about, these quizzes are not meant to be a pass-fail type situation. It's okay to get things wrong. It's okay to not know things. It's okay to ask questions. There's no such thing as a silly question or a stupid question. Those don't exist. And any question asked in good faith, I'm going to try to answer for you. And if we have to go look things up, that's fine. This is an open book type process. Okay. Finally, last thing. If you want or need closed captioning for this stream, if you prefer to have my words be visible as text on the screen, you can hover your mouse over the right side and you should see a little closed caption icon appear. If you turn that on, you will have live captions for the stream. Okay? All right, let's go ahead and get started. Turns out I forgot to log in, so give me one moment to do that. I was on Reddit here before too. I don't know about you, but I am a Reddit junkie. Anybody else a Reddit junkie? And Asymmetrics, by the way, welcome to the stream. Just normal operating system science. That's awesome. That sounds really fascinating. Let's go, Reddit. Yeah. All right, I'm signing in. Give me just one moment. Yeah, I spend way too much of my life on Reddit. I probably should spend less, but, you know, hey, sometimes I learn stuff, so that's my justification, I guess. All right, so first off, as I mentioned, we're going to start with a quiz on databases. You're in Reddit rehab? Yeah. Oh, and actually, too, I don't think, last time, I don't think we did the exercises either, did we, chat? Because last time this lesson was so long that by the end of it, we'd gone way over time. And so I decided to just kind of end it there. So I think we got to do some exercises as well. So let's go ahead and do that. These shouldn't take too long. They're auto-graded. And yeah, it should be kind of interesting. Reddit rehab. I like that. Okay, so the goal here is to perform the instructions below and enter the code that we get. Okay, so we're going to be querying a table of some kind, probably. So we're going to looks like we're going to be creating a table. We're going to be inserting some records into that table, and then we're going to perform a select statement. Okay, this should be good. So fairly simple, single table SQL. Last week we learned how to do this, learn how to do basic kind of CRUD operations against a SQL database, which I think every developer should know. It doesn't really matter what your discipline is or what you specialize in. I'm of the opinion that every single developer should know how to write basic select statements in SQL. It's going to help you so much in the areas you don't even expect. And it'll be a huge asset to you if you know how to just query a database on the fly. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. We're going to create a SQLite database or use an existing database and create a table in the database called ages. Okay, I think I'm going to do this directly in the SQLite browser. Oh, come on. I hate Windows search so much. There we go. All right, we'll just open a database here. We'll just, actually, no, let's create a database for this. We're going to call this, we'll just call this exercises. Oh, okay, hang on, I gotta save it in a good location. 1 second. I'll save it in my Python folder. Yeah, save. All right, we have exercises.sqlite, and looks like we have a little bit of a GUI here that we could use to create a table, but I'm going to use the create table statement down here. So we're going to create table. Oh, okay, is it going to let me do a GUI statement? No. All right, I want to do just, yeah, I want to do the SQL executor. There we go. All right, so we're going to do this. I want to just do this with raw SQL. I don't want to use any GUI elements. There's nothing wrong with using GUI elements if they are available to you. But again, it's good to practice these things just using the raw language if you can. Web developer says, why do we need a table and not like a collection? Because this is a relational database. This is not a document-based database. Those are two separate database types. You're probably more familiar with like MongoDB and document-based databases. These are relational databases, which are a completely separate type of database. They operate in a very different way. Relational databases use tables with relationships between them in order to organize and aggregate and structure their data. So it's just a different database type. All right, so we're going to grab this create statement here. This is going to create a table. So chat, this statement's, reading this statement, number one, my first question is, what is the table going to be called? And my second question is, how many columns does it have? So first question is, what is the table going to be called and how many columns does it have? If y'all are new to the stream, you might be like, wait, why is she asking? Well, because I like to ask chat questions just to see how much we remember from what we learned previously. Yeah, so the table is going to be called ages, right? And the columns are going to be called name and age. And again, if you're coming from document-based databases, this might be a bit of a surprise here, but with relational databases, we have to declare the data types of each of our columns, or each of our fields, if you want to call it. We have to declare the data types of each of our fields up front. So before we even enter any data, we have to set their data types. All right, so we'll go ahead and run that. Okay, what is it not like here? Why do you hate me? Oh, maybe it doesn't like the name. Maybe it doesn't like the name keyword here. Sometimes this is a keyword depending on the language. So, all right, let's do this. We'll do like p_name. Let's see that. There we go. Okay, so the reason why we got an error there is because name is a like a reserved keyword in a lot of languages. So, or in a lot of SQL dialects. I'm not really familiar with SQLite. It's not something I use regularly. This course is the first time I've used SQLite. Normally I use Oracle SQL or Microsoft SQL or Postgres. Marilo says Varchar is not a type on SQLite. It seemed to work, but let's see if it causes us any problems. I'm kind of curious, by the way. And thank you. Thanks for being here, Marilo. Thanks for coming with the raid. But yeah, let's just see if it causes us any problems. All right, so first off, we're going to copy these insert statements here. And I'm going to just create a new tab here. And we'll drop in these statements. Ah, good to know. Thank you, Mesju. Thank you. They say Varchar is just an alias for text on SQLite. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I know that SQLite is a bit more of a lightweight kind of SQL library. It's meant to be included in various applications rather than being like standalone. It's meant to be very lightweight and portable. So I could see why they would sort of narrow down the amount of data types that they include. That makes sense. Thank you for that. All right, so the first thing we're doing here is we're deleting from our ages table. There's nothing in there, so that shouldn't matter. I'll just change my column name here because otherwise I would get an error because we don't have a column called name. We have a column called p name. All right, we'll insert these in there. All right, and looks like our inserts were successful. I'm going to do a quick select here against my table just to see what that looks like. I don't need to put a where clause on here. I just want to see everything in the table. Okay, yeah, so this looks right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 rows in our table with these ages. And then now that we have everything inserted into our table, we need to run a SQL command. Also, and before we do that, somebody asked earlier, do we need a primary key? Oh, Bad Nintendo, by the way. Sorry, I didn't see you earlier. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Hello. Yeah, do we need a primary key? Not necessarily. This is, it really, whether or not you need a primary key really depends on the size of your table, the composition of your table, whether or not you're actually just working with a single table or you're planning to do joins to other tables. In this case, we don't need a primary key. The table will work just fine without it. It's very small. It's by itself. We're okay. Hey, Kobinja, good to have you here. Welcome. All right, so let's run this select statement and we'll talk about it. All right, so this statement says select hex, name, pipe, and age as X from ages order by X. Hey, Mazilius, welcome. All right, so this is kind of a lot here, but let's go ahead and run it and just see what we get first. All right, so, oh, I forgot to change this. I changed my column name. There we go. And again. Okay, there we go. So what we get back is a bunch of weird mixtures of numbers and letters, right? We're getting back a weird mixture of numbers and letters. And notice what our column name is here. Our column name is X. So there was not an X column in our ages table, was there? There was not an X column in our ages table, but yet here in our results, we suddenly have a brand new column called X and all these weird numbers and letters. So let's talk about what this select query has done. So what we're doing here is we're essentially taking the values of the name and the values of age, and we are concatenating them together. So concatenating just means essentially smushing them together. And then from that, we are creating a hex value. So from that, we're creating a hex value. Now, hex is, I think, a unique function in SQLite. I would equate this with something like an MD5 hash in Oracle or, another SQL dialect, where it's essentially taking whatever you put into it and doing a hash on it, which I believe is what's happening here. So it's taking this concatenated value of name and age for each entry. So notice there's 5 entries here. It's generating a hex value from that. And then we say, so do the select as X. So when I select a field and then I say as whatever, does anybody know what that's called? Kobinja says, I don't think it's actually a hash. I think it's just converting ASCII to hex. Yeah, I wasn't sure about that. So yeah, I mean, that makes sense if it's just converting it to hex code. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, specifically, this is called an alias. And if you know, what the word alias means, it's basically like a nickname or an alternate name, right? It's basically an alternate name. So when I do a select statement against a field or a series of fields, or if I'm creating a brand new field, right? Like we are in this case, like we're smashing 2 fields together and creating a brand new field. I can create an alternate name or an alias for that column in my results set. So I could call this, I don't know, friggin' pickles. I spelled that wrong. Order by pickles. I can name it whatever I want, which can be really useful, especially when you are attempting to kind of drill down to a specific set of results. So you're querying against a table, you might be doing some joins, you're bringing back a bunch of columns, and you want to make sure that each of those columns has a distinct and understandable and readable name. You can alias the fields you're pulling back to make them more human readable, to give them better descriptive names, whatever you want to call them. And so when I do this, chat, does this change the original table at all? Does this change the original table? No, it doesn't, right? Yeah, exactly. It doesn't change the original table at all. This is just giving me a read-only output from the table with kind of the formatting that I've specified. So it's sort of like if you are building a web application, if you're doing a web application and you do a fetch against an API, right? You're doing a fetch, you've done a GET request, doing a fetch, all that stuff, and you pull back some data from that API. Once you have it sort of in your possession, you can modify it in a bunch of different ways before you ever show it to the front end. So you're often going to be doing that sort of thing. You're going to be creating new elements. You're going to be, packaging it up in a different way. You're going to be sanitizing the data. You're going to be adding capital letters, whatever, doesn't matter. But the point is that this is basically a read-only copy of the data that you are pulling from the database and modifying it before you are showing it in your results set. So that's a really useful thing to do and to be able to do in SQL, is to alias things, to know how to clean data when you're pulling it from a table. Also, by the way, I want to say welcome to Gray Jack. I want to say welcome to Moira Noru, and S Free 1965. Thank you so much for being here. Great to have you here. Hey, Killer Code, good to have you back. Yeah. No, so this is so in particular in this case, what we're doing here is we are concatenating name and age. So normally the double pipe is seen as like or, but in this case we're concatenating. Yeah. This is one of those things that can trip you up because syntax can be different across languages, right? In JavaScript, absolutely double pipe or, but in this case, we're concatenating. Absolutely. Gray Jack says, I got here because I like to watch people learning stuff, but I end up refreshing my SQL knowledge. 100%. There's never any harm in going back and, even if you're already very familiar with something, There is never there's never a bad time to go back and review the basics, right? That's why I love teaching like beginner SQL courses, because I'll like get to rehearse like some of those really basic concepts in my head and really make sure, that they're solidified for me. Yeah. Yeah, you had to research this again. Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those syntax things can really cut the legs out from under you. Okay. Anyway, we have our hashes, right? I'm going to put this back to X so that we match the exercise. All right, run this one more time here. There we go. I said hash again, didn't I? These are hex. This is hex code, hexadecimal code. Yeah. Okay, so find the first row in the resulting record set and enter the long string that looks like 53656, etc., etc. Okay, so we're gonna take this one. I think this is what it wants. Should be able to just copy that. And let's submit it, see what happens. Yeah, Gray Jack, that's a great mindset to have. Submit. We got it right. Good job, chat. Way to go. All right. Web developer says it's old technology SQL, don't use it. Absolutely. And that's one of the few times when I will say incorrect. That is very much incorrect. I make my living with SQL. SQL is by far the most common database language in the world, far more common than MongoDB or any of those, or GraphQL or any of those newer languages. It is absolutely worth learning, and every developer, even if you specialize in MongoDB, every developer should learn some basic SQL. So I think I've told you this before, but be careful about writing things off just because they're old. Lots of companies are using COBOL, Fortran, technologies that we would consider out of date, by modern standards, but still useful. All right, anyway, we've done this first one. Let's do the next one. We're on a roll, folks. Okay, so we got to upload our database. Yeah, SQL is not old in the sense of outdated, 100%. It was created in 1977, and it is still by far the most common database language today. I'm in my 30s, and I make my living using that language. Exactly, Skarsh, yeah. We've they say, welcome to the stream, by the way. They say learning C is some of the most impactful things you can do as a software developer, and it's 50 years old. Yeah, I've learned a couple languages in the C family now. I haven't learned C strictly, but learned C Sharp, and we're learning Python, JavaScript, etc. And so, yeah, these languages live on today. They have a long, like we talked about at the beginning of the stream, all these languages have a long tail, right? Yeah. All right, so the top organizational count is 536. We go to upload our file. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Thank you, Skarsh. Good to have you here. So we're going to create a new table called counts. We're going to read mailbox data and count the number of email messages per organization using a database with the following schema to maintain the counts. All right. We'll see if it throws a fit at this count keyword. We'll see whether or not it accepts that as a table. So we'll create a new tab here. We're going to create our new table called counts. We have org, which is a text field, and count, which is an integer. Okay, so it was okay with that. It finished. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the follow, Dragonfly's Lament. Oof, I love that name. That's a great name. Yeah, queries along with SQL would be around as long as JavaScript lasts. I think SQL will be around as long as databases exist. Greyjack says, I saw so many people going to NoSQLs, meaning like document-based databases, when it was hyped. And in the end, they had way worse performance because NoSQL databases solve different problems. And their problems were the ones that relational databases and SQL databases solve. Exactly. I say that all the time on this stream. It's not about which language is best overall or whether a certain language is bad or good. That's not a thing. It's about, okay, what is the problem you're trying to solve and what is the right language to solve that specific problem? And so, yeah, that happens a lot. Document-based databases exist for a reason. They do solve problems. However, they may not be right for solving your problem. It's about the best tool for the job. You're speaking my language, Gray Jack. I'm right there with you. All right, let's go ahead and do this. We've created our table. When we have run the program on mbox.txt, upload the resulting database file above. Okay. They give us some starting code here, which is nice. And we're going to use the mbox.txt file. I think we should have that one here already downloaded. Let me just confirm. Hopefully we have it. Yeah, so we have mbox.txt here already, so we should be able to access it. It's in our folder. And let's look at this code. So I'll grab it and put it into VS Code so it's a little easier to read. And we'll create a new file here, and we'll call it mbox SQL.python. All right, so if we recall from last week, using SQL in Python is essentially you're just writing straight up SQL with a Python wrapper. So you are writing literal SQL statements in the SQL language. You're just putting Python wrappers around them. Which is fine. That happens in a lot of languages. I've done the same thing in C#. Building a C# application that talks to a database. I was just writing SQL statements and then putting a C# wrapper around them, which was pretty fun. And that's exactly what we're doing here with Python. All right, so let's see what we're doing. We're importing the SQLite package here, library. We're connecting to our database, and I'm going to, this is fine. We can create a new database. That's okay. Well, actually, no, I'm gonna change this to be the name of our exercises database. So we're gonna say exercises. I want to keep everything kind of in the same database here. We're creating our cursor. We're executing this specific SQL statement here. We're dropping the table if it already exists. And then I've already created the table, so we don't need to do that part. I'll comment that out. Because I ran that just as a raw SQL statement. So comment this out. Shoop, shoop. I'm going to comment out these lines. We don't need them. So we're going to ask the user to input a file name. We're just going to grab the mbox short file. I think we should have that. Do we have that? Let me see. Mbox short, we do. Okay. It's going to open it. It's going to loop through each line in the file. And if the line does not, let's see, start with from, we're going to go to the next loop. If it does, though, we're going to then go into that line and split it into pieces. Now, chat, if I call line.split, you notice there's no arguments being passed into this method. What is that going to split on? If I say pieces equals line.split, how is that going to split that line? Yeah, it's going to split on white space, right? Exactly. And then what I'm going to do here, or what it's going to do, is it's going to grab the email. So it's going to put it essentially into a list, right? It's going to split it into a list called pieces. And from there, it's going to extract the second item in that list, right? Because we start with index 0. It's going to select the second item in that list and put it into a variable called email. And then what the next thing it's going to do is it's going to run a select statement, passing in the value of email as the sort of the subject of that where clause. So where email equals whatever this email value is. And then it's going to fetch the first. Oh, it's selecting a count. Yeah, okay. So then it's going to fetch that count. If row is none, then it's going to do an insert, inserting both the email and the count value into our database with a default count of 1. And then if a record already exists, then it's going to update the existing value and add 1 to it. Yes, Python array is a 0-based index. So it's not grabbing the first element, it's grabbing the second element. Yeah. So just like JavaScript, Python is 0-based. Guys, I'm assuming, so if there's any C experts out there, I'm assuming C has 0-based indexes. Is that right? But yeah, so essentially, what are we doing here, chat? Just conceptually. What is this going to give us once we execute it? If you had to explain it in, plain English, what's happening here? Postmodern, welcome to the stream. Icefire says, are we splitting out the domain name from the email address? Well, I think it's going to give us the whole email address, but we'll see when we run it. It is? Okay. So yeah, so postmodern and asymmetric say that C as a zero-based index, which, okay, that makes sense because like JavaScript, Python, etc., those are C family languages. So that makes sense that they would also be zero-based. Thank you for that. But anybody have any guesses on what exactly we're doing here with this series of SQL statements? If you had to explain it in a couple sentences, what do we think? And if you don't know, you can say, I don't know, and we can kind of talk through it. Killer Code says, no idea. Hey, that's fine. We are sending the query, but in terms of what we're trying to accomplish with these SQL statements. So if you don't know, then go ahead and say, I don't know, and that's fine. We can talk through it and we'll go through it. We'll go over it together. Null says, if an email is found, it updates a counter and stores the total count in the count field. Chubby Puppy says, making a list of all the from emails in the inbox. Asymmetric says, filling missing data. Yeah, I think if you, yeah, exactly. Icefire says, if the email address is already in counts, it adds ones to a count. If not, it sets it as 1. Postmodern says, if there's no record, create a new one. If there, then update it. Yeah, so if you combine all those answers together, that's essentially perfect. So yeah, that's really what's happening here. First, we are checking to see if a record already exists for this email address. So does a record already exist in our table for this email address? If it doesn't, if row is none, so we get, essentially that would be like a null. If there's a, nothing came back from the database from this query, then we want to create a new row in our table with a default starter value of 1. So for that email address, we're setting the start value as 1. Otherwise, if there's already a record, we don't want to replace it. We just want to update that record. We want to update our table, set the count to the existing value plus 1, where email equals whatever that email address is. Yeah, Kobinja says, just ran a little test. String.split includes splitting on tabs as well as spaces. Yeah, and so that's why they didn't do it here, but you'll generally see in a lot of the other examples in this course that they do like a trim, like a white space trim, prior to doing the split for that reason, because they don't want to do an extra split and have like a blank record at the start of your list, right? So they'll do they'll trim exterior white space from the file. Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and run this. Oh, and then, sorry, the end here. So the last thing we're doing is we're executing all these things. We do a commit. And then the last thing we're doing here is essentially doing a select of all email and count values, ordering by the count. And then we have these keywords here, desk limit 10. So select email, comma, count from counts, order by count, desk limit 10. Okay, so we're going to run this. We're going to run this up to the commit. And then I'm going to ask you guys what you think this query is going to do. Oh, you guys already figured it out. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so we are selecting email and count from counts, ordering by the count field in descending order, because by default, ordering, if I just said order by count, it would do it in ascending order, right? So we have to specify descending, and then we're setting a limit of 10 rows here. We're setting a limit of 10 rows here. Hey, Datafel, welcome to the stream. Datafel says you can't have a field called count. Yeah, it's not great, but count is a reserved SQL word. It will allow it. though. I'm not saying it's best practice. I know I'm a SQL engineer and I was not sure whether this would work or not. But we are, as following the exercise as written, we are going to keep this in place. However, it's not best practice to use a reserved word as a column name. I understand it may be painful, but we're going to go through the exercise as written. We have actually already renamed a field that was called name. The field was called name in the exercise, and so we renamed it because I'm not having that. SQLite didn't accept it. Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and run this. Save it. And we're going to run it. Pi mbox underscore SQL.py. And let's see, I think I changed the name of my database already. So what we should see happen is we should see a new table getting created. Certain accounts. Yeah, because I already created the counts table, I think. Yeah, I did. All right, here we go. All right, rock and roll. Oop. All right, we're going to keep that file name blank. Did I not create the table? Maybe I didn't. I don't remember. Okay, so I did create the table counts. Oh, so yeah, that's even the wrong name there. Let's see, or was that right? Because yeah, they called it org. Oh, but yeah, this is the sample field. We need to update that field. All right, so we do need to make a couple changes here because I didn't read the problem carefully enough. So we're gonna connect to this exercises.SQLite. Oh, the material is wrong. Yes, the material is wrong. I didn't choose that name. Yeah, I didn't choose that name. But here, let's go ahead and do this. We'll do just to make you happy, and that's fine. Drop table counts. But I see where you're coming from. I do understand. Drop table counts, and we'll redo it here as. Let's redo it as email count. Call email address and email count. There we go. I think that'll make us both feel better. All right. All right, so now we've got to update the exercise code here. We're pulling from this one. I'm going to say select email count from counts where email address is that. And I realize this is a little bit cut off. Row is none. Insert into counts. Update counts. Set count equals email count plus 1. So I'm just changing all these fields to make sure they're updated. I'll probably get it wrong at least once, and that's fine. We don't have to be perfect, do we? Order by email count. Yeah. Data F3 says, do they have a button to report the bad material? They do, actually. At the bottom of this page, let's see, it's not in this exercise. Actually, it's not in the exercise. It's in the lessons. There's a GitHub where you can put in like bug, feature requests or bug fixes. So that's something we could do. I was actually already planning on doing that for in the SQL lesson. There's some typos, maybe some things that could be clarified better. So I was gonna, after we finish this course, I was gonna go into the GitHub and submit a couple of requests for updates to the material. So this could be one of them. Please don't use reserved words in when defining tables, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's a good course though, and it's free. So I mean, I'm not going to knock it because it's a free course, right? I'm not paying for this. Icefire says before line 18 is email address defined. So in this case, because the email address field exists in our table, we don't need to define it in our Python code. We need to define the word email, like we need to define the variable email that we're storing the email address in, but we don't need to define email address in our Python code because it's the name of one of our table columns. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, this course was written by a professor at the University of Michigan. So, I mean, I'm not going to knock, little typos or maybe slight errors in syntax or whatever, like, because it's free and it's been a good course so far. I'm just going to submit those things as suggestions for improvement. All right, so let's see. And my database is called exercises. It should be in here. Yeah, so we've got exercises.sqlite. Oh, I guess it's probably saved in here as exercises.db. That's fine. Save that. That's why I didn't find it the first time. All right, and then we will run it. Okay, let's try again. Okay. Still doesn't like that. All right, exercises.db. I created, oh, did I recreate the table? No, I did. Okay, my database is called exercises.db. I created the table right here. I don't want to recreate it, which is why I've commented out this item here, this line here. Exercises.db, I can see it right here. There you go, Data F3. Thanks for submitting that. All right, I'm not quite sure what I'm doing wrong here. I've created that. I think I should be accessing the exercises database. It's right here. I can see it in my file list. So does anybody spot what I've done wrong here? Yeah, I'm in the correct folder here. Yeah, it says no such table, but I have created the table already. So yeah, the table's right here. And it finished successfully. So I should, and I'll double check that. This is good. Troubleshooting is good. Yeah, so we can see the table exists. Of course, there's nothing in it yet, but it did return a result. So the table exists in my database. My database is called exercises.db. It's stored in my py4e folder, which is where we are. And I am in the correct folder, in the same folder where that exists. We could, yes, we could. That's actually, that may be it, Adrian. Yes, we might have to be, because, let's see, I'm going to actually get rid of this one. No, actually, I'm just going to try to specify the schema here. Yeah, we'll see. And since I have technically two databases here named that, because I think one got created for the other one here. So let's just delete this one. We'll try that. There's no harm in this. All right. Now I think I spelled it right. All right, we'll try it again. Okay, still doesn't like that. Why does it hate me? All right, from exercises.counts. Okay. Yeah, we'll try to do this. I know I could do a find and replace, but I'm not going to. All right, save that, try this. Okay, still doesn't like it. All right. Gotta love some good troubleshooting. Because what essentially, yes, I know I could just uncomment these lines and run them as written, and that would probably work. But I'm trying to figure out why I can't connect to the existing database that I already have. So let's try this. Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't have to commit, I don't think. But, because I think this is auto commit in here. Good guess, though. Yeah, there's not even a commit button. Let's see. All right, maybe I have to write changes. That could be it. That may be why. All right, so I'm going to back these other changes out here. Yeah, that may be it. Save that. Okay, so let's try one more time. It could be, yeah, it could have been that I just had to commit in the editor. Yeah, that worked. Thank you for that. Thank you, Data. Yeah, so that worked. So just to recap there, I haven't used this editor before. And some languages are auto commit, some languages don't. Some GUIs auto commit, some GUIs don't. It just really depends. And some operations, will commit automatically, and some operations don't. So it can really vary a lot. And so basically when I created this table, it basically created like a staged instance of it. So you know how when you're using Git, the very first thing you do before you commit your files is you add them, right? You do git add, and you can see them in the little staging area, but they aren't committed yet. They aren't in your Git history, right? They're just staged. And so you can see them, and you can see what it's going to look like when they do get committed, or what files you are going to commit, but they aren't committed yet. They're just in that little staging area. And so sometimes with SQL, that is what's going to happen. You can start a transaction, you can start an operation, a command, and you can see locally, like within your little GUI here, you can see locally what that change is going to look like. You can run a query, you can do an insert, etc. And then when you actually want to write those changes to the permanent memory of the database, when you want to permanently change the database, then you can commit that transaction just like you would commit if you're using Git. And so that's what we had to do here. We had to first execute the changes and then write those changes to the database to finish the transaction. Yeah. So that was the difference. Yeah. So that's what we did here. We had to write those changes to the database. And then when I ran this again, all of a sudden it works, right? Our query was able to run, and then we were able to get back the results that we expected. Yeah, Icefire says, was wondering how transactions work. It didn't seem too clear in the class. Yeah. So essentially that's it, is that you are creating like a temporary version of your expected changes, which is nice because you can make sure it did what you wanted. Because the thing about SQL is that once you do finalize those changes are permanent. There is no undo. You have altered your data. You have written those changes into the permanent memory. You can't just click undo and be done with them. However, that's the purpose of transactions, is it lets you basically stage your change, see how that's going to look. And then if it's not right, if you're like, oh crap, I didn't mean to drop 6,000 rows, right? Or I forgot my where clause, I did a delete, but I forgot my where clause. Then you can do what's called a rollback, and you can essentially not write that transaction to permanent memory. You can roll back that transaction and it'll be like it never happened. So that's kind of the SQL version of undo. Yeah. If you are doing anything destructive against a production database, which I mean, theoretically, you shouldn't ever be able to do that against a production database, but really, if you're ever doing anything destructive or huge, or something that's going to hugely change a bunch of data, you always want to wrap that in a transaction and only commit that transaction once you have verified that your change is correct. So just a little bit of, a lot of you probably never have, write access to a production database. But if you ever do, or write access to any database, that's not your own, just remember to wrap stuff in transactions. Oh my goodness. Douchebag says, first time I had to update a prod DB, I forgot the where clause. I feel so sorry for you. I'm sorry that you were made to update a production database. That's really, I feel like that's not something we should have the privileges to be able to do. And so I'm sorry that you had to do that and that there was nobody that, could tell you that, oh my gosh, you forgot your where clause, right? I don't feel like that was your fault. I feel like that was a failure of, permissions and a failure of code review and stuff like that. You DevOps, not a dev. Oh, okay. Yeah, that can get kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, you probably have access to a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. Let's see. I'm catching up a chat here. But yes, thank you for the troubleshooting help chat. That was really great. Now let me talk about transactions. So perfect. This is why troubleshooting is good. But yeah, so our answer here looks like since we sorted by descending, looks like our top count for email addresses is going to be 5. So let's see. What are they wanted us to just turn that in? All right. Oh, they want us to just show the, they want us to just upload the file, not the count. Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and upload that file, which they want us to actually upload the database file. Okay. Well, I will just take, they want the database file? Upload your database here? Okay. Not the code, I guess. All right, that's fine. We called ours, what did we call ours? Well, I guess I saved it in the exercises database, didn't I? That's okay. I'll just upload the whole thing. It doesn't matter. We got it right. You guys don't get to see my documents, so I'm just pulling it up on the other screen. Alrighty. PQ. All right. Open that and submit. Oh, all right. Doesn't like my suffix. Fine. We'll rename it. SQL height. Okay. You gonna like it now? Oh, that's the old one still. Okay, hang on. Oh, actually, the rename might not work because I have it open here. So we'll close, discard. All right. Getting there. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay. You gonna work now? All right. There we go. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, it's checking my freaking column names. Ugh. All right, we're gonna skip this one for now. We got it right. We got the answer. We got the answer. I'll come back and do this later. I'm not gonna go through and fit the exact thing that it wants from me, because we did the exercise correctly. We used the wrong text file. That's okay. Oh, okay. It says run on it. Yeah, that's okay. We still did it right. We got what it wanted. I think we get the gist of it. So I'll come back and fix it later and upload the correct one. That's not worth our time at the moment. But yeah, we got the gist of the exercise, I think. We did use the wrong text file, though. That's okay. Let's see. Sorry, I'm catching up a chat. Fuel says, whenever I need to do manual updates, I always use begin transaction, roll back transaction to be able to run my manual change, print the results, and then roll back. Then when I feel good, I change the rollback to commit. Yeah, I really like that. That's a great way to do it. especially if you're working with anything that is going to be, like a semi-permanent change or destructive change of any kind. You always do want to wrap that in a transaction. Okay. Alrighty. So let's go on to the next one, because yes, we did get that. Even though the autograder didn't like it, we got the gist of the exercise. We did it. All right, we did this one, and then now let's do this multi-table database exercise. I'll try to read it a bit more carefully this time so that we don't get off track. So again, it's going to ask to upload our SQLite database. We're going to read an iTunes export file in CSV format. And produce a properly normalized database with this structure. So it's asking us to create four tables. One called artist, one called genre, one called album, and one called track. And they're going to give us some starting code here from a CSV file. We're going to adapt the tracks CSV, the Pi application, and the zip file to complete the assignment. To grade the assignment, the program will run a query to look for the data it expects to see. We're going to select track title, artist name, album title, genre name from track, joining these three tables together, from joining these four tables together, and we're going to join them on their ID values. So given the structure of this query, what would we call these ID fields in each table? What do we call that when we have something that we can sort of latch onto in each table and connect multiple tables together? What do we call that field? It has a name. Or it has like a definition. What do we call that when we have something like an ID field or something that's unique in that table that we can use to join it together with other tables? What do we call that field? Prince of the Dawn, welcome to the stream. They say foreign key. Yeah, so in each table itself, we would call that field the primary key, right? But then when we're accessing it, when we have that field in another table and use it to join together, we would call that a foreign key. But in general, it's a key field, right? It's a unique value. It's a unique value that we can use to join to other fields. And so essentially, rather than having to join, to all to try to find all the unique records that we can just use that ID value as a unique sort of hook to connect multiple tables together. Oh, thank you, K. Martinez. It's very sweet of you. Yeah. Data, I see your concerns there on the way the SQL is constructed. It's not the best. I would absolutely agree. But I will say too that a lot of the times what you're going to encounter is that every flavor of SQL is different. Every corporation or company is going to have different requirements on how they build their tables. And so we really shouldn't get too hung up on, I guess, the semantics, especially when we're just learning the basics of how these things work. So, hey, I've been doing SQL for 10 years. Yeah, it does bother me a little bit, but I'm not going to get too hung up on it. And I'm not going to say that the whole course is bad just because, this one thing maybe isn't quite to my tastes, right? So I think that's, that's also a skill that we can learn too, is to be like, okay, maybe this isn't the best, but we have to maybe adapt our processes just to do this exercise. But maybe this is a chance to then also say, okay, what is the best practice? What could I do better in my own projects? And maybe avoid these types of things, in my own work. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and try to do this. So they tell us the expected results, so we should see something like this. And we have some starting code as a starting point. All right, so I guess we have to download a zip file. Awesome. So we'll open this. show in folder. I'm going to move it to my, I'm going to extract it to my current working directory and put it in Python for everyone. Extract that there. Okay. And let's make sure it's there. We should see it now. Yes, yeah, so we have the tracks file in here now. Yeah, that's why we do this stuff, Kay Martinez, is, you know, it's essentially, yeah, you know, it's all this stuff, and stuff's never going to be perfect, right? And if we wait around for perfection, or, you know, like I said, get too hung up on semantics when you're just starting out, then you end up paralyzed, right? You end up with too steep of a mountain to climb. Hey, JB, welcome to the stream. They say, when you use foreign keys and link tables from Python, what does that data structure look like? If you have table A, which has a record ID with a foreign key, to a record in table B, what does that data look like in Python? Thanks from the UK. Hey, welcome from the UK. Yeah, so essentially the secret here is all we're doing is we're just writing straight SQL with a Python wrapper. So we're not doing like some kind of new special data modeling structure just because we're using Python. We're using standard data relational database modeling principles with a Python wrapper. So all we're doing is, like you can see here, this is a straight SQL statement. It's just in a Python wrapper. So that's the secret. It's the standard. If you know relational databases, that's what we're doing. We're just putting some Python code around it so that we can pull data directly from a file and immediately inject it into a database. Of course, Legua. Yeah, that's kind of my philosophy too. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Also, thanks for the follows, folks. Emmanuel and Durgal, thank you so much. Yeah. Also got some folks from the UK here. I love it. I love the UK. I've been there a couple times. Thank you for the follow, Leguasa. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've been to the UK a couple times. It's one of my favorite places in the world. So thanks for being here. All right, so we've got this tracks folder here, and we've got a Python program that we can use and modify. So what do they want us to do? All right, so we're going to create artist. We're going to create album. We're going to create track. Now we have one more here. They want us to create another table called genre. So we'll just add this additional statement here. Whoop, too far. Add this additional statement here to create one more table called genre. This time I'm not going to deviate from whatever the exercise said because that screwed me up last time. So since I know that the auto grader is actually reading the SQL file for certain keywords, then I am not going to deviate. Okay, and we're going to create this table called artist. So I'm just going to copy and paste these statements. And we'll do, let's see, artist, album, and we'll talk about what these statements are doing in just a minute. I just want to get them on the board here. Artist, album, track, and last one is genre. Okay, there we go. So that should create the tables that they want. We're going to just use the existing CSV file. And the program should be running this query, and then we should expect to see 3 results back. Okay, so let's take a look at what this query is actually going to do, and then we'll test it out to see if we need to modify it any further. So I think, JB, you're asking, to word my question better, when you reference a foreign key in SQL, how does the data get returned? Do you get one big table that has all the data in, or multiple tables with the original query plus the foreign key data? I'm very new to databases. Oh, that's awesome. Well, you're going to get to see that. We're going to run this query. And I'm going to run this to complete the exercise. I'm going to just run this code as written, but I'm also going to just run this raw query in the SQL browser so that you can see it better. I think that gives a much better view. So stick around. We're going to watch what that looks like in a minute. Hopefully that'll answer your question. All right, we're creating the tables first. We're going to open this tracks.csv file. Yeah. We're going to parse through it. This is what I was talking about before. We're going to strip out the white space. I don't take off that semicolon there. We're going to split it on commas. So it should be, CSVs are generally comma delimited. So that's why they specified a comma here instead of a space or white space. CSVs by their nature are generally comma delimited. And if there are less than 6 pieces in the list, then go to the next loop. Otherwise, we're essentially grabbing each of those comma delimited elements and we're assigning them into a variable here. And then we're going to go ahead and print that, see what it looks like. And then we are going to execute the SQL and do the inserts. And then we're going to do a select, getting the first element. And we're going to then select, okay, so what we're doing here is we're kind of just setting up the tables. So from that file, we're going to insert into the artist table. We're going to insert like their name. And then into the album table, we're going to insert the album name and the artist ID as a foreign key. So that's essentially what we're doing here. It's going to be, this is what I was talking about earlier. The artist ID here in the album table is going to be the foreign key, which is going to join to the primary key in artist. And then we're going to do a select from album for each line. Essentially, if we're grabbing the album and the album ID, or sorry, we're just selecting the ID value, sorry. And then last thing we're going to do is inserting into track, inserting the name of the track, the album ID, the length, the rating, and the count. Yeah. Thank you, Iced. Yeah, I appreciate that. So that's what we're doing here is, yeah, essentially, JB, we're saying, all right, in this one, we're inserting, selecting essentially the name of the artist as the artist ID, which is not really, again, another maybe not best practice. Generally, we would want to insert those as something numeric. But it could be it's already numeric in the file. I don't know. We'll see in just a minute. All right, so let's see what we get here. So we're going to run that. And then we're going to do a commit, and then we'll see what we end up with. We're creating a new database called trackdb.sqlite. Save that. And let's see what we end up with. All right. Pi, tracks.pi. Oh, actually, I need to cd into my directory here. Cd into tracks. There we go. And then we're going to run tracks.py. Woo, okay. There's a lot of fields in that file. All right. So this is printing name, artist, album count, rating, and length. So some of these are going to be zeros, I guess. Maybe not perfect data. That's pretty common. Interesting. These don't look like music. These look like something else. But okay. I guess maybe they're audiobooks. Okay, they are MP3s. All right, so name and then artist. Yeah. That happened so fast. I know, right? That's the power of Python, though. It's able to parse through the file that quickly, right? That's pretty amazing. Okay. And so now let's look and see what's actually in our database, because theoretically, we should now have data in our new database that we just created. So we're going to open it, and we're going to search in our folder here. And where did it save it? Oh, I probably put it in the in here. Yeah, there we go. Open that up. Okay, yeah, so look at that. We have our tables, right? And now let's see what this actually looks like. So I'm going to do a select from album. All right. Let's just see what's in there. Yeah. Okay, great. So, okay, I see what it's doing here. So it's creating the artist ID as an automatically generated value. So as we add a new record here, it's going to automatically create a unique artist ID. Because when we define the table, so for example, if I look at artist here, notice that we said primary key auto increment unique. And what that's doing is essentially saying, all right, whenever we add a new record to this table, we don't need to specify the ID value. It's just going to auto increment itself. It's going to create a unique value for us, which is great. I mean, that's useful. For larger data structures, you might end up doing something more complicated like an MD5 hash to really create a unique value, because you can start getting up pretty high in terms of numbers for really large databases. But in general, if you don't have purely unique values, you can absolutely use, an auto-generated primary key. It really just depends on what your data looks like. For most of you, that probably won't ever be a thing, but it just depends. All right, so we can see that we've got stuff in our album table here. We've got the artist ID that we can use to join. So now let's just grab this query here and let's walk through it and see what it's doing. So essentially what we're doing is we're using track as our base table. So notice that the from says from track, and then to that we are joining genre, album, and artist. Now, why do you think we might want to kind of use track as like our base table, as our source for all these other joins? This is going to make you think a little bit about how you might structure a query effectively to make sure that you're returning all your data. Why do you think, just in terms of what we know about the structure of this data, why do we want to start with track and then join all these other tables to track? What's that going to look like? I says maybe the most basic item. Yeah, you're on the right track, so to speak. You're on the right track. So think about track. What's going to be in track? Track is like all the tracks on an album, right? It's essentially the smallest element in our database, right? Because you could have multiple tracks on an album. You could have multiple tracks by a single artist. You could have multiple tracks that belong to a specific genre, right? We call this the grain. This is the smallest grain of item that we have. And so if we want to make sure that we are getting a good picture of all of the data in our database, we want to make sure that we're starting at the smallest grain and joining the sort of higher level elements to it, right? If I want to see sort of the whole slice of my current data, I want to start with the smallest element and join the broader elements to it. We're working bottom to top, essentially, yes. Yeah, track is the smallest, and so from there, we're going to join genre, album, and artist. Now, JB says, does it have all the refs to all the foreign keys in it? I'm not 100% sure. We're going to see that. We're going to see if this join works, and then if we need to, we can modify it. I think it does, but we'll see. Because let's kind of talk through what this join is doing. We're saying, all right, take from track. We're going to join genre ID to the ID value of genre. So the foreign key in track to the primary key of the genre table. And the foreign key in track for the album to the primary key in the album table. And then finally, notice that this third join is different. This join is saying, take the foreign key in the album table, because we've already previously joined track to album here. And now we're joining album to artist to get the final data element that we need. So notice that we don't have to have all the foreign keys for all the other tables in track. That's not necessary. Instead, we can create a chain of joins between multiple tables to sort of walk that path and retrieve the information that we want. And that might be a little bit too much to wrap your head around right now. But if you're ever building a database, just know that you don't have to have foreign keys for all your other tables in every single table, right? Like every single table doesn't have to have foreign keys to all the other tables, because you can create sort of a walking path from one table to the other using foreign keys in that way. So as long as this table track can join to album, and we already know that album can join to artist, then we only need the foreign key for album in our track table. And then from there, we can then leverage the foreign key in album to join to artist. Okay? And you might be like, I don't understand that at all, and that's fine. That's okay. Don't worry about it too much. It's sort of a thing that you get better at as, like, for example, if you ever actually need to query a real database, you'll get a better sense of kind of how to navigate those pathways between tables. The thing to remember, that I would say, the thing that you should remember out of this is that if a table has a primary key and another table has a foreign key for that primary key, you can join on those elements and create a one-to-one connection between them, or a join between them. Yeah, I wouldn't say this is a Icefire. I would say this is a medium level select. It's not terribly complicated, but hey, but like I say, I've been working with SQL for 10 years, so it's all relative, right? All this stuff is relative. For me, this is very understandable, but for you, if this is the first time you're seeing it, I'm sure this is horribly complicated. Yeah. All right, so let's run this and see what we get. Okay, so we got 0 rows. Let's see. We might be missing a link somewhere. So let's take a look here. Our track.title. First off, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do select star from track. And it could be that it didn't do the inserts either. Douchebag says, by the way, what is your stream schedule? Sundays at 3 p.m. Eastern is when I start, and then we go until we're done, essentially. Usually about 3 or 4 hours. Okay, aha, so there we go. What is the first thing that we notice here? What do we think could be a potential issue? What do you see in this result set that could be a problem with the way this query is put together, or the way that this or essentially the way the table is constructed? Yeah, our genre ID is null, right? So that means that when we run this join, there's going to be no matching records that match this genre ID. We do have album ID, and I think album, let's see if album has artist ID in it. It should. Yeah, so album has artist ID in it as a foreign key, so that's useful. But let's just do this really quickly. I'm just going to comment out this part of the query. I'm going to say comment out stuff related to genre, and I'm going to comment out this extra comma. And now let's try just this part. Oh, let's see. What did I do? Oh, I have an extra and in here. Let's try again. Okay, so still something it doesn't like. Our Python code isn't inserting genre. That's correct. Yeah, it's not inserting genre. That's fine. All right, so let's troubleshoot this. Track. So we've commented out genre ID. So, and what I'm doing here is we're essentially trying to whittle it down to the minimum viable product, right? What's the minimum thing we can find that works? And so we can sort of work upwards from there and build out our query. All right, track album ID equals album ID. So let's do just this. Try to join track to album. Okay. because we know that track and album both have data in them. Oh, actually, wait, and I forgot to comment this part out. That might be the problem. From, so see, from track, join. I don't want to join genre. I want to just join album and artist. So we'll do this and this. All right, so we're just excluding genre. So I've commented out the column, I've commented out the join. And now let's just try this part. There we go. That did it. Yeah. So, excluding genre, this query works now. So we can see that we get back the title, we get back the name, and we get back the actual album title. Yeah. So I guess this is the album title here, this is the track title, and this is the band name. Okay, great. JB says, are there syntax rules on spacing in SQL queries? Not really. SQL isn't white space sensitive. So you can, a lot of the times you'll have, editors that will auto format SQL for you. If you're doing a simple select statement, you can generally do it as a single line. However, technically, you should kind of format it like I've done here. This isn't perfect, but having each of your individual columns on a new line, you're from sort of each keyword on a new line. But it's really just more about readability. What makes your code the most readable? It's kind of like JavaScript, right? I could write JavaScript on one line. Like I could write, it doesn't care. But to make it the most readable, generally you want to have line breaks when specific things are happening. Yeah, because the interpreter doesn't care. It's more about what's most visible for you. And yes, dash dash is a single line comment in SQL. Multi-line comments look like this. Oops, not like that. They look like this. So you can see here when I use /*, it's going to create a multi-line comment. So I can comment out this whole thing with /* and then //. But yeah, dash dash is single line comment. Okay. Does it care about caps? Nope. Traditionally, SQL is one of those old languages like Fortran or COBOL, where originally computers didn't know what uppercase or lowercase was, and so you just wrote everything in caps. But nowadays, you'll generally see folks will choose either a mixture of like all lowercase and all uppercase words, like, maybe using lowercase for keywords and uppercase for table names and field names, or you'll see the reverse, uppercase for keywords and lowercase for table names and field names, or all caps or all lowercase. It doesn't care. It's more about standards and practices and readability. Yeah. You can see here Dr. Chuck has chosen to make keywords all caps, and generally you don't see this. Like Data was saying earlier, you don't see like these types of first letter capitalizations. You'll generally see, all uppercase, all lowercase, that kind of thing. But again, it doesn't care. The interpreter does not care. Okay, so we need to modify our original Python and our table structure to make sure that we can also link it to genre as well as to these other tables as well. Hey, Javi, welcome. Always Python beginner and a beginner with English. I must learn a lot of things. Yeah, you're in the right place then. We are here to learn, so please join us. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Also, thanks for the follow, douchebag. I'm sorry, it feels very weird to say, but that is your username, so. Oh, okay, let's modify our Python code. All right, so in the genre table, we should have, so we have this ID value. So essentially we just need to do one additional Python statement to generate an insert statement. Insert or replace into track, title, album ID. We need to add a genre ID field here. So into, essentially, I'll just copy this statement for album. So into album, we want to, into genre, we want to insert, let's see, what is that field called? We want to insert name. So essentially the genre name, and that's really all we need. We don't need a foreign key here. And into that, we are going to pass the, let's see, actually, I don't know what the genre is going to be. So 2, 3, 4, 5. What does this look like? Let's just look at tracks.csv really quickly. Okay, so the genre is just another field at the end. So we have, all these existing values, and then there's another field at the end with the genre. So we can simply add that in. So essentially it'd be like, at the here it'd be, rock, right? So that'll be the 6th element. Or sorry, the 7th element, my apologies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7. All right. So we'll modify this. Just add another variable here to say genre. Pieces 6. Grab the 7th element, and then we'll add that to our print statement. Genre. All right, so into artist, we're inserting the name of the artist. Into album, we're creating the title and the artist ID. Into genre, we are just going to insert the genre. And to get the genre ID, we're then going to turn around and do a select statement. Select ID from genre, where name equals, name equals, no, that's fine. Where name equals that. Fetch 1, we'll do an insert there. And then we're going to do a full insert of all these values. Genre, ID, length, rating, count, etc. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, and as like we were talking about, should things be uppercase, lowercase, whatever earlier, and Legwood brings up a great point. Most companies will have their own standards they follow, and some companies are very strict on it, others are not. Exactly. I've worked in multiple companies and used different flavors of SQL across multiple companies now. All of them want you to do something different. Some of them care like how it looks, some don't. You're gonna have to, that's kind of what we talked about earlier, right? Is we can't get too hung up on, it's standards are good, general standards are good, but if you go and work at a company and they're like, do it this way, you're going to have to do it that way. You have to do what they say. So it's good to be sort of come into it flexible with an open mind as long as it works, and just roll with it. Astaroth, thank you so much for the follow. And Javi, thank you for the follow as well. The question here about these. So this is valid. We don't need to fix this. Sorry, you're talking about the genre? Yeah, that's correct. We will just need one question mark. Yep, good catch. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the sub. Wow, you just busted right in here and subscribed. Thank you so much, Astaroth. That's very sweet of you. Thank you for the sub. I have your special little sub screen for you there. Wow, thanks for the sub. Thank you. I hope you're having a great day. And you subscribe with Prime. That's very sweet of you. That means it didn't cost you anything, which is the best. Okay. Icefire says, are we also inserting genre into the tracks table? No, we are inserting genre ID. So we'll need to then modify this to include the genre ID value. So we're not inserting the genre itself. We're just inserting the ID value as a foreign key. Yeah. Save that. Okay, now let's just see what happens when we run this. It might not be perfect, but again, we can look through it and find what we might have done wrong. Okay. Let's see, does this have a drop? Yeah, okay, so it's going to drop the tables if they already exist, which they do. All right, let's kick it. Oh, did I miss one? Oh, yeah, good catch. Yep, need to add one more question mark here. This is not generally how you would write a SQL statement. They're just doing this because this way you can kind of have just the template for the statement and then pass in the actual values as a tuple. So generally in a SQL statement, you would just have the values listed here. You wouldn't have a bunch of question marks. But in terms of Python, since we're passing in these values as a tuple, it has the template for the statement here, and then when it's executed, all these values will be passed in instead of the question marks, if that makes sense. So it's a little differentiation from standard SQL syntax. All right. Okay, so what did I get here? Incorrect number of bindings supplied. Okay. The current statement uses 1, and there are 4 supplied. All right, let's see what we've got here. Line 69. Oh, I think I forgot a comma there. Okay, that matches. I'm comparing this against the artist table. Yeah. As long as you aren't allowing user input. Yeah, it's partially to protect against injection, and then also just, I think also too, so you don't have to necessarily use a template literal here. Yeah. Yeah, and since this is a singular tuple, we have to close it with an ending comma. That's a little bit of a weird quirk of Python, I guess, is that for a singular tuple, we have to have an ending comma, which I didn't have. So I think I have it in the other ones. All right. One more time. Let's go, baby. Woo! Check it. So you can see now we have the genre at the end of these print statements here. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to check and see what is in our genre table. So it's reading it from the file. And we're going to do a select from genre. All right, great. So check it out. We have the genre now. We have the genre and we have ID values. So now let's try commenting out. Oh, and also too, we need to check our track table and see. Yeah, so now check out the foreign keys in the track table. We can see that it's pulling them in and assigning them correctly based on the actual genre of the song itself, or the genre of the track. All right. So let's uncomment these things and let's run the query again and let's see what we get. All right. Okay. So, let's see. Do I have all my commas? Track.title, artist.name, album.audio, from track, join and join on. All right. What am I missing here? What don't you like? Oh, I have an extra. Get rid of that. Missing and near track. Oh, yes, I'm missing an and here. Let's try again. Yeah, because I'm joining on track, genre ID, and album ID, and artist ID. I had taken out the and earlier when we had modified this query. So I do that all the time, by the way, in my personal life. All right, there we go. Check it. Okay. Excellent. So we're ordering by the artist name, limit 3. Name is AC/DC. Yeah, thank you, Vault Hunter. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Yeah, good catch, chat. Yeah, like told you that's why I use on 1 = 1. Yeah, actually, one of my teammates who's like a ridiculous SQL genius uses 1 = 1 all the time too. So that must be a thing that, you know, really good SQL geniuses use. And I can see why it makes sense, right? Because if you forget an and, it's not gonna, you know, it's not gonna mess you up. But yeah, so good on you. All right. Yeah, so you can see here that, you know, the track names aren't the same, but the artist name certainly is. And so for those of you who do know SQL, why am I getting different track names in my results, even if the artist is correct? So keep in mind that we're ordering by artist name. So why am I getting a different set of track names in my results than in the sample results from the exercise? Assuming that the data in this example is the same as the data we've used. This is a little bit of a sort of a principle of how relational databases work. Why am I getting different tracks in my results than the example? Vault Hunter says, I'm guessing you're getting lowest track IDs. Maiva says, not sorted by ascending or descending. We're asking for any three. Yeah, so Maiva, you're edging onto the answer there. So we are specifically ordering by artist name with a limit of 3, right? So from that, essentially, the database is going to select the first 3 tracks it encounters. And the way that these queries work is that unless you explicitly specify an order for a particular field, it's often going to be randomized. It's just the way whatever is the most efficient execution for that query, the database is going to determine it within the parameters that you have set. So SQL is what's called a declarative language. And so I like to think of it as like you're a king or a queen or a monarch on a throne, and you're surrounded by your assistants or you're surrounded by your assistants or your advisors or your lackeys, the people that serve you. And so you can say something like, fetch me all of the tracks and the artist information with, fetch me only the songs by AC/DC, or, that's all I really care about. Fetch me all the songs by AC/DC. And so you're not specifying what order those songs should be in, or if you say fetch me 3 songs by AC/DC, you're not saying which songs you want to choose. And so your assistants are just going to go out there and do whatever makes the most sense to them, because you haven't told them specifically what to do. You have given them some broad guidelines, but you haven't said specifically which 3 songs you want. So they're just going to pick which 3 ones make sense to them. And that's what SQL does. So SQL is a bit different than some other languages in that it's a different type of language. It's declarative. So in this case, if we want to control which titles we do want to return, then as Icefire said, I wonder if we sorted by artist name and track name. Yes, that's how you would do it. Because since it's declarative, you're the ruler, you're the king or queen or monarch, you have to be very specific if you want a specific set of results. Otherwise, the database is going to do what it thinks is the most efficient. Okay? So if we did this instead, and we said track, we're going to order by the artist name and the track.title. Let's do this again. Now, check it out. Our results match the example because we had to be more specific on exactly which 3 tracks we wanted. So, and also notice when I have a multiple order by values, it's going to do them in order. So it's going to order by artist first, and then after that, it's going to order by track. It's going to order by artist name first, and then the track title second. And then we can have a 3rd value and a 4th value. We can get as specific as we want. But it is going to do these in order of execution. So we could order by title first and then artist second, although that wouldn't really make a difference. In this case, we're saying, all right, sort by artist first and then track title second. All right, now what is it wanting here? It wants our database. Okay, so then we'll go ahead and upload our SQLite database. And this is trackdb.sqlite. Okay. Yay, we got that one because I didn't make a bunch of modifications. No, and so in this case, it's not asking for the query. It's just asking for the database itself. Yeah, so this query, and that's kind of the funky thing to think about, is this query is just a read-only statement. It doesn't affect our underlying database in any way. I could have structured this query any way I wanted, and it doesn't change my underlying database. So our database structure was fine no matter what I did to this query. Yeah, that's kind of the mind bender a little bit, is that you got to remember that these are just kind of like, these are just, proclamations from the king, right? They don't necessarily, the king's just asking for information. It's not changing the nature of the information that the servants are being sent out to find. It's just asking for information. It's not affecting the database in any way. All right. Whew, that was a good one. I really liked that one. That was fun. Okay, I think we got one more to do here. Let's see. Let's just see what this one is, and I'm going to decide whether or not we want to do this or not. This was a lot of exercises. I think we've done a pretty good job of covering stuff. Let's see what this is. And okay, so this one actually doesn't look too bad. Let's knock this one out real quick. And then we'll take a break, and then we still have the quizzes to do. I know this has been taking a while, but I think this is important to go back and actually review this information. Then we'll do the quizzes, and then we'll actually move on to the last data visualization thing. JB Creative, thank you so much for the follow. It's been great to have you here. Great. You've been asking some really great questions. I love that. Shows you're paying attention, right? Okay, so they give us some sample code here. So let's grab this. Let's see, is there a zip file to download for this one too? Okay, we're downloading this file. I'm going to move it into our Python folder. We've got some JSON data here. I'm going to CD back up into my main directory. There we go. And we just have a bunch of JSON here. It's pretty simple. It's actually really just, this is really just a nested array, right? It's not really JSON. It's kind of just a nested array, looks like. And we'll go ahead and create a new file here. Call it roster.py. And we'll grab the sample code again, drop it in, and see what they're asking us to do here. Oh my goodness, book club. Hello. Thank you so much for the sub, by the way. Look at you. Thank you for the sub. Great to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. Good to be here, of course. Yeah, thank you. That's very nice of you. All right, let's see what's going on. Okay, so we're creating a new database called RosterDB. We're setting up 3 tables: user, course, and member. We're going to parse this JSON. For each entry, we're going to grab the name and the entry. And then looks like there is a third field we'll need to grab as well, which isn't being grabbed at the moment. And then we're basically going to do the same thing that we did last time. It's really just a repetition of kind of what we did before, grabbing 3 tables, inserting the records into them, and creating the primary keys and foreign keys so that those tables can talk to each other. All right, so let's see what it's actually asking for. You need to modify the program to store the role column in the member table to complete the assignment. Okay, you can see here when we do the final select, we should see a third column. Okay, so we've got name, title, and then we'll need to add a third one for role. So that'll be entry at index 2. Print name, title, and role. And they want this next one. Let's see. Modify the program to store the role column in the member table. All right. So third one is going to be role, user ID, course ID, role, value, third value. Okay. Course ID roll there, print that. Okay, and then I need to make sure my table structure is set up correctly. Okay, so yeah, here they're saying that, you know, the primary key of this member table is both the user ID and the course ID. So notice that here we're explicitly defining a primary key. We're not just using an auto incrementing number, because the purpose of this member table is to do a many-to-many join. So it's essentially joining students to courses. And if you think about it, a single course is going to have many students in it, right? And a single student is going to be taking many courses. So our structure here is what's called a many-to-many relationship. You can have many records relating to a single record in the other table. And then in the reverse, you can have many records relating to a single record in this table. And so the best way to handle a many-to-many join is to have what's called a junction table like this, where it's basically like a dictionary lookup. It's like just listing the ID values and basically just listing pure numeric values and using those as dictionary lookups to the tables with the full listing. Now, why do we do this, chat? Why do we bother creating this third table? Why don't we just join on the values themselves? Why do we bother with something like a junction table? What are these good for? Yes, so we're going to be using it for lookups, right? Exactly. So for each unique combination of user ID and course ID, we are going to be looking up the actual values, like the person's name or the course title. We can look up against the course and user tables. Vault Hunter says, without junction, you could only do one many select in either way. Yeah, I mean, things can get pretty. Technically, you wouldn't have to have a junction table, but it would get pretty hairy, right? Because you'd have to somehow find every unique combination of user and list out the. So you'd have to do something like this. You'd have to say, all right, user ID, and then you'd have a foreign key for the course ID. And so what you'd be doing is you'd be repeating the name of this user for as many courses as they're enrolled in. You'd be repeating this name, 30 times maybe, depending. Even worse for the course table, right? You would be, so for each course, you'd have to have the user ID listed. If a course has 100 students in it, you'd have to relist this course title 100 times to have a record for every single user ID foreign key, right? You would be blowing up both of these tables astronomically. So both of these tables could be, double, triple, quadrupled in size, even bigger. And it's a really inefficient use of resources. You'd be blowing up a lot of extra database space. And another thing to remember is that these name and title values, these are strings, right? Name and title are going to be strings. They're text. And so when you're working with a database is always going to be less efficient when working with strings than it is when working with just integer values. Databases are always going to be more efficient when they can work with an integer. And so what we do by this junction table provides a couple of different benefits. It allows the largest table, the table that contains every possible combination of user ID and course ID, to be only integers, which the database is very good at working with. So you're going to be saving time in your query execution. And instead of blowing up two tables with every possible combination of user and course, you're only essentially blowing up one table, filling it with integers, and using that to do lookups against the user table and the course table. So it's far more efficient in terms of resource utilization and efficiency in your queries. And when you're working with real live production data, that's going to save you seconds or minutes of execution time. So the benefits are going to be real in terms of, if you have if each of these tables has a few million rows in it, you're going to have to create a junction table in order for these queries to actually be runnable. Yeah, like it says, or hours. Yeah, potentially hours. So I work for a university. And so we have, almost 100 years of data at this point in our databases. You've got data that was ported from old mainframe systems, right? From, big old IBM Big Iron systems that's been tracking student data since I guess it wouldn't be 100 years, more like 50 years of data, from the 1970s, right? And so that is millions and millions and millions of rows for every student, for every course. And so the only way that queries can be executable is, by having smart database design and creating these types of intermediate tables to facilitate those types of lookups. Oh, nice. Like it says, one of my junior roles in my first month, I made a database change that went from 8.5 hours down to 12 minutes. Yeah, those are the types of things that can actually make, big savings in terms of time and effort and money. So that's why this stuff matters. Okay, anyway, we've modified our table. I think we've got the insert statement modified here. And then let's see. User course. We're inserting role into the member table, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's just run this and see what happens, shall we? It might not be right, but we're gonna test it out and see if there's anything missing. All right. Kick it. Oh, do we have the file? What's the file? I do have the file, right? Roster. Okay, roster JSON, yeah. Let's see. Oh, I don't want to use roster data sample. I want to use keyboard. Okay, I want to use roster data. I want to use the real thing, please. Save. We're just gonna we're gonna go in full throttle. We ain't using no sample data. Let's go, baby. We don't need no stinking samples. Hey, check it. All right. So it's pulling in the roles. Good stuff. We got a few ones there. So that means it's actually working. Yeah. Hey, Nadner Brendan, welcome to the stream. Hey, Rocket Drone, welcome to the stream. They say this reminds me of my CS classes in college. Oh my goodness, that's very nice of you to say. But yeah, this is technically a Python course, but this module's on SQL. I'm a data engineer by day, so I use SQL all the time, but I am learning Python here live with all of you. So it's been a fun journey. I've been enjoying it. Feel free to stick around if you want some more SQL practice. Okay. So we've got all this. Now let's check our database, shall we? Let's see what we got going on here. Roster DB. Open that up. I'm gonna get a new SQL tab here. Let's check select star from course. There we go. Okay, we've got an ID, we've got a title. Select star from user. Yep, we've got a name and a title. Now let's look at our member table. Member. Yeah, awesome. We've got user, we've got course, we've got role. Perfect. Okay, now with that in mind, let's see if we can run this query. Alrighty. Okay, perfect. I think that gave us the answer we're looking for. We've got G and the course and 0 and Zainab and the course and 0. Okay. Once that query gives the correct data, then we have a second query to run here. It's asking us to generate a hex value. All right, so this is a good, I like this query. This is fun. So once again, we're generating a hex value, but, and we're, so, okay, so let's ignore the select statement for now. We're using user as our base table. We're joining to our junction table, and then from that, we're joining to the course table. So we're essentially saying for each user, show all the courses that they belong to. Of course, JB. Yeah, and this stream is recorded, by the way, as well. So you can watch it on my Twitch channel right now, actually. It's already being recorded. And then now that we're done with this kind of Python series, I'm going to move everything over to my YouTube channel as a playlist. The first 6 episodes are already on there. So you can do !YouTube for a link to my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is ad-free. I don't monetize it. So, you know, if ads annoy you as much as they annoy me, then hopefully that's a little bit better experience. Because I hate ads. So, all right, so we're joining user to member to course, and then we're joining on those ID values, just like we did for the earlier exercise. Yeah, it was great to have you here, JB. We're ordering by our select value, limit 1. So it's only going to return 1 record. Now let's look at this. Let's briefly look at this select value. So just to make it a little easier to see, move that down. So chat, what is happening here? We are creating a hex value, and we're pulling in the user.name, the course.title, and the member.role, and then generating the hex. Hey, Lorder, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Lorder Bit, I like your username. But what is this? What's happening here? Does anybody know what's happening here? We've seen this hex thing before, but what is happening here, chat? Hey, Lorder. Anybody have any guesses? And remember, in SQL, the 2 pipes means concatenate. So it means or in JavaScript, it means concatenate in SQL. Thank you so much for the follow, Bit. Yeah, exactly. We're starting our string. We're starting our string with this value. So essentially, we're hard coding the first part of the string. So no matter what this hex ends up being, the first part of the string is going to be X, Y, Z, Z, Y. And we're doing all this concatenation. We're globbing all these things together. And then we're aliasing it as X. So again, I can name this whatever I want. I could name it, I don't know, salsa. Can you tell I'm hungry? You can name it as salsa. It doesn't matter. It's just an alias, a thing we call this field. But the whole field is going to consist of this hard-coded string, and then the hex value consisting of these 3 fields. Okay? All right, let's run it, see what happens. We do this. Order by salsa. Thank you. Okay. There we go. Order by salsa. And that gives us our value starting with X, Y, Z, Z, Y. Okay, so we should get a row with that string, and I'm going to paste it in here, and hopefully that's correct. There we go. We got it right. Good job, chat. Way to go. All right, that is all the exercises, folks. Good job. So we still need to do the quizzes, and we're going to do those. But first, we're going to take a break because we are well overdue. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we are going to do some quizzes, and then finally, we are going to reward ourselves with the data visualization projects that I sold you all on with the synopsis for this stream. Okay? We're gonna power through it, folks. We're gonna finish the course today. We might be going a little bit later in the, might be going a little bit long today, but we're gonna power through it. I got the energy. I got the time. Let's do it, baby. Okay? And since I work for university, I have tomorrow off, so Martin Luther King Day. So I got time. Let's go. Let's do it. Yeah. Hey, Yvette, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. All right, 5-minute break, folks. Please do hydrate, get up, stretch, do whatever you got to do to stay healthy. All right, see you soon. Alrighty, folks, we've got about a minute left in the break, so please come on back if you're coming back. As always, please make sure you're staying hydrated, refill your water. And if you've been sitting this entire time, please do get up and stretch. This is your 1 minute warning to get up and stretch before we get back to it. And then also, as always, please pet your dogs, pet your cat, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good break. Maiva says, please trademark this saying. I probably won't trademark it, but it does make me laugh every time. Torcido, thank you so much for the follow. And Nella, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you both here. Thank you, Pinky. Glad you're enjoying it. All right, quiz time, baby. Let's knock out these 3 quizzes and keep on trucking. Because I bet with all the exercises we just did, I bet y'all will crush these quizzes right quick. All right. So, as always, these are not meant to be like pass-fail type situations. This is meant to just be a self-evaluation of how much we remember from what we've learned, okay? So, saying, I don't know is a valid answer. All right, what do we think, chat? Structured query language is used to insert, delete, create, or check Python code for errors. Now, this is a multi-select. So what do we think, chat? Yeah, insert, delete, and create. What else can you do, chat? What's not in this list of options that you can also do? What else can you do, chat? You can read. And what else? Update. Yeah, drop. Yeah. So just in general, just as a reminder, SQL can do the full CRUD suite of operations, right? You can create, you can update. So you can create, you can read, you can update, you can delete. So all of them. Yeah. Bunch more stuff you can do. Wise Gabriel, thank you so much for the follow. All right, question 2. Which of these is the right syntax to make a new table? Is it going to be create people, make dataset people, create table people, or make people? Yeah, it's going to be C, right? We're going to create a table called people. Create people is getting kind of metaphysical there. All right, which SQL command is used to insert a new row into a table? Is it A, add row, B, insert into, C, insert row, or D, insert after? What do we think, chat? Yeah. Folks are saying B, and that is correct. Insert into, and then after that we specify the table name, right? That one PC player, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. All right, which command is used to retrieve all records from a table? Is it select star from users, select all from users, retrieve all from user, or retrieve star from users? Yeah, folks are saying A, select star. Yeah, so in this case, if you're not familiar with SQL, the star acts like a wildcard. It means give me everything from that table. Okay, so if your table has a bunch of columns and you want all the columns from that table, you don't have to write out every column. You can just say select star, and that's going to give you all the columns from that table. Now, if you want to get a little funky, let's say I'm joining 2 tables together and I want all the columns from the first table and only 1 or 2 columns from the second table. You can do that. You can say select like table 1 dot star, comma, table 2 dot, name, comma, table2.id. So you can have a mixture of using the star for one table and then spelling out the columns for the second table. That works too. So just FYI, when you're doing joins, you don't always have to write out all the columns. You can say, as long as you've aliased your tables, you can say something like table1.star, table2, and then list the columns that you want. All right, next question. Which keyword will cause the results of the query to be displayed in sorted order? Is it A, where, B, order by, C, none of these, or D, group by? We think chat. Okay, folks are saying B. Yeah, it's going to be order by. So we can order by a specific column or a series of columns. We saw that before, right? I don't think, do I still have this up? Yeah, so right here. So we can sort the results in a specific order using the order by keyword, and then we can specify one or more columns that we want to sort by. Now, where and group by are valid keywords. They just don't do a sort. All right, in database terminology, another word for table is A, field, B, relation, C, attribute, or D, row. What do we think, chat? We got a B, we got a C. It's okay to say, I don't know. This question's a little bit tougher. JKB. Volhunter says A. Yeah, this one's tougher. Because even I, as like a person that uses SQL every day, like I don't use the official terms. So real quick, let's go back to the material. And we're just going to double check. Like I just use like table, row, column, you know. Yeah, so in technical descriptions, table, row, and column are more formally referred to as relation, tuple, and attribute, which I never use. I use table, row, and column, so you shouldn't feel bad about that. Okay. So, relation. All right. In a typical online production environment, who has direct access to the production database? A, database administrator, B, UI UX designer, C, developer, or D, project manager. Note the wording here. In a typical online production environment, who has direct access to the production database? We were kind of talking about this a little bit earlier. Yeah, it's definitely only going to be the database administrator, the person who owns the database. Now, a developer is going to have access to like the development environment, the development database. And then when they want to make changes to production, those changes can be promoted by the database administrator. But in a well-structured database or a well-administered database, the developers will never have direct unsupervised access to the production database. Grace says, welcome to the stream. They say none of the above, break glass required. Yeah. I mean, in a perfect world, right? You'd have to go to extraordinary measures to have direct access to the like everybody would have to go to extraordinary measures to have direct access to production. But generally the DBA is going to be the one with the most access. Yeah. Which of the following is the database software used in this class? Is it A, Oracle, B, Postgres, C, SQLite, D, MySQL, or E, SQL Server? What are we using in this class that we have been using so far? Yes, it is SQLite. That's the specific flavor of SQL that we have been using so far. Cataphracto, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. DJ says, definitely not Oracle, only the rich can afford it. Yeah, my university is well enmeshed in the so I work for a university and they are well enmeshed in the Oracle ecosystem and they shell out so much money. But like all of our systems are built on it, and so we can't really get away from it at this point. So yeah, we're on the Oracle train. Toot toot. It's really expensive. Yeah, SQLite. These are all valid flavors of Oracle though. Or sorry, these are all valid flavors of SQL though. So Oracle has their version, Postgres has their version, SQLite is a version, MySQL is a version, SQL Server is a version. You might know SQL Server is owned by Microsoft. Oracle is owned by whatever, Sun, whatever. Postgres is really great because you can use it for free. A lot of free open source systems are built on Postgres, and I highly recommend it if you are getting into SQL for web development. This would be the flavor that if people ask me, okay, what flavor should I learn? I would recommend Postgres just because there are so many like free or low cost online tools that work with it. So a lot of cloud systems work with Postgres. So in order to not get yourself trapped into like a paid ecosystem, I would recommend Postgres. In my career, I've used Oracle and SQL Server in like the corporate world, but even if you come into a job and you only know Postgres and they ask you to use SQL Server, you're going to be fine. You will be fine. Knowing one flavor of SQL means that you can pick up any of the others at the drop of a hat, maybe with some occasional Googling, but you will be absolutely fine. Oh, okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember the relationship between Sun and Oracle. I knew there was some kind of, you know, devouring in one direction or the other. I just couldn't remember which one ate the other. Yeah, got to keep Larry's planes flying. I know. God, I really dislike Oracle. But I mean, hey, that's what we were saying earlier. You got to use whatever your employer tells you to use, right? Yes, and MySQL is also owned by Oracle. Although the MySQL is more of the friendly flavor of Oracle SQL. Yeah, and Postgres is generally great. Yeah. Yeah, as long as the SQL implementation follows the standard SQL specification. Crisis. That's hilarious. As an Oracle employee, I can't imagine ever using anything that we make. Hey, whatever pays the bills, right? Like, I worked for a health insurance company right out of college. It's, yeah, you got to do whatever pays the bills. And, you know, yep. I love that though. That's great. All right, next question. What happens if a delete command is run on a table without a where clause? Ooh, this is my favorite question so far. A, all the rows without a primary key will be deleted. B, the first row of a table will be deleted. C, all the rows in the table are deleted. Or D, it is a syntax error. What do you think, chat? A, B, C, or D? What's going to happen if we run a delete command on a table without a where clause? Alvin says junior dev is fired. Your Crisis says your DBA has a bad night. Yeah, exactly. In general, as Vault says, all the data goes bye-bye and you pray that there's a recent backup. Correct. So this is what we were talking about before in terms of being very careful how you build queries, wrapping things in transactions whenever you can, because it helps prevent stuff like this. Crisis says, I've never met a dev that hasn't done this in prod at least once. Yeah, and I will say that too. Like, everybody makes mistakes, right? There's a wonderful Tom Scott video. I think we kind of talked about it in the last stream. There's a wonderful Tom Scott video out there about how he was working with a client, like maintaining a backend for a blog, and the front end people had done all the work of updating all the content in this blog, and his goal was just to run, I think it was like a update statement where he was just trying to like change a field on a few records or something like that, and he accidentally ran an update statement without a where clause, and he overwrote all the content of the blog with the word content. Yeah. And there was no backup, and he didn't use a transaction. And it's like he called it like his worst 30-second mistake ever or something like that. Yeah. Yep. And so, the goal of that is really, and it's a wonderful video. You should absolutely watch it. It's entertaining, no matter how much you know about SQL. It's really great. But it also talks about like kind of how transactions work if you're curious. but yeah, really great video. And the point is that every developer makes mistakes at some point. The best thing that you can do for yourself is make sure that, your database is locked down appropriately, make sure that your database has backups, make sure that you're using transactions whenever possible, make sure that generally whenever I run a potentially destructive statement, like an update or like a destructive or a mutative statement, like something that where I'm updating a bunch of records or I'm deleting records, I write that statement first as a select statement. So I don't write it as an update or as a delete. I write it as a select. And then I run that select statement and I see if it brings back the records that I'm expecting to update or delete. If it does, then I modify it into an update or delete statement. If it doesn't, then I keep modifying that select statement until it returns only the records I want to touch. So that's how I build mine. And that could be a useful way for you to make sure that you're kind of getting your statements right from the get-go. Maiva says, if it got deleted, is there a way to undo it? The answer to that is only if there's a backup. And there's not necessarily backups. That depends on your DBA, that depends on their backup procedures, it depends on the integrity of the backups, how long they're kept, etc. Yeah. Yep. We actually had this happen recently at my work. And this is a bunch of, we're a pretty experienced team. All of us have, all of the senior developers on the team, we have, at least 5 years of experience in SQL. Some have more, like I have about 10 years at this point. But everybody's experienced programmers, I guess is what I'm saying. And we had this happen recently. One of my coworkers thought he was working in the development environment, made a destructive statement against a production database and got rid of some production data. Now, that never should have happened in the first place. We should not have had the permissions to do that. But it just was something where there was a configuration that they hadn't bothered to implement. And, so the holes in the Swiss cheese model lined up. And so the DBAs had a sleepless night. Turns out some of their backups weren't working, as what happens. But eventually they were able to retrieve the data, put it back. We did lose 12 hours of transactions or something like that. So there was data loss. The data got put back. And then immediately after that, the developer wasn't fired because he did everything right aside from his mistake. When he made a mistake, he immediately reported what he had done. He told the right people. He said, hey guys, I've done something bad. We need all hands on deck right now let's fix this. So none of us blamed him. He wasn't fired. There's no worse punishment that anybody could have given him than he gave himself, right? And so, it was fine. And then immediately what we did is we adjusted the permissions correctly. So none of us have access to production anymore to write to data. We can still do reads. We can read only to check stuff. But we can't write. We can't alter data in production at all. We've got it all locked down now, and the backups have been modified so that we, if something were to happen again, we wouldn't have that kind of latency and data loss. Yep. So, like what they say, that all regulations are written in blood, right? Something bad's got to happen before you really lock it down. Yeah, Crisis says, I had one of our younger devs do this in a production database that was tracking batch jobs about a decade ago. We did have backups, but they were 6 hours old. Ended up parsing STD error logs to write a set of updates for as much as we could to catch up. Yeah. Yep. And it's, doing something like that is the best learning experience you could have, right? So, yep. Deja's talking about, building update and delete statements as select statements first. I was going to suggest that. I never write the scary words until the very end. Yep, it's just like with an email. You never put the person in the send send box until the very end. Zante, thank you so much for the follow. And Brian, thank you for the follow as well. Yep, and test your backups. Lower says, example of excellent org culture. Yeah, it really is. There's a lot of universities are never going to be the most cutting edge in terms of technology. Every team is different, but my team is really good. In terms of we don't, we like when this developer said what he had done, we all immediately jumped on a call and we're like, what can we do to help? Let's fix it. Let's get on this. What can we do? How can we help? None of us were, blaming him. We had a post-mortem afterwards, but the reason for that was not to assign blame. It was to say, how do we stop this from happening again? So our team culture is very cohesive, very positive, and we all work really well together. And I'm really appreciative of that. It's a great culture. All right, let's move on. But yeah, I love this discussion because the reason I paused on this is that this is so important so you don't lose data, because SQL is very powerful in that way. You can very quickly destroy a lot of data. And it's going to be over in a blink of an eye, and there's no undo button. All right. So which of the following commands would update a column named name in a table named users? Is it going to be A, users.name equals new name where, update users name values new name where, C, update users set name equals new name where, or D, users arrow name equals new name where? A, B, C, or D? What do you think, chat? We got C's, we got B's. Ooh, okay, we got kind of a split decision here. I like it. I like it. Tiebreaker, anybody? Mattel says C. Yeah, I really like the way this question is structured because it is truly very tricky. And I love some of the reasoning that you all are using too. This is really good. So, B looks like it could be the right answer, right? Because the syntax of this is very similar to an insert statement. So this looks a lot like an insert statement, just using the update keyword. You're saying, all right, I want to update this table. Here's the column I want to update. Here's the values I want to update, where, whatever. However, I will say that the correct syntax for an update statement is C. Yeah. So B is the insert syntax, but just with an update keyword swapped out. Okay? C, however, is the correct syntax because we're using the set keyword. So we're saying update this table, set the value of the name column to this value. Where, and then this is where you'd specify, your filter. Okay? All right, last question. What does the SQL command do? Select count star from users. Hint. Oh, I love this. This is not from the lecture. All right, so let's do it live, as it were. Is it A, it adds a count column to the users table? B, it is a syntax error? C, it only retrieves the rows of users if there are at least 2 rows? Or D, it counts the rows in the table users? What do we think, chat? Got some D's, we got a C. Any other guesses? And Alvin, I do see your question. Absolutely. We can answer that at the end of the stream today. All right. Looks like D is the consensus, and that is the correct answer. Essentially what we're doing here is it's very similar to a standard select statement. But what it's doing is it's essentially saying for all the records in the users table, just retrieve an aggregated count. So count is like a built-in kind of a function that we can use. So for example, I think we have a user table here in this database. So we can do select count star from user. So if I just do a select star from user, it's just going to give me all the columns and all the rows, essentially. So like something like this, right? And I could figure out how many items are in this table by scrolling all the way down and being like, okay, there's 293. But a much easier way to do it is to just say, hey, give me a count instead, please. Run that. There we go. And that counts it for me. Yeah. And I can even alias this. I can say count star as user count. There we go. It says user count is 293. Yep, that's a very useful function to know. All right, let's submit it. See what we get. Hooray! Good job, chat. All right, let's bust out the next one. Okay. Good job, chat, by the way. I do want to emphasize that. We got 100% right. Way to go. 100 indeed. All right. What is the primary added value of relational databases over flat files? Oh my goodness. I love this question. Is it A, ability to scan large amounts of data quickly? B, ability to store data in a format that can be sent across a network? C, ability to quickly convert data to HTML? D, the ability to execute JavaScript in the file? Or E, the ability to execute Python code in the file? What do we think, chat? I'm sure there's at least one developer in the chat or out there in the Twitch audience who's having Vietnam-style flashbacks over somebody trying to build their business based off of an Excel spreadsheet. Yeah, I would say that A is the best answer here. Yep. Really, databases, relational databases especially, can be structured in such a way that they're much more efficient than just storing a list of records in a file. You can break them apart into logical tables. You can join those tables in logical and efficient ways and essentially be able to parse millions of records in fractions of a second. Yeah, and you can index them as well to make the scans even more efficient. Mitzvah is so gotcha as far as the, flat files, yeah. All right, 2, what is the purpose of a primary key? A, to track the number of duplicate values in another column. B, to look up a particular row in a table very quickly. C, to look up a row based on a string that comes from outside the program. Or D, to point to a particular row in another table. Another good question. What is the purpose of a primary key? What's the purpose of a primary key specifically? Ooh, we got D, we got B. Note the wording here. Specifically a primary key. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so in general, there's a couple different types of keys, right? We have primary keys and we have foreign keys. So primary keys are essentially identifying unique records in that table, in the table where that key exists. Foreign keys allow the table where you are currently to be joined to an external table. It's essentially a record of that external table's primary key. So this answer D here, so the correct answer is B. We can look up a particular unique row in a table very quickly. And D is the purpose of a foreign key. It points to a specific record in another table. Yeah. All right, 3. Which of the following is not a good rule to follow when developing a database model? Is it A, use integers as primary keys? Note the not here. A, use integers as primary keys. B, never repeat string data in more than one table in a data model. C, use a person's email address as their primary key. Or D, model each object in the application as one or more tables. What do we think, chat? Based on what we know about primary keys and just the nature of what keys are supposed to do. This one's a bit tough, a bit more conceptual. We got a D, we got some C's. D, ooh, even split. I like it. What do we think, chat? Any other guesses? All right, let's start going through the answers. So, as most of you kind of said, we can probably rule out A and B, right? Because these are great ideas. We should be using integers as primary keys whenever possible. Much more efficient. Awesome. B, never repeat string data in more than one table. Yep, kind of the same principle here. Strings are slow, integers are fast. But C and D. So let's look at C. Use a person's email address as their primary key. And remember that we have the not here. Use a person's email address as the primary key. Is this a good idea? Why or why not? Why might this be a good idea or a bad idea? I'll say this. What's a potential pitfall? What's a potential pitfall of using somebody's email address as a primary key to identify them? Yeah. It's a string, so it's going to be slow. And what if they have more than one email address? I have more than one email address. I have like 4. I have email addresses. And also, what happens if they change jobs? They get a different email address. But can we change a primary key for an existing record? If I have a primary key, can I do an update on it? Yeah, no, we can't. Nope. So I would say this is a pretty darn bad idea for multiple reasons. Yeah. And the wording on this D is a little bit confusing here, but essentially what they're saying is if you have data that is logically related, you should model it as one or more tables. And I think that's reasonable to say. Yep, exactly. I love that, Crisis. That's a great summary. They say it's tying software constraints to product decisions. Yep. So it's not accounting for a lot of variables that could happen that could cause somebody's email to be modified, could have, multiple email addresses, etc. Yeah. Cyber Goblin, thank you so much for the follow. I like your username. All right, in our user interface, like iTunes, if our user interface has repeated strings on one column of the user interface, how should we model this properly in a database? So we have repeated strings on one column of the user interface. How should we model this properly in a database? Is it going to be A, put the string in the first row where it occurs, and then put that row number in the column of all the rest of the rows where the string occurs? B, make a table that maps the strings in the column to numbers and then use those numbers in the column. C, put the string in the last row where it occurs and put the number of that row in the column of all the rest of the rows where the string occurs. D, encode the entire row as JSON and store it as a text column in a database. E, put the string in the first row where it occurs and then put null in all the other rows. What do we think, chat? Got a couple of folks saying B here. This one's very wordy, so it's a little bit tough to, if you're just listening, it's a bit tough to parse it. Alvin says maybe A. I'll give you a little bit of help here. Essentially, this question is kind of burying the lead here a little bit. What this first answer is describing is saying make a table and a column. So have a column for the string, put the string in the first row, and then numbers in the rest of the column, which is actually not going to be possible. You can't do that in a database unless you turn the numbers into strings, because you have to define a column as a particular data type. So not going to be A. The second one here is saying make a table that maps the strings in the column to numbers. So essentially create a unique number for each unique string value, and then use those numbers in the column. So it's going to be this one. This is essentially saying generate a primary key for each unique string. Yeah. Mick41 says, learning to code sounds fun, but this test is so soul-suckingly boring. Ah, I like that sentiment, actually. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Good to have you here. Yeah, this is the tough part, right? coding is a lot of fun. I love coding. And learning is tough. So, I've been using SQL for 10 years, right? So for me, this quiz is like, okay, let's do the quiz. I thought about even not doing the quizzes, but I was like, nope, we should do the quizzes. And the point of that is not, it's really just a sort of an internal test for us, right? How much do we remember? And that is the hard part, right? Because it's not all going to be fun. I love just going out and building something new. This whole purpose of this course is to learn Python. And I love going out and just building stuff with Python. But if we don't go back and review and challenge ourselves a little bit and try to see if we can remember what we've learned, then you're not going to remember what you learned. And then you're not going to actually be able to use it to build stuff. So I do promise, this is the last quiz we're doing, Mick. And so please do stick around because we are actually going to build some stuff here very soon. And it's going to be pretty fun stuff. We're going to be building a map with real location data on it from OpenGL. And we're going to be building a cloud, and we're going to be building a word cloud and a network map and all some pretty cool stuff. But unfortunately, before you can eat dessert, sometimes you got to eat your vegetables, right? Cersei, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. So stick around. We will get to the fun stuff. But like I say, got to eat your veggies before you can eat your dessert. Alrighty, next question. Which of the following is the label we give a column that the outside world uses to look up a particular row? So to translate this a little bit, what is the following that is the label that we give a column that an outside table could use to look up a particular row? Is it going to be A, remote key, B, primary key, C, logical key, D, local key, or E, foreign key? Yeah, I'm going to say E on this one. Yep, I agree. The wording on this is a little bit confusing, but I do believe it's foreign key. Vidal says, how can you have any pudding if you haven't eaten your meat? Yes, exactly. Oh my goodness. Okay, so the wording on this is really terrible. All right, this is going to be primary key because I already can see the answer to the second one. What is the label that we give to a column that is an integer and is used to point to a row in a different table? Yeah, so that's going to be the foreign key. This one is referring to the primary key. Yeah, so these two questions go together. Assuming foreign keys are integers, how dare. I know, they aren't always going to be. This is a perfect world, though, that we're assuming. Where all your data is beautiful, and a lot of the times that's not the case. But we can dream, can't we? All right, so in this case, given how these two questions go together, I'm going to say that in this case, it's referring to the column in the table where we currently are that the outside world can use to look up a particular row in that table. In that case, it would be the primary key. Now this one, where we give a column that is an integer and used to point to a row in a different table, is going to be the foreign key. Yeah. Clean, complete data. We gotta love it, right? All right. What SQLite keyword is added to primary keys in a create table statement to indicate the database is to provide a value for a column when records are inserted? Is it going to be A, auto increment, B, auto increment as one word, C, assert unique, or D, insert auto provide? Feel free to, take a look at some of the code we just worked on in order to see this one. What do we think, chat? A, B, C, D. If you need a hint. Let's see, is it on this one? Just had these. You guys will have answered it by the time I look that up. E, all the above. Yeah, a lot of folks are saying B. Let's double check that, shall we? See if I still have those create statements in here. I do not. All right, let's look. Of course, this one doesn't have auto increment. What was one of the other ones we did? Let's look at this one. Aha, there we go. Yes, all right. I couldn't remember if there was an underscore or not. I don't generally use auto increment, but I mean, it is still useful. All right, so it's a single word, auto increment. Y'all were right. Vault Hunter said, wait, can you not auto increment normal integers that are not primary keys? No, I mean, you can create like calculated fields that do whatever you want. Like we actually did that with one of our Python scripts. We had an increment a count. We had it update a field with an updated count, if that's what you're referring to. But generally so in this case, we're just specifying that the primary key should be unique and it should increment automatically when a new record is inserted. Dan says, you don't generally use auto increment, you're manually creating the IDs. No, we generally use like MD5. Well, not MD5. It depends on what we're doing. There's a lot of nuance. Sometimes we use MD5 hashes. Sometimes we use a SID generator, which is essentially it's auto incrementing, but it's specifically using a stored procedure to generate an updated ID. So it just depends on, the methodology that you use. So yes, we are still auto incrementing, but we're using like a SID generator stored procedure to do it. Yeah, sometimes MD5, we're using MD5 as like a foreign key and then using generating a unique SID for the row, using a stored procedure to auto-generate the SID. Hey, Code Cannon, welcome back. Good to see you again. Hey, Ghibli Magic. Hey, welcome. It's okay, Ghibli. We are still finishing up the sequel stuff from last week. Vault Hunter, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Yeah. All right. What is the SQL keyword that reconnects rows that have foreign keys with the corresponding data in the table that the foreign key points to? So essentially, how do we connect tables together? What keyword do we use? Is it A, connect, B, join, C, count, D, constraint, or E, append? Yeah, it's the keyword, folks. B, join, yes. Now, I'm assuming this is just a SQLite thing, maybe, I'm not sure. But there are multiple different types of joins, and that's actually kind of important because that determines how your data connects to each other. This material only ever just covers a straight join keyword, but there's actually several different types of joins and they matter. So if you want to learn more about that, I have an Intro to SQL stream on my YouTube channel where we talk extensively about that and we go through the differences between each join type, which you should probably take a look at if you're interested in that. Whole Python saga was just a trick to get us to learn SQL. Hey, I mean, if that's what you get out of this, I'm happy. Bashon, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. All right, almost done, folks. What happens when you join two tables together without an on clause? Is it A, leaving out the on clause when joining two tables in SQLite is a syntax error? B, the rows of the left table are connected to the rows of the right table when their primary key matches? C, the number of rows you get is the number of rows in the first table times the number of rows in the second table. D, you get no rows at all. Or E, you get all the rows in the left table in the join and nulls in all the columns on the right table. What's it going to be, folks? A, B, C, D, E. Let's test this really quickly, folks. This is an easy one to test. Here we go. You can just run this join statement or this query that we already have. Whop. What do we get? Let's see. Oh, this is a bad one, actually. I'm just going to do, let's run the first one. Yeah, this is a better one. All right. Run this one without a on. Womp womp. Yeah, we get an error, right? Because the on clause is required. Error since join by default is inner join. Yeah. Yep, it's going to be an error. You have to tell it what field you want to join on, otherwise it's not going to know. All right, last question. When you're doing a select with a join across multiple tables with identical column names, How do you distinguish the column names? I like this one because I don't think we explicitly covered it. When we're doing a select with a join across multiple tables with identical column names, how do you distinguish the column names? I mentioned that I touched on this a little bit briefly when I mentioned that if you have multiple tables, and you want to select specific columns from both tables, you can alias the tables. What is it going to be? Is it going to be table name dot column name, table name and then brackets column name, table name arrow column name, or table name slash column name? Folks are saying A, yes. So the answer to that is table name dot column name. Correct. Yeah, it's almost like and it's not a one-to-one comparison, the languages are very different, but it's kind of like you are accessing a method that's stored within a class, right? So you can use dot notation for that. But yeah, so you can say table name and then dot column name. And so that way, if you have two tables that both have a column called ID, you can say table 1 dot ID, table 2 dot ID, and that will return the distinct columns. Oftentimes your compiler will return an error if you have two tables with the same column name. It'll say something like ambiguous definition, and then that means that you have to alias them. All right, yeah, let's look at this other one here. I'm curious about that. Like, why did this work? Because it shouldn't have. This worked without the on clause. So what I want to do here is I want to just take out the hex just so we can see what this is doing, because it shouldn't have worked, and I was surprised when it did. It should have gotten mad at me and said that you're missing an on clause. So we'll take this, take that out. All right, there. Interesting. So it is still joining. I wouldn't expect that. Yeah, I would expect it to error out, and I'm not sure why it is. Do this. Maybe it's the fact that this is like that all these records are truly unique, but that's never a given in your data structure. So like all the records in member are truly unique. So maybe it's just smart enough to join on the most logical combination. But this is not behavior I would expect. Yeah, let's try just running this part. Yeah, okay. So if I run it like that, then that didn't work. Okay, let me run this one more time. Okay, but so joining the three together works, but if I just do this join, oh, because that's, okay, so that failed because of this. Oh, wait, hang on, sorry. I'm not gonna get too tied up in this, but I'm just curious. User join member join course. Okay, so if I do, starting with user joining to member, so I'll get rid of course. I guess I've never tried to write a join statement without an on statement because they're just, required. It's how you're supposed to do it. Okay, so that is working, which is weird. You shouldn't do that though. Always have an on clause. Just don't do what I'm doing right now. Use your on clauses. Okay. Hey, Sicordo, welcome to the stream. They say, what is this program? This is called, program is called Python for Everyone. It's a free, or Python for Everybody, sorry. It is a free Python course published by a professor at the University of Michigan. It's very good. I would highly recommend it because it's free and it's very useful. It has a lot of great exercises. It teaches you Python from start to finish. Yes, we're talking about SQL right now, only because SQL is useful when combined with Python. Yeah, my code works. Wait, why does it work? The joys of coding, indeed. If this answer is wrong, I'm going to be mad because you should never don't write join statements without on clauses. Just don't do it. All right? Yeah, the answer might be this one, but in principle, I'm going to say this one because that's what feels right to me. Yeah, SQL is useful for most programming languages, and it's compatible with most programming languages too. Most programming languages have some kind of a wrapper where you can insert SQL. Recently used a Flask backend. It worked pretty well for my needs. APIs are simple to build out. That's great. Yeah, it's all about finding the right tool for the job, right? That's the best, when you can find the perfect tool for whatever it is you're trying to do. All right. Okay, we're going to submit this. I'm guessing this question might be wrong, but again, on principle, I'm leaving it as is because it violates my personal beliefs. All right, let's submit it. Okay, so what did we miss here, folks? Let's see. Yeah, question 9. I knew it. All right, but on principle, I'm leaving this because you should never write a join without an on clause. But I'm guessing it's going to be this one. Don't do that though. It should be an error. Blues Veins, thank you so much for the follow. All right, folks. Let's keep it trucking. I want to show you what we're going to be covering next, because like I said, we're going to power through. We're finishing out the course today, folks. Yeah, it could be that it's only possible in SQLite. Honestly, I don't know that I've ever tried to write a join clause on any other flavor of SQL without an on clause. It's just, you're not supposed to do that. So I don't know how it behaves on any other flavor of SQL. Yeah, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Exactly. So don't. Gray says the only languages I can't mentally see paired with SQL are assembly languages, not because it's not possible, it's just not common. Yeah, I mean, I've used SQL in C#. I've used SQL in Python. I've used SQL in JavaScript. It's the best way to talk to a relational database, and it plays nice with pretty much every other language. So it's pretty awesome. I love SQL. I'm so glad I learned it as my first language, honestly. All right, let's rock and roll, folks. We're going to keep trucking. Okay, so visualizing data. This chapter is a little bit different because use SQL with C, more painful but works. That's awesome. So this chapter is more focused on just some fun little projects that are kind of provided to us, and all we have to do is run them. So this is kind of this is your reward and my reward for learning so much over the past few months. This is more of just, hey, they give us the code, we run it, it looks cool, and it does neat stuff. And you can take this code and modify it for your own purposes. So just like the projects that we normally build on my stream, you can take this code, modify it, build cool stuff with it, impress your clients with it, whatever. All right, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to build an OpenStreetMap from geocoded data. And essentially what this is going to do is it's going to take a list of places, like maybe user submitted places that are chosen from a dropdown, whatever. And it's going to map those onto an actual map from OpenStreetMap. So it's going to show where they are. It's going to name them. And it's going to use OpenStreetMap geocoding API to clean up some user-entered geographic locations of university names and then place the data on an actual OpenStreetMap. Sicorda, thank you so much for the follow. Danny Boy, thank you for the follow as well. Good to have you both here. Okay, and just something to remember with APIs, it doesn't really matter the type of API. A lot of them are going to have rate limiters, so you got to be careful about that. I've been frustrated by many a rate limiter in my past. In the first phase, we're going to take our input survey data in the file and read it one line at a time, retrieving the geocoded information from Google and storing it in a database called geodata.sqlite. So we're taking in the survey data, we're reading it, we're getting the geocoding data, and then we're storing that in a database. Before we use the geocoding API for each entered location, we simply check to see if we already have the data for that particular line of input, and the database is functioning as a cache of our geocoding data to make sure we never ask Google for the same data twice. This is super common. I do this kind of thing all the time at work, not strictly with like location data, but with any data. So we take in a bunch of raw data from various sources. Oftentimes it's going to be garbage or incomplete, because that's just how it is. And we supplement that garbage data by cleaning it up, standardizing it, whether it's standardizing names to be, the proper case, whether it's checking those names against the database of known names and, making corrections if needed, correcting spelling, removing spaces and periods, and then, supplementing that information with additional information that we need. So essentially, retrieving additional information from another source, and then joining that information and writing everything to the database. So that's super common data cleaning and preparation task. And then the second part is running geoload.py. This program will retrieve the input lines in where.data, and for each line, check to see if it's already in the database. If we don't have the data for the location, it will call the geocoding API to retrieve the data and store it. So it's checking the database, and then if it needs to, it's going to retrieve information. The first 5 locations are already in the database, so they are skipped. The program scans to the point where it finds new locations and starts retrieving them. We can limit the number of calls. And once we have the data loaded, we can visualize the data using geodump.py. This program reads the database and writes the file where.js with the location, latitude, and longitude in the form of executable JavaScript code. So we're translating from Python into JavaScript because this should be a web page. So we translate from Python to JavaScript. And then finally, we visualize that with where.html, which is a viewable web page. It reads the most recent data in where.js to get the data to be visualized, and it looks like this. So we get a JavaScript variable that contains a list of lists, or an array of arrays if you prefer. And then we can hover over to see the locations. Okay? So I went through that pretty quickly, but we're not going to, dive into it super deep. But let's go ahead and navigate into, I already downloaded it because I wanted to test it out and make sure it worked. So geoload is essentially building out our database. And I'm going to do, since I already have this table, I'm going to add a drop table statement in here. Actually, wait, I'm going to, yeah, we'll do this. Oops. Say drop table location. Oh, locations, sorry. Oh, Spet, thank you so much for the follow. Bonsoir. Welcome. All right, drop table locations. Good to have you here. Create table if none exists. We're connecting. We're stripping out the data. We're checking to see if it's already in the database. If it's not, then we're going to fetch against the API. And then we're inserting all that. So we're inserting both the address and the geodata into the database. All right. Make sure I dropped everything that I need to here. Actually, I should probably just drop the full database. I'm not going to worry about dropping the individual table. Yeah, we'll do that. That's a bit like dropping a nuclear bomb on it, but hey, just to be sure. Kill it with fire. There we go. Okay. So we're going to run geoload.py. Okay. CD into OpenGeo. There we go. And now we're going to run py geoload.py. There we go. Woo! It's cooking. Spet says, I know little to nothing about SQL, but I'm making a Flutter mobile app and I have to learn it for a local database with SQLite. Oh, that's awesome. This course uses SQLite as well. So if you just want to learn SQL, you might find it useful to cover, what lesson is that? It'll be chapter 15 of the course. I think it's, hang on, while this is running, I'm just going to look at this. It's lesson 16. So here's the link for you. See if that works. Yeah. So that link takes you to the course. And then you can check out lesson 16 for SQLite. Alternatively, if you just want to learn the basics of SQL, I taught a sort of intro to SQL stream, little mini course, like a crash course on just how to use SQL. And you can find that on my YouTube channel. If you do !YouTube, that'll give you a link. And I have a playlist of some SQL crash course stuff on my YouTube channel as well. So whichever you prefer, but welcome to SQL. All right, let's see if this is done running. All right, great, it's done. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna run geodump.py. There we go. It's saying it wrote 99 records to where.js. Of course, Spet. And the reason I'm telling you those specific resources is because they're all free. Because you shouldn't have to pay just to learn SQL, right? So another useful resource that you might enjoy is SQL Bolt. So SQL-BOLT. It's another free SQL tutorial that you might find useful as well. Sicorda says, I thought Pi was a built-in alias and almost threw my LT. Just type Python. I just type Python 3. Oh, does that work? Okay, interesting. I've always just done Pi. But yeah, you can just type Pi and then the file name.py or whatever, and that'll work. G Shady, thank you so much for the follow. All right, so now that we've done that, we should be able to open where.html in our browser. So let's do that. No, I didn't make the Pi name myself. It's built in. You can do it. Give it a try, Sicorda. I didn't have to make that. That's not an alias that I put together. It just works. Maybe don't chuck your laptop though. Oh, I am using, so it may depend on the command line that you're using. So I'm using git bash, but it looks like you're using git bash too. So Python experts, why can't Sicorda use Pi, like the Pi keyword, to execute anything? I genuinely don't know. I'm genuinely asking because I've always been able to use it. So like if you type Pi space and then the file name .py, does it not work? All right, while they're doing that, let's open OpenGeo. Oh yeah, it could be a difference between Mac and PC as well. You're on Debian? Oh, okay. If you're on Linux, I don't know. Oh, okay, type which Pi? Sure. Is that what you wanted? Thank you, Jeff, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Oh, Spet says, I'm on Debian and Pi works. It must be built into the path depending on the OS. I have a binary shell script. Okay, yeah, I installed Python just with the standard package, the standard Windows package from the Python website. So it could be just a difference in our installations where I got a separate, like, built-in alias config file, whatever, binary file, I don't know. I got a separate, configuration setup that allows me to use that special keyword. So it could be just your installation. You might just be missing that little extra bit of flavor. Yeah, because I didn't make anything to make that keyword work. It just worked. All right, let's look at this webpage, folks. Hey, check it out. All right, so what we have here is a bunch of the formatting isn't great, the styling isn't great, but it does work. We have open map data that is mapped to those locations. You can see if we zoom in here. Oh, look, there's Indiana University. Check it out. Indiana University. If we hover over this or click on it, yeah, there we go. Indiana University, Bloomington. Should be able to go to other Midwest universities. Yep, there's Marietta. Let's see. That's Illinois. Also in Bloomington, which isn't confusing at all. Oh, thank you so much for that, Jeff Seagroves. Secorda, looks like WX Python installs it. Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, like I didn't, yeah, that's a good point, Spet. I didn't edit my path variables or environment variables at all. I've done it for other things, but not for this. But yeah, thank you for that, Spet and Jeff, helping me investigate that. And we've got Illinois Institute of Technology. So all this is data is coming from that user entered file that, you know, that we just took in, processed with Python, stored it in a database, and processed with JavaScript. So pretty cool synergy of multiple languages working together hand in hand. And since we have that database, I should be able to open it here and take a look. So I can open this database. And let's say, let's look at the database structure. So we've got locations, and that's really it. So we'll execute from that. There we go. Okay, yeah, so check this out. Spet says, can you make it full Python with no JavaScript? In this case, I think the JavaScript is kind of being leveraged as in order to make this map dynamic, like in order to dynamically populate this map and make it interactive. I haven't like dug deeply into the JavaScript to see exactly what it's doing. But I do believe JavaScript is probably going to be necessary for this project. There are times when you don't necessarily need JavaScript to do everything, but in this case, I think the JavaScript is probably necessary. I will say I haven't dug deep into the code to see that. Because, you know, JavaScript does serve its own purpose in web applications generally. I would say it's far easier to, you know, like JavaScript is going to be the standard for, you know, creating an API, for, you know, bundling up web data, that type of thing. But we can see here that the data that's actually stored in our database is going to be a series of JSON objects, right? Because the purpose of this is to generate a JSON object that can be processed into that map data. So it's a nested JSON object. And this is a good example to show how relational databases can store like things like JSON. It can store nested lists. It can store, it's not great at it, but it can. So let's copy this value here and let's just see what it looks like. Okay, it's gonna look gross. Let me just create a new file here. Test.json. Oh, hang on. Test.json. There. Okay, let's format this. There we go. Let's just see what we have here. So essentially, this is probably going to be raw API output. Yeah, it's just a bunch of nested JSON. We've got lists. We've got like latitude, longitude, locations, geometry, location geometry. Yeah, and all this is being stored in one record in one field in the database, because essentially it's just a giant string. The database doesn't really care that it's JSON. The database is just being like, okay, dump your giant string and I'm going to store it, right? Yeah. So huge string stored as a record in the database with the address associated with it. So kind of neat. Not something I generally do very often. We have like, you can have like CLOB fields and stuff in a production database, but again, you're gonna, as soon as you start trying to like link these things together, you might encounter slowness because these are giant strings. So it just depends on what you're trying to do. Still cool though. Yeah, as Jeff said, I'd say most browser programming is in JavaScript these days. I mean, kind of what we talked about before. It's like, what is the best tool for the job, right? Could you do it in Python? Maybe. Is it going to be a lot easier to do it in JavaScript? Probably yes. So why not just use JavaScript, right? It's what's the best tool for the job. JavaScript is the most common. And, you know, still using SQL and Python to complement it. Yeah, you could also do it in, there's other languages you can do it in, but JavaScript is going to be your best friend probably. And JavaScript is really easy to learn if you don't know it already. Yeah, and I should say too, TypeScript is kind of like JavaScript wearing a fancy hat. So yeah, TypeScript is essentially JavaScript under the hood, but with extra, you know, constraints and it's JavaScript with a funny hat, right? Yeah. Or a fancy hat, I should say. Not a funny hat, it's a fancy hat, a business hat. It's JavaScript that's wearing a business hat. Yeah, but this is pretty cool. I could zoom around this map all day. But I could see myself using this for something like Crasis. Thank you so much. I'm glad my TypeScript analogy pushed you over the hump to sub. That's very kind of you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Oh my goodness, Cataphracto, thank you. We got a double sub. Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna switch back, and then we're gonna switch back again. Thank you, Cataphraxis. Great to have you both here. Thank you both so much for the subs. This is wild. Thank you guys. And you subscribed with Prime. That's so nice. Prime means it doesn't cost you anything, which is always your best friend. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, please use your Prime sub. It doesn't have to be on me. I never ask for that. Use it on somebody. I don't care who. Use it on anybody. And yeah, just make sure you're getting your money's worth out of that Prime sub because it's free for you. Oh, thank you, Crasis. That's very sweet. Jeff says, I'm really into GIS myself. What will you be doing after this project since you're on the final chapter? Yeah, that's a great question. I am actually going to be using my newly acquired Python knowledge to build out a database for a local group that I volunteer with. So they aren't paying me. I offered to help them scrape some web data and aggregate it into a database using my existing knowledge of databases. But the link in that, like I know web development, so I can build out a JavaScript-based full stack web app. That's no problem. And then I also know how to build a database, but my challenge, my missing link was I don't know how to scrape the data. I don't know how to scrape the data in the first place, like from the web page, because the site that I'm going to be getting this data from does not have an API. I even emailed like the site owner and I was like, do you guys have an API that I could connect to? And they're like, nope. I'm like, okay, guess I'm doing web scraping. Thank you. And so that's the one part that I didn't have. I need to scrape a few thousand records from essentially raw HTML, which is going to be fun. And I started trying to do that by hand and it sucked. And so I was like, I got to learn Python in order to use Beautiful Soup and do this web scraping. So that's what we're going to be doing. Spet says, can SQL databases become very large files with time, or they're generally optimized and lightweight? Oh, hi, Jay Shady, by the way. Welcome to the stream. So generally, if you're using a real database, it's not going to be generally hosted on your machine. Now, local databases can be very useful, but if you're using like a production database, it's generally going to be hosted on a server somewhere else, whether it's in the cloud or whether it's on like a central server at your company. And so generally you're not going to just like see it in your list of files, because that's just going to be like, you can make local databases for testing and things like that's fine. But generally they're going to be hosted elsewhere. However, to answer your question, they can absolutely become very large over time. The goal is to, like, every database is going to grow if it's being used. But the goal is to have a good structure and to keep optimizing that structure over time to keep it as efficient and lightweight as possible. It's going to get very large over time if you're using like a production application, collecting user input, whatever. But the goal is to balance that growth with efficiency by, using smart table structures, by optimizing joins, by, making sure that you're only storing the data that you need to store, by, removing duplicates where necessary, etc., by just optimizing your structure. So the answer to your question is yes, but you can control the amount of that growth if you're smart. A lot of corporations aren't smart because space is cheap. So I will say that just because you can doesn't mean that you will. So most corporations, they can pay as much money as they want for as much storage as they want. So they may not be optimizing their database structure. It just depends. Jay Shady says, you can check out the network tab and figure out their API. Yeah, I could, but I also really wanted to learn Python. So part of it was I've been telling myself I want to learn Python for like a couple of years now. And finally I have this project where I'm like, oh, I need Python for this. Guess I'm learning Python. So part of it was self-motivation. Yeah, exactly. As Crasis puts it very eloquently, I love that. Often disk space is cheaper than dev time. And that is very true. Especially now more than ever, disk space is cheap. And so sometimes it's more about, hey, we need more space. Rather than trying to optimize down to the space that we have, let's just buy more space. Yeah. As I say, I just really want to learn Python. So this is more of a personal challenge for me than, yeah, there's probably better ways I could do it. But I've been wanting to learn Python for a long time, and it's going to be useful. It's actually already has been useful for my day job. And so for me, it's more of a personal challenge, right? Yeah. Okay, let's do the next exercise, folks. So the next one is we're going to build a network connection, sort of a network web. And this is kind of like how Google, I wouldn't say that's how Google works today, but it's kind of how Google used to work, right? It would go to a web page and it would see all the connections to other web pages, and it would use that to determine the rankings of a particular page in the search results. Now, today, Google's search methodology, its search page ranking algorithm is basically a mixture of black arcane magics, so like forbidden magics from before the dawn of time, and a bunch of squirrels in a room throwing darts at balloons, and people delivering huge buckets of money to Google's headquarters, and Google determining whether or not they like them that day, and AI. So that's Google's algorithm today. But back in the day, it was based on things like page rankings and how much a given website connects to other websites. Yeah. Haha, I like that, Crisis. You're just coming out with bangers, Crisis. That's great. Um, One of the first things I worked with CS grads on right out of school is to forget most of the optimizations they learned in school. It's useful to know occasionally, absolutely, but most of the time we'd rather get it shipped quicker and optimize it later. Yes, that is so important for folks to realize, is that oftentimes it's just about getting it out the door by the deadline, and it's not going to be perfect. It might not even be good, but them's the realities, right? You got to hit that sprint deadline. You got to get your cart across the Kanban board, and not tank your metrics, tank your KPIs for this sprint. So sometimes you just got to get it out the door. Yep. Come back to it later if you have time. Hint, you don't usually have time. And, hey, then live with it going forward. Unfortunately, that's the reality. Crisis, I'm curious, what do you do? You might have mentioned that already, and I apologize if I missed it, but what is your, what do you work on? Shady says it's more satisfying to scrape it than figuring out the API. I don't know. Yeah, scraping just seems so fun to me. That's why I wanted to do it. Makes me feel like a hacker. All right. let's take a look at this application. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to determine which pages are most highly connected and then visualize the page rank and connectivity of our small corner of the web. We're going to use the D3 JavaScript visualization library to produce the visualization output. So we're going to get a page rank to crawl a website and pull a series of pages into the database, recording the links between pages. So we're going to crawl the website and retrieve 2 pages. It's in the sample run here. So it's only going to crawl pages that it hasn't crawled before. The spider chooses randomly across all non-visited links across all the webs as the next page to spider. Yeah, so this is really like Google back in the old days when Google was good. How it's just spidering pages occasionally, gathering the most recent connections and linking them together. Oh, thanks, Graces. Kubernetes and cloud networking background in SRE, Twitter startups, now in an architect and director role. I was like, okay. I was thinking, yeah, Graces sounds like an architect. You sound a lot like my architect at my job. I was thinking, I bet Graces is some kind of an architect role. Yep. Makes a lot of sense. That's awesome. Thank you for being here and for sharing your expertise with us. Good thing typing isn't new to my career. Yeah, my architect is sometimes questionable at spelling too. It's interesting. Hey, you got more important things to think about, right? Anyway. Okay, so what this is doing is essentially creating a dump file here. It shows the number of incoming links, the old page rank, the new page rank, the ID of the page, and the URL of the page. Okay. Once you have a few pages in the database, you can run PageRank on all the pages using the SPRankPy program. You simply tell it how many PageRank iterations to run. Okay, so we can run, we can essentially run the PageRank again and update the existing rank. So it's going to crawl more pages on those sites and get an updated rank. So here, for example, the old page rank is this one here. The new page rank is here, right? I think that's what it is. Sorry, no, old page rank, new page rank. Okay, here we go. So for example, this one here used to be 1.0, then it moves down to 2.135, and its value, because it got crawled again, and so that page rank was updated. You can run SPRank as many times as you like, and it will simply refine the page rank every time you run it. You can even run it a few times and then go spider a few more pages with spider.py and then run rankpy to reconverge the page rank values. Okay, so essentially the spider first goes out and identifies the sites, and then the rank program dives deeper into those sites and determines what their rank should be by going into the individual pages. A search engine usually runs both the crawling and ranking programs all the time. Okay, so if we want to visualize the current top pages in terms of page rank, we can write them in JSON format to be viewed in a web browser. And we can open force.html to view the layout of all the nodes and the links. You can click and drag any node, and you can also double click on a node to find the URL that is represented by the node. That's pretty cool. If you rerun the other utilities, rerun spjson.py and press refresh in the browser to get the new data from spider.json. Okay, so let's do this. There's a lot of steps here, but let's go ahead and do it. All right, so I'm going to download the file. Where's that download link? Here we go. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. There we go. This is the right one. I'm going to download that and I'm going to extract it. I already downloaded it. Okay. I forgot I did that. Grab that. and we're going to put it into, we're going to extract it into the folder we've been working in. Right here. Hi, Leo. Welcome to the stream. They say, reminds me of implementing a PageRank in Postgres with a SQL query. Whoo, boy, yeah. I think it would be easier with Python, but how would you do that in just pure SQL? Yeah, I'm loving the sharing of resources too. Feel free to share resources with each other. It's great. Love it. Okay, so we got PageRank now. So what do? We do spider.py first. All right, we're going to pull in side-by-side windows here. Here we go. All right, so first thing, we're going to run spider.py. Dang, the OJXP background. Yeah. Hey, you can download it too. It's in 4K. Windows has made the original Windows XP background, aka the best background, free for download. If you Google it, it should be, and it's like an official Windows release. So it's not a bootleg or anything. They released the official background in 4K. I hope you can still get it. I got it a while ago, like a year ago at this point, I think. It's like a Christmas thing because Windows did the Christmas sweater with the XP background, which I wish I could have gotten. But yeah, they also made the full like wallpaper package available for download. Showman 101, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, forget the stretch, thank you. I did yoga this morning and I'm sore. Ugh. Okay, so we're gonna run spider.py first to crawl some sites. Just cd into this, cd page rank. Oh, hang on. Did I spell that wrong? Oh, wait, did I spell it wrong? Oh, I'm cd'd into the other directory. Hang on. Cd page rank. And then we're going to do py spider.py. Ooh, okay. Invalid escape sequence. That's fun. Enter web URL. Okay. All right, let's do like, I don't know, bbc.com. Oh, I bet I gotta do the full URL. Hang on. When you use an obscure Linux OS and you type cd, then you have cd does not exist. That's hilarious. Showman, welcome to the stream. They say, where are you learning Python? This is a free course and it's pretty cool. It's called Python for Everybody. You can do !project in chat and that will give you a link. All right, let's do this. Let's do .com. Yeah, just grab that. Better than ejecting the CD drive. All right, let's try that. I'm doing HTTPS bbc.com. Let's just see if this works. How many pages? Okay, let's do 10. Okay, unable to retrieve or parse page. It might have anti-crawling measures. All right, let's do this. Let's just do this one then. We're gonna do Python for everyone. Yeah, we're gonna do that one. All right, paste that. The spider is coming from inside the house. How many pages? Let's do 5. Okay, unable to retrieve or parse page. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? Let's just use the URL that they say that this is used in the example here. I think I'm doing it correctly. Paste that. How many pages? We'll do 2, just like it says. Okay, so something is wrong here because this is not working. I didn't make any changes to this, by the way. I'm in the right folder. I'm in the PageRank folder. And yes, I'm in there. I've got all the files. Let's see if I'm missing anything here. Yeah, I mean, it could be. I think it closed the program. It wasn't like it was still, it wasn't like it was, I was in a loop or anything like that. I think it did kick me out of the program. But let's do this. I'm going to close out of the browser here just in case I have any locks on any files or anything. We'll get rid of that. Hey, Async Stack, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Oh yeah, it did still have BBC in the list. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. We'll remove this spider.sqlite. We'll remove that. There we go. Okay, now we'll just do the example field. All right, so there, paste that. So Async, we are finishing up a Python course and we're just practicing some web scraping and data visualization. This Python course is called Python for Everybody. And it teaches you Python from start to finish. We are having a little bit of trouble with this particular exercise, but the other ones have gone pretty well. But hey, troubleshooting is a skill too, right? Yeah, so essentially we got rid of the spider database, so it's not going to keep a cache of those pages. Spet says, I feel like scraping is a real cool field, but after some time doing it, I still don't know if it's legally legit for most websites. I don't know. In my case, I feel pretty good about it, like how I'm going to be using this, because I mean, I'm building a database for a volunteer organization that doesn't have any money or budget or anything. The site I'm trying to use doesn't have an API. So I'm like, look, the only way I can get this data, it's for a good cause. I'm going to scrape the hell out of it. Not sure if violate is the same word as illegal. Yeah. I mean, look, they don't have an API. What am I supposed to do? All right. How many pages? 5. Let's see. Actually, no, we're going to do 2. Okay. It's not working. Let's see. I'm going to double check whether I'm missing anything here. We downloaded it. We extracted it. It did write it to the database. We can see here it wrote it to the database. Yeah, I'm not sure how much time I want to spend troubleshooting this. It's more of just a fun little demonstration. The first one worked. All right, let's go on to the last one. I would have liked to see this. This looks like it would have been cool, but it's not working. So, womp womp. I do still want to get to the third one here, and we'll see if this works. Yeah, and I'm not also too. That's a great point. I'm not going to be scraping anything that isn't visible on the public page. I'm not trying to find anything hidden or anything that is, behind a paywall. All this is free data that I'm going to be scraping. Free data, free visible data that I could get manually by, copying and pasting a bunch. So yeah, it's just a more efficient way to retrieve it. All right, let's look at this one. So this one is a word cloud. I don't know about you, but I feel like word clouds are like the ultimate expression of like, what is it called? Like team building, like corporate team building. Everybody always, anytime I'm doing like a team activity at work, it's like everybody always wants to do a word cloud. At some point during a team activity, like a big corporate team activity, there will always be a word cloud. That is the one constant across all team building activities. At some point, a word cloud will appear. It's on the same approach to Google Earth. If they put their meshes into my GPU and I can extract them to play with. I like that. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know about, has anybody else encountered this? Anybody who's like currently working in like a corporate environment? Isn't there always a word cloud somewhere? Just curious if that's just me, like my employer, if it's you. All right, so we're quite familiar with, okay, great. We're getting to use static files here. Perfect. In the real world, sometimes you have to pull down mail data from servers. That might take quite some time. And the data might be inconsistent, error-filled, and need a lot of cleanup or adjustment. We're going to pull down nearly 1 gigabyte of data and visualize it. All right, let's go, baby. HR usually. Yeah, HR loves word clouds. Yeah. Word clouds are on the walls when I eat my SpaghettiOs, everywhere. All right, let's download this application. We're going to be using data from a free email list archiving service that was called Gmain. The service has since been shut down, and for the purposes of this course, a partial archive has been kept at mbox.drchuck.net. Love it. The Gmain service was very popular with open source projects because it provided a nice searchable archive of their email activity. I'm curious, did anybody use Gmain while it was active? I haven't actually. I feel like I may have heard of it, but like once. Anybody ever used it? Gomez, AOE, thank you so much for the follow. All right, well, y'all are thinking about that. I'm going to get this downloaded. Get it extracted. In the right place. PY4E, okay. Select, extract, bada bing, bada boom. Ah, here's some PHP, whoever was asking about that earlier. When the Sakai data was spidered using the software, it produced nearly 1 gigabyte of data and took a number of runs on several days. The file readme.txt in the above zip may have instructions as to how you can download a oh, I don't want to take several days. What? Okay, let's look. Of the content, pre-spidered copy of the content.sqlite file for majority of the Sakai email corpus. So you don't have to spider for 5 days just to run the programs. I just want to make a word cloud. All right, let's do this step by step. This is a lot. So let's just take a look at what we've got going on. Okay, so we've got Gmain in here now. Let's look at the README. See what it says. I'll pull it over a little bit more so y'all can maybe see it a little bit. Okay. We've got the SQLite browser. It only retrieves 1 mail message per second. Oh, gross. That's, for those of you who don't really have a frame of reference, that's incredibly slow. Okay, we're going to use the Head Start data. 600 megabytes of pre-spidered Sakai emails there. We're going to download that. We're going to navigate to the folder where we extracted it. And then we're going to run gmain.py, looks like. Okay, let's try that. We're not making things too crazy on ourselves here. All right, so we're just going to use this pre-created data. Grab this zip file. Okay, not found. Cool. Bad luck so far, folks. Anybody else want to try that? I'll drop the link in chat. Let me know if you get to it, if you can get to it. That's the link. Okay. That's a nice sunflower picture. Yeah, I use it in my Chrome background. Let's see if we can get to this directory. Nope. Come on, man. Can't get to it, Sagama? Okay. Man, we're just striking out today, folks. With those last 2 exercises, I'm disappointed. The first one worked. We'll have to, so there is a place on the course, this is a free course, right? It's open source. There's a place in the, on the lesson pages where you can report issues. And so I think we might have to report issues with these 2 exercises because they are not working. Data space, content SQLite.zip. Yeah, I'm not going to run the whole multi-day scan of this thing to download the whole data. This data space, content.sqlite. Try this. Just go into the control click directly. Nope, not found. Okay, well, that was a bit of a letdown. Darn it. We were able to do the first one, though. That was fun. Okay, folks. I don't think there's any quizzes with this particular lesson. Let me know if any of you out there figure it out. There's email examples on Kaggle. Yeah, I don't want to do the full crawl thing. I just wanted to get some sample data that we could just spin up a quick word cloud with. Hey, Michael PC Gamer. Oh my goodness. Good to see you again. Hello. How you doing? Okay, so there's no quizzes here, no exercises. It was more of just a little project showcase. Yeah. But we were able to get the map working. I'm happy about that. An LLM can do the datagram. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we absolutely can. But here the point is to specifically use Python to do it and use this sort of pre-written code to kind of do it for us. But that's okay. What did you say? What you think? What, Sagama? I didn't quite get your whole comment there. But in all essences, we already have the knowledge that we need in order to do this project that I want to do. So I'm really happy. This was more of just, a few sprinkles on top of the cupcake at the very end. Yeah, there's email data sets on Kaggle. I'm not going to bother with that, though. You all can if you would like to. If you would like to reformat and refactor this exercise to work with the email data sets, that would be great. That's totally fine. I'm not going to bother with it because we already have the knowledge we need in order to actually do the real project that I actually want to do. So the actual project that we're going to do is what's going to happen next week. So super excited. Please come back for that because I'm probably going to need you all to, help me troubleshoot, help me work through stuff, help me figure stuff out. But we are going to be doing some web scraping, and it's going to go one of two ways. We are either going to be scraping the site directly with Beautiful Soup, and going out and grabbing data directly, scraping it all straight, or we are going to be grabbing an HTML file and just grabbing like a static HTML file and going through that. I'm not sure which one we'll end up doing. It'll just be whichever one works. So one of two methods. Either way, we're going to be parsing through a bunch of HTML and retrieving specific elements from that HTML. So that's what we're going to be doing. So that's part one. Part one is just, can we go through HTML, retrieve all the elements that we need, and then part two is going to be formatting those elements into SQL that we can use to insert into a database. So a relational database, just like we have been doing, using Python to auto-generate insert statements in order to essentially populate a SQL database. And what that's going to do is going to be the back end for a full stack web application that I've already built that's going to just hit that database and retrieve and display elements to the user. So for those of you who are curious, that's the whole point of this entire course. That's why I did all this months of learning with you all, is so that I could scrape some HTML, turn it into a SQL database, and then use that database as a backend for a full stack app that I already built, and it's ready to go. It just needs the data. Spet says, for all the scrapers in the chat, is doing a scraping app and making it open source cool for GitHub TOS? I would assume so. I'm sure there's a bunch of scraping apps out there on GitHub, but hey, I'm not a lawyer, so Iceleo says Selectalax. So I think that answers your question, Spet. this scraper is on GitHub for you. Selectalax is pretty cool if you don't end up liking Beautiful Soup, but every time I go back to the glorious giant doc page of Beautiful Soup. Yeah, sometimes it comes down to what application has the best documentation, right? You could have a really beautiful, app or API set up, but if the documentation is crappy, nobody's going to use it, or nobody's going to want to keep using it. Selenium is another one. Yeah, we're probably going to use Beautiful Soup just because that's, what we've learned so far. I'm not saying it's the best. It's just what we've learned so far. And the actual parsing we're going to need to be doing is not terribly difficult. There's just a lot of it, like, thousands of HTML elements that need to be, have the innards extracted from them, right? So it's not particularly, it's just, time consuming. So it just needs to be something that's repeatable. Yeah. Alrighty, now, so I think we're gonna wrap it up for today, but thank you all so much. Now, that doesn't mean that like I'm ending the stream right now, so don't leave. Stick around. We've got a few questions to answer. But I did want to say thank you all so much for accompanying me on this Python learning journey. It's been a few months now because we've only been doing it in couple hour increments, at the end of like every Sunday, right? This is the only time I stream is Sundays. And so we've been spending a couple hours every Sunday doing one lesson at a time. And it's been a real blast. And I'm surprised. I'm honestly surprised so many of you stuck with me for this entire thing. And I hope the reason you stuck with me was because you found it entertaining. Maybe you learned something. Maybe you got perked up an interest in an element of Python or SQL or something. And I hope it provided you with some benefit. So first off, thank you all for sticking with me through this entire process. Second of all, there was a question that someone asked earlier, and I apologize, I should have captured their name at the time, but they asked earlier wanting me to answer a question about essentially how I got started as a SQL developer. So at the end of our streams, at the end of these streams, I like to set aside some time, 20, 30 minutes where we just kind of talk about whatever, not related to the lessons, not related to, whatever project we just did, but just kind of free for all, talk time. So we're going to get to that in just a second. I want to answer that question. First off, let's look at, just to kind of show you how far we've come. So check out all this work that we did, folks. This is the grade book here. There's going to be a couple things at the end that maybe show incomplete. Hey, I did these quizzes. Did that quiz. Did the quiz. And I did this quiz too. Hey, come on. Didn't mark me as complete on on those final two. We did these. Oh, this one here. Yeah, this one here I got to go back and finish. But we did these two. So I don't know what it's talking about. Maybe it logged me out. I don't know. Well, I think we did the mini, I thought. Hang on. Real quick. Databases. Oh, did we not do this one? Okay, guys, we got to do the quiz real quick. Let's go. Bust it out. Last thing. All right, how do we model many-to-many relationships between two database tables? Is it A, we add a table with 2 foreign keys? B, we use the array column type in both of the tables? C, we use a blob column in both tables? Or D, we add 10 foreign keys to each table with names like ID2, ID1, ID2, etc. What do we do, chat? Home stretch, baby. Let's go. DB9 says a junction table. You are correct. So what, in this case, for this question, what would we call that? Yes, it's going to be a table with 2 foreign keys, essentially serving the purpose of a junction table. Correct. In Python, what is a database cursor most like? Is it A, a Python dictionary, B, a method within a class, C, a function, or D, a file handle? What do we think, chat? Thank you for the follow, Pinty222. Great to have you here. D, question mark? C. We got a couple different responses here, folks. What do we think? Anybody want to be a tiebreaker? You're first to learn Python. All right. I believe that the answer is D. So essentially the reason I say that is because in Python, when you write a file handler, when you declare a file handler, you're essentially not doing anything with the file. It's almost like you're just like, you're finding it and you're like reserving it. You're saying like, all right, the file is here and here is its metadata, here are its properties. And then you don't start working with the file until you like start, actually looping through the stuff in the file. It doesn't touch anything in the file until you actually start writing Python to loop through it. And that's basically the way a cursor works, is that you're essentially kind of like just reserving a space in the database, and then nothing really happens until you write a SQL statement and execute it. So file handle. What method do you call in a SQLite cursor object in Python to run a SQL command? Is it going to be A, socket, B, send, C, run, or D, execute? What do we think, chat? If you need a hint, it's on my VS Code window. Yeah, it's going to be D. Yeah, the following SQL curse.execute. Yeah. Select count from counts where org equals question mark, and then we have a tuple with org. What is the purpose of the question mark? A, it allows more than one Boolean operator in the where clause. B, it is a search wildcard. C, it is a syntax error. Or D, it is a placeholder for the contents of the org variable. What is it going to be? So this question mark right here, what does it mean? Yeah, we got some folks saying D. Any other guesses? It's okay to guess too. There's nothing wrong with guessing, or to go on a hunch, or what your gut feeling is. Because the point here, again, is not to get the right answer. It's to see how much do we know? What do we learn? What do we remember? What do we not remember? All right, folks are saying D, A, B, C, D. Yeah, and that's essentially what it is. It is a, oh, no worries, Pinty. Welcome. Good to have you here. You say my hunch is C. Yeah, and, honestly, if you were writing raw SQL, like if you were just in a SQL, IDE, or if you were just writing raw SQL queries, that would not be a bad answer. Because generally, if I was going to write a select statement, I would say select count from counts where org equals, and then I would just have the value here. I wouldn't have a question mark. But in the case of Python, what we're doing is we're taking a SQL statement right here, and we're wrapping it in a Python execute statement. And so what we can do with this execute method is we can pass in our SQL statement, add a placeholder for the value, and then pass in a Python tuple for one or more values to fill it in. So if I had like multiple, like if I was doing an insert and I was inserting multiple values, I could have question mark, comma, question mark, comma, question mark, and then I could pass in a tuple of 3 values, and those would be inserted in order into the SQL statement to replace those question marks. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Oh. Man, I'm so sore. I mentioned earlier I did yoga earlier today, and it's my first time with this yoga instructor, and man, she was intense. She was like just beating us up in a good way, like in a mentally beneficial way, but still it was difficult. If you've never done yoga before, like it seems easy, but it's really not. DB9 says, does Python protect for SQL injection? Well, just like, SQL can protect for any language can protect for SQL injection. In this case, we kind of are, right? Because this statement is kind of governed by this variable here, right? We're not just writing out the whole statement as a string. We're passing it through a variable first, and so you could use it. You could sanitize that variable before putting it back into the statement, right? So I would say that's a level of protection there. Michael says, the last time I watched a stream was before I took a comp exam and DB stuff. Oh, okay. I hope it went well. I'm not, and DB9, I'm not saying that you can't use Python to protect against SQL injection. I just, I'm just learning Python now. So it's not something we really focused on in the course so far, but that's not to say that you can't. Yeah, Michael, database normalization is a whole deal. You can, that's why database architects have jobs, right? All right, next question. In the following Python code, assuming cursor is a SQLite cursor object, What is the value if no rows match the where clause? Okay, so what is the value in row if no rows match the where clause? So we're doing an execute, select count from counts where org is equal to whatever org value we're passing in, and then we call fetch one and store that value in row. So if no rows match the where clause, we're not going to return anything from the database. So essentially it's going to return null. And then if we do a fetch one there, what do we think, chat? Is it going to be A, an empty list, B, -1, C, none, or D, an empty dictionary? Maiva says C. Haha, gotta love it, Michael. Yeah, good job, though. Good job on the pass. So we've got -1, we've got none, we've got D. All right, we got 3 different answers here. Oh, thank you, Crisis. So answering the question about SQL injection. Using the parameter with the tuple does protect against the typical SQL injections. Using the normal string parsing variable, yeah, so it's simply kind of like doing like a temporal literal would not. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was having trouble articulating it though. I feel like the tuple is helpful. And you can use, so that way, you can even do additional sanitization by, through the processing it in a variable first, right? You can have, regex, you can do restrictions, that type of thing, and then putting it back in the query. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, on this one, I don't know. So let's see if we can, maybe we can cheese this one. Maybe we can test it out. Because we've got a couple of existing databases. So let's see. Try to find a good one. So we've done these inserts here. I'm going to copy this. Yeah, we're just going to copy like this part here. Cur.execute does some sanitization to remove quotes from the tuple that's its second argument. So you can't escape. So you can't, like, what Crisis means by that is you can't use like an escape character to cheese it, but it can't protect you if the first query is already expanded in the first argument. Okay, that's good to know. Oh, we got some docs here. Thank you, Pavank. Or Pavan, sorry. All right, let's look at the docs. That's a good point. We should have gone to the docs. All right, so fetch one. If row factory is none, then return the next query result set as a tuple. Return, there we go. Oops, hang on. Where's it? Trying to zoom in. Fetch one, there we go. Okay. Criminy. Okay, fetch one, there we go. Return none if no more data is available. Yeah. Thank you, Pavan. Thank you for, good to have you here, and thanks for coming in clutch with that documentation page. You're right, that's where we should have gone in the first place. Read the docs, people. All right, so return none if no more data is available. Let's go. Get back to the quiz here. All right, so none. I was thinking it was probably none because I think we saw that in one of our exercises that we did, but I couldn't remember for sure. All right, what does the limit clause in the following SQL accomplish? Select org comma count from counts, order by count, descending limit 10. Does it A, avoid reading data from any other table than counts? B, reverse the sort order if there are more than 10 rows? C, only sort on the first 10 characters of the column? Or D, retrieve the first 10 rows from the table? What does limit mean, chat? Yeah, it's D, right? Limit 10 only retrieves the first 10 rows from the table. Limit is extremely useful. I highly recommend remembering this keyword. I find it most useful when I'm first like exploring a table. So there are times when maybe like you know what table you want to use, or maybe you don't know what table you want to use, and you're poking around in an unfamiliar database, and you're just figuring out what's there. Like you're like, man, this table says it's for orders, but like half the fields are blank, and I don't really know what's going on in here. And so you just kind of want to get a sense of the data. And so using that limit keyword can be really useful because it gives you just a taste of the data, especially if the tables are really huge. Like if a table has like 100 columns, which tables can have, hundreds of columns. It's not great, but it happens. So if your table has like 100 columns, you don't want it to go and just give you a bunch of stuff you don't need. If you just want to get a taste of the data, then you can do a limit in order to just limit your query to just a little sample. Frankly says, can limit be in percentage of all rows? I mean, yeah, you can get a row count. You can get a row count on the table. And I suppose let's see. I suppose you could have you could do like a CTE. So like you could do like a essentially what that is it's basically like it's going to do a mini query first, create a temp table from that, and then it's going to read from your temp table to do your main query. And so what you could do is you could get a row count in your first step query, and then you could use that to like set a value for the limit, maybe like if you want to get like a percentage. So you could calculate that in the first step in your CTE, and then you could use that as the limit value, maybe. I don't know. I've never tried it before. I don't know if that would work, but just a thought. But honestly, if I was doing it, I wouldn't bother with that. I would first get a row count. I would write that row count down. I would do the math, 50% or 10% of that row count. And then I would just write another query with that set as the limit. There's no need to get fancy with it. Just make it 2 queries. First query gets your row count. Use a calculator or Excel or whatever, calculate the percentage that you want, and then write a second query with that as the limit. Okay, what does the execute script method in the Python SQLite cursor object do that the normal execute method does not do? Ooh. A says it allows database tables to be created. B, it allows multiple sequence statements separated by semicolons. C, it allows embedded Python to be executed. Or D, it allows embedded JavaScript to be executed. All right, let's take a look at this. I think we should see some examples of this. Yeah, okay, that's kind of what I thought. So what do we think, chat, based on what's on my VS Code window over here? What's the answer? Yeah, it's going to be B, right? It allows multiple SQL statements separated by semicolons. So, Pinty, you're not wrong. It does allow database tables to be created, but that's not all it does, right? So that's what it is doing that here. It's allowing multiple database tables to be it's allowing database tables to be created, but I think in a larger sense, what it's doing is you can execute any series of SQL statements separated by semicolons. So we're dropping tables, we're creating tables, we're doing all sorts of stuff. Yeah. So not a bad guess. What is the purpose of or ignore in the following SQL? Insert or ignore into course title values. A, it updates the created at value if the title already exists in the table. B, it ignores errors in the SQL syntax for the statement. C, it ignores any foreign key constraint errors. Or D, it makes sure that a particular title, if a particular title is already in the table, there are no duplicate rows inserted. No worries, Pinty. It's good to have you here. Guesses are not bad. Oh no, you're fine, Coffeeware. It's all good. Right now we're actually doing a quiz on SQL, so, All right, we got a couple different guesses here. We got a B, we got a D. What do we think, chat? Coffeeware, this is an ongoing series. So the first 6 episodes of this series are on YouTube. If you really do want to learn Python, you can start from the very beginning, literally from the very beginning, even if you've never written code before, and with that YouTube series. All right, we got folks saying D, D. Yeah. This one I do want to double check. I'm pretty sure y'all are right, but let's just make sure. It's not that insert or ignore is not a keyword that I use. So just making sure. Do this. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So ignoring any duplicate key errors, which is why I literally did not write it into my brain. Let's see. Ignores any duplicate key errors, all right? Because I didn't like this so much. All right, hang on. By combining insert or ignore and select, we can insert a new record if the name is insert a new record if the name is not already there. Okay, so all right, so essentially it's doing it's ignoring the record if it already exists. Okay, so it's dropping it. Yeah, that's why I didn't like it. Because the reason why I'll talk about why I don't like this in a second. Yeah, it ignores the errors in the SQL. Let's see, ignores it. I'm actually gonna say D for this one. Yeah, I'm gonna say D. Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you the reason I don't like this. Well, actually, why do you think this might be a bad thing to use this keyword? Because what it's essentially doing is if you try to insert a record that already exists, it's going to ignore the error and the record won't be inserted. Hey, Exy, welcome. Good to have you here. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Sorry, I missed that. And Hexthorn, thank you for the follow, too. Right? DB9, I know. So why do you think that using ignore might be a bad thing? Can anybody think of why? Because essentially what it's doing is it's suppressing errors, and if the record that it's trying to write already exists, it just ignores the record. DB9. I like that. Yeah, they say, I want to know the errors. Yeah, so that's the first reason, is that I never want to suppress errors. I don't want, if I'm trying to write duplicate records, I want to see those errors. I don't want to not know that I'm trying to write duplicate records. Yeah, I want to, if I'm something is wrong in my inserts and I'm trying to write duplicates to a duplicate protected table, like a table, with primary keys and all that, I do not want to suppress or ignore errors. Also, if I'm trying to write duplicate records, or, if I'm trying to write duplicate records, I also don't want to lose that record either, because essentially what this is doing is suppressing the error, and it's essentially just making the record vanish. So number one, I want to see the error. Number two, I want to see the record. Exactly which record is being ignored. So yeah. Yeah, I don't like this. So that's why I kind of ignored it and didn't write it into my brain space, because I don't want to know about it. Errors are not a bad thing. Errors are good. Don't ignore them. All right. Anyway, I'm going to stop harping on that. And also, too, this is different than like upsert, right? Upsert has a very specific purpose. It inserts the record if it already exists. And if the record already exists, but the one it's trying to insert is, it matches, but it has different attributes, then it'll update it, right? That's not what this is doing. This is essentially saying, hey, if it's a pure duplicate, just toss it. Yeah. I'm not down with that. Anyway, for the following Python code to work, excuse me. For the following Python code to work, what must be added to the title column in the creates table statement for the course table? All right, so what are we doing here? We're saying insert or ignore into course title values and the title. Then we're doing a select ID from course where title equals whatever, and it's passing in that, or passing that title as the where clause there. And then we're doing a fetch one. Okay, so is it going to be A not null constraint, B, an auto increment indication, C, a primary key indication, or D, a unique constraint? What must be added to the title column in the create table statement? Okay, so specifically, it's for these inserts and selects to work. What would we need to add to the create table statement in order for these to work? So to the title column, what characteristic do we need to add? Should it be a not null constraint, an auto increment, a primary key indication, or a unique constraint? What do we think? Got C, we've got A. Yeah, this one's a little tough. C. Keep in mind that there's a third line down here where we're essentially doing a select and we're turning that into course ID. So whatever results we get back from this select, we're going to grab the value that was returned and we're going to store it in course ID. Okay, we got a lot of different guesses here. So let's kind of walk through this. So what this is doing, again, is it's inserting a record into the title column, and then it's turning around and it's selecting from that title column, and it's storing that value in the course ID field is going to be the foreign key for another field, right? Yeah. So out of all the options here, I would say that none of these are wrong in particular. Deviant, thank you so much for the follow. I would say that none of these are wrong in themselves, but let's think about what is there an answer that kind of encapsulates all of these. So I'm going to say, I'm going to say primary key only because primary key captures pretty much all of these. So it's going to be not null. We can have a primary key that auto increments, but it doesn't have to. Yeah, and it can't be, right? Because title is a string. Title's text. Yeah, title is text. So I'm gonna, and primary keys are going to be unique by default. And it's saying, yes, it is selecting the ID, correct. But it's saying specifically what must be added to the title column. So it can't auto increment because title is text. So I'm going to say, or maybe it's not null because ID would be the primary key. You're right. ID would be the primary key. So maybe not null then. Or unique. Gosh, now I'm all over the place. Because it says for it to work. Because it would work if it would work if it was null. It would just return, well, the course ID is going to be used as a primary key in the other table. So ID is going to be the primary key. ID is primary key, correct? But ID's PK, which yeah, but it's saying specifically, though, it's specifying what must be added to the title column. So yes, I know that the ID needs auto incrementing, but it's not saying what should be added to the ID column. It's saying what should be added to the title column, which I would think would be text. No, it's okay. I mean, I might be thinking about it wrong too. That's why we're discussing this. Because I don't think we would want to auto increment the course title because I don't think that's should be auto generated. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards not null. PV says contextually only unique constraint, but we need not add that. It's not a must. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Yeah, the other thing that's getting me is that you could, is that it could be this as well. Because, for example, if we're using title to essentially select the ID value, you would only want one ID per title. You know, I feel like it could honestly be either one, just the way the question is written. Hey, Matthias, good to see you. We're puzzling over this question. Does unique encompass not null? Not necessarily, I don't think. Because you could have one record that's null and the rest be unique values, right? Jack the page, show them in checkboxes and check them all. Yeah, I'm gonna go with not null. I don't know, that might be wrong. We'll see. All right. What do we generally avoid in a many-to-many junction table? And I am glad DB9 is here. They've been, they're very experienced in SQL too, and we're both like, I don't know. Yeah. So to me, that shows that the question is not well written, but it makes me feel less bad, I guess, is the about not knowing it, I guess, is the thing. All right, anyway, what do we generally avoid in a many-to-many junction table? Is it A, 2 foreign keys, or there can be multiple selections here. So is it going to be 2 foreign keys, data items specific to the many-to-many relationship, a logical key, or an auto-increment primary key column? What do we think? So I'm going to say it's not this one. I'm not going to check that one because that's kind of the point of a junction table, is to have multiple foreign keys. I'm going to say also, let's see, I'm going to say this is going to be one of the things we're going to avoid because our primary key for the junction table should be a combination of the foreign keys to create truly unique records. So I'm going to say that's going to be a general avoidance. What do we think, chat? Anything else? Not agile. Thank you so much for the follow. That's funny. And Pava, thank you so much for the follow as well. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit stumped on this one too. You agree? Yeah, this is the only. I mean, it's a multi-select, but this is the only one that seems correct to me. But C is weird. Yeah, I know. A logical key, like. Oh, yes, that's correct. Yeah, I was thinking. I got the question. Yeah, I think it would be this one too. Yeah, because we just want keys. We don't want actual data items. So I think you're correct, Pava. Yeah. So I think it's going to be these two. All right. I feel like we did our best. We'll see if we missed any. I'm not gonna feel bad if we did, because this one was really hard. So let's submit. Let's see. I think we answered them all right. All right. Ah, geez. What did we miss? Gross. I do not agree with this. What do we generally avoid? Want that? Is it? I don't know. I honestly don't know I don't know what the answer to this one is. Can anybody find the answer to this one? Let's see. I guess I'll go back to the material. Let's see, we'll do junction. Okay, one to many, da da da. Well, so the answer you say is just 3? Just the third option? I don't care if you Google it. I'm not going to know. So just this one? That doesn't make any sense to me. Honestly, this is the first question where I'm like, I don't get this. If anybody can explain it to, if anybody can explain what the right answer is and why, I'm all ears. But oh, you found a GitHub repo for it. Oh, I love it. Let's go. I don't feel bad about this at all. Answer is, what do we generally avoid? What do we generally avoid in a many-to-many table? Junction table. The whole point is that we have two foreign keys. I'm so confused. Okay, anyway, I'm not going to beat myself up about it. We might, if we're still talking in 10 minutes, we'll come back and we'll just whip through this again and try that answer, because I think that's straight up wrong. I know, right? DVD's like, what the... I feel like maybe the... Yeah, I feel like maybe the question got reworded and maybe the answers didn't, which is, a cheap move. But hey, it happens sometimes, right? Yeah, I think maybe it's meant to be everything but that. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. We'll try it again in 10 minutes. That's fine. Yeah, but it's specifically saying here in the junction table, which is like the intersection table, right? What does that not need? So, I don't know. Anyway, not going to beat myself up about it. I feel like we got the majority of things right. Oh, and we missed this question too. This is the other one. I'm going to look at that GitHub repo. For the following Python to code to work. That was the other one I wasn't sure about. Both of those questions were brutal. All right, I'm just going to... This is the one we debated about forever. I'm going to take issues with wording. Yeah. Okay, hang on. I never do this, but we're just straight up Googling it. Oh, GitHub, I love you so much. All right, for the following Python code to work, what must be added in the title column of the create table statement for the course table is a unique constraint. Okay, so that was the other one. We were vacillating between these two. So it's going to be a unique constraint, I guess, because it's fetching the title value to retrieve a single unique ID in order to use that to create the course ID foreign key. I would argue that null is also a valid one because you can't have a null primary key in your other table. But okay. Maybe unique is the better answer here. So anyway, those are the correct answers. We'll come back in 10 minutes and we'll just redo it and get them all right. Okay, folks. Yeah, I think in this case, I think sometimes those questions come up is that both of these could be right, but one of them might be better right. One of them could be more right. Yeah. So, gonna take issues with, yeah. But we'll take it. We can take issues with wording. Yeah. There was a couple things in the database chapter I think I'm gonna report as issues on GitHub. Just because, yeah, some issues with wording and questions, and just because it is my area of expertise, and even I struggle with some of these. It's more of like, okay, maybe these questions need to be reworded just a little bit. But overall, I feel like in the pure Python sections, and to be fair, like this guy, he's not a SQL guy. He's a Python guy, he's a C guy. He's writing a chapter on SQL just because it's useful to know some SQL in order to, look up data to use with Python. So I'm not going to, hold him to account for that. He's not a SQL dude. So that's why I can, report some issues on the GitHub and maybe improve the course from a SQL perspective. So that's the good thing to come out of that. Alrighty. Anyway, folks, somebody asked the question earlier, so we're going to go into our little question and answer period. Thanks for, powering through this last quiz with me. We had it. We have to finish it, right? We got to get it done. Thanks for powering through this with me. So somebody asked a question like 2 hours ago about how I got started as a SQL developer and I think balancing like resources and learning and, how do you sort of put everything together into a career in SQL. And long stream today, I know, but hey, we got it. We're getting it done, right? Yeah. We got to. My goal was to finish the course today, and we did. So good job, everybody. Alrighty. So somebody asked earlier, yeah, like how do you combine training and resources and everything, and to basically become a SQL developer? And for me anyway, and I know it's not going to be the same for everybody. So I'm curious for the other SQL folks in chat, how you got there. But for me, it was very much not a resource or like it's not a resource or training guided journey at all. For me, it was very much a learn as you go type thing. I kind of got, thrown into a data analytics role where I had to learn SQL, like just enough to get by in order to extract data from a database and dump it into Excel dashboards. So I just had to learn a few basic select statements. And then from there, of course, you put it on your resume, right? And my next role then was working as like a logistics manager in a production facility. And so we had to, write SQL queries to monitor order flow and, just kind of, again, just ramping up slowly. Like I started out in very much a role where I was, again, just writing select statements. So for this order manager job, I was like, okay, I just have to see how many orders are in this state and see how many orders are in this state and maybe see if this customer address is correct. So I had to learn how to do joins. I had to learn how to join customers to their orders. I had to learn how to join customers to their orders to the order status. So I could work with customer service and be like, hey, this order is delayed, or, oh, hey, this order is done, it's out the door, or this order shipped 2 days ago, but their address was wrong, so it's not going to go where they think it is. Stuff like that, right? So it's sort of a slow escalation. And then eventually, as I learned more and more SQL, I started to take on more active responsibilities. I started to become directly responsible for like the status of orders and the order flow on the production floor. So I had to start to learn how to do CRUD operations. I had to start how to learn how to do updates, inserts, deletes, to control the order flow. Excuse me, I need to sneeze. Excuse me. So it was just, so eventually I was doing full CRUD work in SQL in this particular role. And then after I'd been in that company for a few years, I kind of burnt out. And then I became a full-fledged data analyst. Thank you, Hex. Thank you all. Appreciate that. And so, yeah, then I became kind of a full-fledged data analyst and got more comfortable with SQL. And then I was able to leverage those skills to apply for a full-on data engineer role. So writing SQL, sort of building the data. So I used to be a data analyst, sort of consuming data structures. And then I used that knowledge to then apply for a data engineer role. So now I'm building the data structures. So I'm building the ETL pipelines. I'm building the tables. I'm building the views. I'm building those database elements that that the data analysts use to get data from, right? So it was really just a very organic, gradual progression in my skills. And I at no point have I ever taken an actual SQL training course. I've never read a SQL book. I have, I don't know. I have ADHD, legitimately diagnosed ADHD. And so for me, the best way for me to learn is applied learning. I got to build something. I got to have a purpose for what I'm learning. Otherwise, I just cannot make my brain learn it. My brain does not want to learn it, and I won't. So for me, it's always been learning on the job because that's what keeps me focused and actually interested in learning. So I can't just sit down and read a book on SQL. I can't just sit down and take a course if I don't have an end goal for that course. So yeah, I've never done any formal SQL training. It's all just been, what do I need to learn for my job? And then practicing that over and over again by doing my work at my job. And that's how that stuff kind of gets embedded in your brain. And then you put it on your resume and then use that to, be a stepping stone into your next job. Right. So for me, that's been my progression. Very self-taught. I don't want to say self-taught, because I've had a lot of wonderful people who have taught me things on the job. So it's never a solo journey. It's always a relying on others, learning from others, watching others do cool stuff. And so I would say maybe no formal background. in SQL. Very much learned on the job type of situation. So that was kind of the path that I took. And Exit says, I was the only dev at a web company for 18 years learning on the job. Right. Sometimes that's what it is. Sometimes it's just, what do I got to learn to get my work done? And then you end up making that into a career. And that's essentially what I did. I have never taken a computer science course. I did not study computer science in college. Um, I will admit, I took one computer science course in college. It was on Java and it sucked. I didn't understand what was going on. The only reason I passed it was because of the group project, and everybody else in my group was amazing and I sucked. And I'm not exaggerating about that. I was literally the person that didn't know what was going on. And when we had group project meetings, I brought cookies because I didn't want the rest of the group to hate me because I didn't understand and I wasn't contributing. Like, that was legitimately what I did. Like, I brought cookies and coffee to like the group meetings and be like, here guys, please don't kick me out of the group. I like you all very much because you're helping me pass this course. So because I didn't understand anything about it. And I legitimately thought I was too dumb to code. That's what I told myself. I was like, you're good at other things, but you're too dumb to code. And unfortunately, that terrible college course sort of prevented me from reaching out into other areas of trying to learn to code. It was only until I actually started having to use SQL to get my work done that I started just learning SQL, not even thinking that I was learning anything. It was more of just like, oh, I got to do this to do my work. Okay. And it took me years before I thought, am I learning to code? Like, is that something I'm learning? Prior to that, I mean, this was years. It was like 6 years into using SQL. It's like, oh yeah, can I code now? And even then I thought, well, I'm just writing SQL. I'm not really coding. And I think that's the thing a lot of folks tell themselves is, oh, I'm just doing this. I'm not really coding. Because I told myself that for a long time, even after I was pretty good at SQL. Was like, oh, it's just SQL. It's not really coding. Real coders do this. Real coders build web pages. Real coders make games. I don't have a degree that says computer science on it, so I can't be a real coder. Absolute horse hockey. I was coding that entire time. I just didn't admit it to myself because I thought I was too dumb to code. So yeah, I mean, it's these types of, lies and contortions that we put ourselves through just to justify that, oh, I'm not really doing it. I'm not good enough, that kind of thing. It's more of, I mean, can you do the work? Then you can code. You can be a developer. Yeah. Exy says, not sure how has it evolved lately, but Java was nightmarish last I looked. That's my recollection. Java scares people in general. Still, when you first learn it, you have to have a good and patient instructor or you just end up hating it. Yeah, my instructor was not good, unfortunately. We had to take all of our exams handwritten on notebook paper. So having to write out curly brackets was the bane of my existence. Curly brackets, writing everything in pencil on paper was how we took our exams, which is like the worst possible way to test your knowledge of something. Yeah, we couldn't even compile code. We had to write it by hand on notebook paper. And yeah, it sucked. And we never built anything fun either. It was all just like tic-tac-toe, there was never any real like practical application. It wasn't like, okay, go collect some data and like build a little, thing to process it or build something that can handle user input or whatever. It was more of just build tic-tac-toe. I was like, oh, okay. It was so boring. Exy says, oh Lord, that's like saying to write out how to carve wood, never take away tools, right? I love that. Yeah, never take away tools. Let people use the tools they're going to use on the job. Yeah. Okay, let me catch up here. KP says, I have several friends who are in the tech field who are laid off and haven't been able to get a position yet. It gives me anxiety, but I can't lose a job that I don't have yet, correct? How to start positive and advice to stay competitive if laid off. Let's see. So so you're not in a tech job currently, right? Okay. Yeah, I mean, like you said, you can't lose a job that you don't have, and so the best thing you can do is put yourself out there, just keep networking, make friends. And yeah, networking sounds a little bit impersonal. It's more of like make friends, get people who are going to be like, get people who are going to make you the first person that they think of when they need a junior developer on their team. You want to be top of mind for them. So you can be like, they can be like, oh yeah, I know this person, KP. I think they're available right now. Let's get them in for an interview, top of mind for them. So yeah, just make friends in the industry, and that'll be your safety net. That'll be your best chance. Even it, like, let's say you did get a job and you got laid off. Well, then you have those friends. You can be like, man, I just got laid off. Do you have any fallback positions on your team? And they could be the one to help pick you up. So that's your best safety net, is just have friends in the industry. And as far as staying competitive, I guess just don't let yourself stagnate. I mean, that's partially why I do these streams. Um, because like working for a university, like I've said before, I love it. I love my team. The culture is fantastic. I get tons of holidays, but the one thing I don't get is new technology. I don't get new languages. I don't get new frameworks. I don't get new technology. I don't get new software. I get none of that in my day job. And that's dangerous, right? Because you end up stagnating. You end up falling behind what is the industry standard. And that's just the nature of most universities, is that they're going to do that. And so for me, the way I stay competitive is just doing side stuff like this, side projects, learning Python, staying up to date with stuff like TypeScript and frameworks, and I don't know, just putting myself out there a little bit, and learning from you all who come and hang out in my streams as to like what's the, not necessarily what's the newest thing, but what's the current standard in the industry. DB says Java died 25 years ago, but nobody told it. I would tend to agree. Yes. KP says advice on learning JavaScript. Do the exercises. That would be what I would say. Just, if there are exercises to do them until they work. Because JavaScript, it's a language. It's JavaScript is a process that is meant to take an input and produce a result. So just keep doing that until you get the correct result. Actually apply what you're learning, right? And play or fiddle once you start working with JavaScript and start to learn how to, JavaScript functions and stuff. Don't just do the work and get the result. Fiddle around with it. Figure out how it works and why it works. Try passing in something different and see what result you get from that. Try modifying the function a little bit to see if you can make it do something different. Play around with it a little bit and understand what's going on under the hood, and you'll be able to pick up anything. Yeah, just do the exercises, just like we've been doing in this Python course. Don't skip the exercises, do them. Yeah, Duchess, you're like me. I can't learn programming languages without seeing them applied. They just don't click for me. Yeah, I cannot read a book on like computer science theory. Like that's why I think I would have done really poorly in in a traditional computer science course. I think I would have done excellent in like a polytechnic course where it was like all like, here's your end goal, this is what you're working towards, like this is how you're going to apply what you're learning. I think I would have actually done great in like a polytech, but not like a traditional CS course. Every language sucks, they just suck differently, and sometimes one or another works in the way your brain works, right? That's really all it comes down to. These languages wouldn't exist if they weren't useful for something. And that's the great thing about tech, is that everybody's going to find their little niche where they fit in and what they like. And there's pretty much a niche for everybody. I like your comment. Sorry, my auto moderator caught your comment there, Coffeeware. Welcome to the stream, Rainbow. Great to have you here. And also Hex, thank you for the follow. I think I missed you earlier. My apologies. Rainbow says, honestly, I didn't really know how to code outside of classwork and exams until after I graduated and actually started working. Yes. Unfortunately, I feel like traditional college courses just do not prepare you to actually code. They give you a lot of theory, but they don't, like, I'm talking just strictly traditional CS here. I'm not saying like, Polytech or whatever. But yeah, I just feel like they don't do a good job at like, here is how you actually code in the real world to make useful stuff. And I could be wrong about that. CS folks, feel free to correct me, but just from what I've experienced and the folks I've talked to who have done, CS degrees, it just seems to me like you say, you don't really know anything until you actually start getting a job and coding for real. Yeah, Eggsy says, mention free code camp. Yeah, so KP, I don't remember. Are you doing 100 devs? Like the 100 devs curriculum right now? I don't remember. I apologize. Coffeeware says, saying SQL isn't code is so unfair. Everybody knows when things break at a SQL level, shit hits the fan. It is what holds the rest of the chain together. I'm so happy you say that. That's absolutely my philosophy, is that SQL is not glamorous by any means. And databases aren't glamorous or pretty. However, they literally power everything. Databases run everything that you interact with on a daily basis. Whether it's the local coffee shop you go into, the website you visit, everything is run by a database that could be as simple as a spreadsheet or as complicated as, an AWS cluster, right? But everything is run by a database, and if at any point that database goes wrong, fails, slows down, whatever, everything above it, like the database is the base of the tree, right? And if something happens to it, the whole tree falls. And so that's partially why I love what I do so much is, what I do is often not visible to anyone directly, but everything that I do on my current team, if something on our side fails, the entire data infrastructure of the university that I work for is, ground to a halt. Nothing can get done without us. And I think that's really cool. It gives me a lot of pride to do that work. Spree says, do you know if there's a way to convert the old MS Access ADP file to something current? Oh, that is a very interesting question. I'm going to say I don't know the answer. That sounds like a question for Stack Overflow. I'm sure somebody else has asked that question. Microsoft Access, man, that brings back a few memories. I haven't done much with Access other than my very first internship in college. That's hilarious. But yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. That sounds like a question maybe for Stack Overflow or potentially ChatGPT, depending on your inclination. Goofinator says, hey, Mindwolf, want to get back into coding? That's awesome, Goof. Good to have you. Congratulations. Okay, KP, you are doing 100 devs? Okay, here's my recommendation for you, KP. Free Code Camp is a fantastic resource. I love it. It's amazing. Thank you so much to whoever recommended it. However, finish 100 devs first. And then if you want to, go back to Free Code Camp. Don't do multiple courses simultaneously. Not a good idea. You're not going to have the time or the energy. You're going to burn out. You're going to get confused. That's just my suggestion. You don't have to listen to me. Finish 100 devs first and then do Free Code Camp if you want to. Exy says, one of the hardest parts of coding is learning how to get requirements out of your stakeholders. And I've yet to hear a college teach that. Yes, very much so. So much of it is just translating business needs into technical requirements. That's such a huge part of the job. And then translating technical requirements into business language. Understanding the way customers work and speak, understanding the way teams work together or don't work together. Colleges just don't teach that. Colleges are kind of like a vacuum of here is how everything would potentially work in a perfect world. And as we know, the world is not perfect. So much of that is only gained through experience. And that's why I love kind of the path that I took, where it was just learning everything in the school of hard knocks a little bit. All right, let's go. We're going to learn this stuff on the job. You're going to make mistakes on the job. Let's do it live, as they say. Yeah, SQLite is essentially every smartphone. 4 billion installs. Let's go, right? Yeah. So many people, discount SQL or, it's an old language or whatever. The secret is, the reason you don't know about it is because it's behind the scenes of every device you use and every piece of software that you access. Good project managers are invaluable, but there's still a translation from a project manager to engineering. Yes. Every developer should be a good communicator as well. You have to be. I know I've tried my best to suppress Microsoft Access from my brain as well. Crisis, absolutely. DB9 says, my career path would not be impossible in the current world. I'm completely self-taught. Nice. No degree of any type. But I ended up, before semi-retiring, as the system architect for a multi-billion-dollar global reinsurance company. There's absolutely no way I could have that progression today. I feel bad for people okay, so you're saying your career path would be impossible in the current world. Yeah, I get you. There's no way I could have that progression today. I feel bad for people starting out today. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like those homegrown type of opportunities are much harder to get nowadays. Definitely, the market is a lot more flooded. Corporations put up a lot of arbitrary walls in the way of career advancement for people or people who are looking for jobs. A lot of arbitrary filters and rules that don't really affect how people perform at work. They just winnow down the number of applicants to a particular role. So yeah, I don't disagree with you, DB9. I think there is still room for organic advancement. I just think it's harder now. Certainly, yeah. That's awesome though. Very congratulations on your on your career. I'm sure that took a lot of work on your part. I mean, you had a progression that might not be possible today, but it still took a ton of work on your part to get there. So that's really cool. Thank you for sharing that. Your Fortune 5 company that you work for still has some Microsoft Access processes. Rough. Yeah. That's the thing is people get all up in knots about not knowing the most recent framework or the most recent whatever. And I mean, like there's huge corporations out there still using COBOL or, there's like I've told this story before, but I have some code that I have to work with on a semi-regular basis that's using like .NET 4, which doesn't even work with the modern version of Visual Studio. Like I have to like go back to Visual Studio 2019 just to like open this code because it won't work with, with modern versions of Visual Studio. So yeah, I mean, legacy code is going to be legacy code, and legacy code has a long tail. Hey, John Gemstone, welcome to the stream. They say, have you ever dropped any tables in production by accident? I have not. Personally, no. However, I've come close. I've come close to doing something destructive in production. I once ran at a previous role, so if any of my team members are watching, it was not in this current position. It was in a previous employer. I was working with Microsoft SQL Server, and I ran an update statement to update a specific field without a where clause against a table of like 10 or 12 million rows. Yeah, so I ran an update statement, and this was against like live data, right? Like a production data. This was in production, by the way. Yeah, this was not, I ran an update statement without a where clause in a live production database that was actively being used in a manufacturing environment. And it started like, I noticed that it was starting to like gather the rows, and it was ticking, like the row count at the bottom of the screen was ticking up as far as the number of rows that it was essentially compiling in order to update them. And I frantically clicked the kill, like the break button. I clicked the break button as fast as I could. And fortunately, I was literally only saved by the way this database was set up, which was that it first gathered all the rows it was going to affect, and then it applied the change. So I was still because it was so many rows, it took several seconds for that row gathering phase to complete. So that gave me enough time to notice what was going on, to kill the query, and nothing was actually affected. So yeah, we kind of discussed this like earlier in the stream, is that the way you can protect that, the way you can be smart about that is, number one, you don't have access to production to do any updates, updates, deletes, anything destructive or anything that's going to mutate your data. So that's the first safeguard, is that you should not have the ability to do that in production. The second safeguard is that you wrap any potentially destructive or mutative transactions operations in a transaction statement, so that you have the capability to execute it, see the result, and roll it back. So wrap them in a transaction. The third way that you can protect yourself is by, if you have a delete or an insert, write it as a select statement first. So write it as a select statement with your filters and your, any constraints. See the results, make sure that you have the count of results and that that it's returning the records you expect and that the count of those records is correct as well. And then once it works as a select statement, then convert it into an update or a delete statement from there. So run it as a select statement first, and then change the syntax when you're happy with the results you're getting back. So there's several different ways you can protect yourself. And if you do, if you can implement at least some of those, you'll be a lot less likely to make a mistake. Yeah, well, Kinet, I like what you said there. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Sometimes there's too many options when you're learning to know if you're doing it right or wrong. Many people keep getting into tutorial hell. Having less options sometimes is easier. Yeah. Tutorial hell, if you don't know what that is, it's basically where you finish a course or you finish a tutorial and then you feel like you don't know enough, so you do another tutorial, and then you do another one, then you do another one, but you never feel like you're learning anything. And so people just keep getting caught up in endless tutorials, still feeling like they're inadequate or that they don't know enough. And the secret is the reason they feel that way is because they're never building anything by themselves. They're never building anything with a purpose. They're never really applying what they're learning, which is why, the very next stream we're going to do is we're going to apply what we've learned throughout this entire course. We're going to build something for real that is ours. And so, yeah, the best thing you can do to get out of tutorial hell is just stop doing tutorials. Go out and build something. Goofinator, hey, they say, mine, how can I get started back up in coding? I was thinking your Python course. Well, that depends, Goof. What do you want to learn? What's your goal? I would suggest don't just take a course to take a course. What's your goal? What do you want out of this? And don't just say learn to code. What do you want to do with that knowledge? What do you want to do? That's what we got to think about first. What do you want to do with your coding knowledge? 12 million euros for update. Yeah, exactly. Duchess says, we had one of our devs who used an update statement on the password column without a where clause. Oh my goodness. I hope that wasn't in production. I hope they didn't have access to production, especially a password database. Wow. That's wild. It was production? And they had access to passwords? You had a backup. That's good. Yeah. Oof. Holy cannoli. That's wild. Yeah, that's the thing is, there's all these best practices that we can talk about, but a lot of the times it's best practices just aren't going to be in effect. And that's just the way things are. Yeah, I mean, at least I would hope that the passwords were encrypted in some way. But I really, really hope you're not going to tell me that they were storing passwords in plain text. Please don't. Wazzy says, do you teach stream every Sunday at 1 p.m. EST? 3 p.m. EST, Wazzy. Yeah, 3 p.m. EST. Goof says, the first time learning, I love the problem solving. I hated HTML and CSS. I was thinking maybe backend. So sounds like maybe you started with 100 devs, Goof. Is that right? So if that's true, what I would suggest is don't abandon 100 devs. Keep going. Pick up where you left off. Try JavaScript, because it sounds like you didn't get to JavaScript. So you got to class 30. Okay. I don't know exactly where that was, but get to where you're building full stack apps in JavaScript. That might change your tune in terms of what you want your focus to be, because JavaScript is, once you get to full stack apps, that's where the world pretty much opens up, and the sky's the limit in terms of what you can build and what you can do. They were encrypted? Okay, that's good. Thank you for telling me that. But yeah. Yeah, exactly what Crasis said, yeah. Better to use a non-reversible algo and a unique salt, yeah. Yeah, there's so much crazy stuff out there in terms of like people knowing better. Like, I don't know, like corporations know, I shouldn't say people, but like corporations knowing better and just not doing the right thing, right? In terms of data storage, in terms of database structure. It's wild. It blows me away every time. I've had my user data like stolen so many times from like, yeah, oh, it's just temporary. We'll fix that later. That is the mantra of corporate, pretty much. It's just temporary. We'll come back to it. Yeah, 3 years later, we have not come back to it. And we never will. Yeah, exactly. It's wild how that happens. And sometimes you just got to roll with it, right? Sometimes that's just the reality of the thing. There's some stuff at my job where I'm like, look, this was meant to be a temporary solution. Could you give me like some time in the next sprint to just like go and clean this up? And what I get back is, nope, we don't have time. There's no time in the sprint. So I'm like, okay, guess it's just going to sit there. Yeah. Goofinator, I would highly recommend head to the 100 Devs Discord and join the catch up crew and find folks that are in the same spot as you. Find a community. Don't try to do it yourself. It's not going to work. Find the 100 devs folks, find somebody who's at a similar point in the course to you, and do it together. Crazy says, if you want it to be temp, it lasts forever. If you want it to last forever, you'll be rewriting it in 2 quarters. Yep, 100%. I think that's why we so often we end up with the minimum viable product being the actual product. Because if you put too much effort into it, then you're going to have, at some point, you're going to have to just spend hours, redoing the whole thing because the customer's needs have changed. But if you just put together something that's, held together with duct tape and chewing gum, but it's good enough and it works, then, that's the thing that you roll with forever. Yeah, or you run out of money either way. The budget can't support it. Yeah. Oh man. That made me think of something at work. I wrote like a little like automated like utility tool, and I was like, I'm just gonna bang this baby out. Just throw it, just kind of toss it together. Took me a little bit. I'd never written like I'd never written a PowerShell script before, and I just like I Googled the hell out of it and just bashed together this little PowerShell utility to do some stuff. And I was like, good enough until we find something better. Well, it's been a few years now. Still using my crappy little first ever PowerShell script utility. So just made me think of that. Duchess says, when it comes to tutorials, yeah, started learning Java. I finished the classes chapter, and then I started all over again like 5 times before I realized that all the gaps can be filled as needed when you start using it. Yes, there's too much info anyway, and even if you go through 100 tutorials, you still won't remember it all, right? It's a learn as you go and on the job. All topics are like that. No tutorial can trump experience. Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself, Duchess. At some point, you just gotta push the boat away from the dock and just, you can practice rowing while you're tied to the pier as much as you want, but at some point you just got to push out from the dock and head out into open water. Yeah, and Google as you go, 100%. Google every day. Yep. Learn enough to get started, find a project you want to do, and look up everything you need. That's how I do projects, honestly. Like 100%. I do projects by saying, here is the thing that I want to do. I want to do this thing. I want to do this real thing. What are the components that I need in order to do the thing? And then I just learn those as I go. That's why I'm learning Python. I didn't learn Python just for the hell of it. I learned Python because I have a specific project that I want to do, and the one missing piece, I need Python to do it. Coffee says, a question from someone working with AI computer vision. That's awesome. Very cool. What is the relation of AI at its current state with your work? I like what I do, but with a weird sensation that I'm helping build something that will replace so many human jobs, including mine. Yeah, I think that's a great consideration. And I will say this. I use AI at the moment. I regularly use ChatGPT as a supplement to my current skills. Because ChatGPT, like particularly in the role that I'm in, I can only speak to my role. ChatGPT does not know my customers. It doesn't know how they like to communicate. It doesn't know what they know and what they don't know. It doesn't know it doesn't know or understand our complex database structure. It doesn't understand our custom processes. It doesn't understand our, the 60 pieces of software that all have to work together to move data around. And there's no way it could. It can't understand the big picture of how the entire data stack functions, including the customers. So I use it as a supplement for very small microcosms of my work. For example, if I have a SQL query that isn't doing what I expect, I will, sanitize the data, and then I'll dump it into ChatGPT and be like, okay, I want X, Y, and Z, but this query is giving me Z, Y, and X, or Z, Y, and A. How do I get X, Y, Z? And then it'll help me correct that one little element. Or, hey, I need you to take this CSV file, or I need you to take this text file and, generate a bunch of insert statements from it. Like, process this file for me and write a custom query or write a bunch of insert statements, because I don't want to spend, an hour doing that, right? So it helps me with this very sort of grunt work that I have to do sometimes, or, clean up a file or clean up some data. But it doesn't replace the holistic view of my job from a human perspective, right? It can do the grunt work. It absolutely can. It can write code like a beast. It can troubleshoot code for me. It can find that missing semicolon in my stored procedure, but it cannot have a holistic view of the work that I do in order to get data where it needs to go. So that's kind of my take on it. It's very good at the mechanical aspects of the work, but not at the cultural aspects of the work. And the cultural aspects of the work are far more important than the mechanical aspects. How many people do you know who are utterly incompetent or very bad at their jobs, but they're very likable, and so they get promoted, right? That happens all the time. We hate it, but that shows that the cultural and people aspects of the work are far more important than the technical aspects. So that's my take. I don't know. That's just me, though. Crazy says, I use Project Euler for learning new languages. Just work through the challenges, but writing something you care about is even better. Yeah, I gotta come from the care about perspective. I always admire people who can just do that and like sit down and, read a book about theory and like retain that, or like, just do practice problems for the hell of it. Just from experience, I can't. Unless I'm doing them for an audience. Like if I'm doing them for you guys for a stream, then I can do Code Wars or Leak Code or whatever. But I can't just do it for myself. That's just not how my brain works. I don't have the right, dopamine receptors in my head in order to do that. Yeah. You don't want to get stagnant. You're going to be in trouble. Exactly. Wazi says, how long would it take to learn the full stack developer coding skills? How many courses? Also, which of the Harvard CS50 courses would be great to learn? Well, again, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked that other person, Wazi. What is your goal? Why are you doing this? That's going to change my answer. So what is your goal, Wazi? What do you want from learning to code? Like, I'm not talking about like an emotional, like, oh, I just want to learn. No. Why are you doing this? Do you want a job? Do you want to work with freelance clients? Do you want to do web development? Do you want to do database stuff? Like, what's the reasoning here? Yeah, there's plenty of no-code solutions that get people to a point. AI takes them further, but businesses will still need people with domain knowledge, right? Yeah. I use AI. I use ChatGPT to help me generate like boilerplate code sometimes. Like, hey, give me a quick, API, right? Just an API shell template that I can just modify, right? But it's going to get stuff wrong. It's not going to use, the syntax that I like, or it's going to, use the wrong packages or mess up some of the language or whatever, or it's not going to do what I ask. It's going to make mistakes. And so I still have to have that underlying knowledge in order to correct the mistakes and end up with something that's usable. So, yeah. And I think that's what companies are going to realize. So many companies are trying to outsource to AI right now. And I think they're going to quickly realize it's garbage in, garbage out. The underlying data is crap. And so what comes out of it is going to be equally crap. and they're going to have to start hiring developers back again. So all this whole, tech hiring crisis, it's a roller coaster, right? The next big thing comes out, so corporations fire all their devs, and then they realize, oh crap, this next big thing actually sucks. We got to hire all the devs back to build back our code base. And then the next big thing's out, and then fired. And it's a roller coaster, right? Yeah, Netflix said AI won't replace developers. The developer that knows how to use AI will replace the one that doesn't. I agree. I think it's a lot like the invention of the assembly line. It's going to cause people to lose jobs, and it's going to suck while the efficiency and economy moves around until there's new companies with new jobs, but new skills will be needed. Yes, very much. I very much agree. Like I say, it's the roller coaster, right? We're in the down part of the roller coaster right now. Unfortunately, I'm not going to deny that. But I do believe that the roller coaster will go up again, and it will rise higher than it did before. Yep. Technology that destroys jobs is generally a benefit in the long run. It's just going to manifest that benefit in ways that we, as our present selves, can't picture because we're in the present and that's the future. So we can't extrapolate what we don't know or can't visualize. And so that's why a lot of people catastrophize in terms of, oh my gosh, the tech market is going downhill. AI is going to replace us. It's not. It's just going to fill in parts where there's currently people, but there's going to be these new niches created, these new positions created that just are still sort of forming and don't really exist yet. Yeah, exactly. It was that a few years ago, it was crypto. Crypto is going to replace everything. Oh my gosh, blockchain, whatever. It didn't. Nope. Yeah, the executive suite is full of people that AI can already replace. I know. It's like, why are we replacing developers? We should be replacing managers and like CEOs and stuff, right? Yep. Crisis says it's garbage in, garbage out. Yeah, and that's what's, as a data person, like as a data engineer, that's the thing that so many people don't understand. Until you've worked with big data, until you've worked with data at an enterprise scale, you have no idea how bad most data is. And by bad, I mean we're talking missing values, values that don't make sense, badly formatted values, user entered values that are just redonkulous. You know, so much data is garbage, and or useless or mislabeled. And I cannot imagine that any AI system that is being fed on the data that I've seen is ever going to replace humans. It's a lot of it, so much of it is garbage. And people like me, like our job is to make it less garbage, but we're never going to be perfect. We're always going to miss stuff. The customers are going to have bad requirements, whatever. So you're always going to have a certain amount of garbage in the system, and that garbage is being used to train these artificial intelligences. So I don't trust them. I use them, but I don't trust them. Wazzy says, you want a job, you want to be a full stack developer to start your tech career? Okay. In that regard, then what I would do is I would look at job postings in your area for full stack developers, and look at several of them. Look at 20, 30, 50, and keep track of what the most common things, like the most common languages that those postings are asking for. So look in your local area, in your city, in your, I don't know, municipality, I don't know where you live, and write down what those jobs are asking for. And then once you have that list, say, okay, what are the most common things full stack jobs are asking for? Is it Python? Is it R? Is it SQL? Is it JavaScript? What are the common things that the jobs are wanting? And then once you have that, do a course on one thing at a time. Maybe it's Python. Maybe it's, web development with JavaScript. Maybe it's, I don't know, R, probably not R. Maybe it's C++. Maybe it's C#.net. I don't know. But just pick one, do a course with that, and build your portfolio based on that thing. Once you've built some projects with this new thing that you've learned, Then you can do another course, but you're not allowed to do 3 courses at once. You have to pick something based on what the job postings in your area are asking for. Do that, build out your portfolio with that thing, and then go on to the next thing. You got to be very careful about your approach. You can't approach it from like a I'm going to learn everything perspective, because that doesn't work. You will fail. And you'll feel terrible while doing it. Yeah. The current trend is to keep the mid and senior devs on and get rid or not hire juniors, but down the line, if juniors don't get to learn, they won't have any competent programmers to replace the seniors and mids when they retire. Exactly. Like, so yeah, I'm a senior dev. That's my title. Not that it means anything. What the hell does senior mean anyway? But like, I'm a senior dev, so I feel like my job is very safe. I've never felt like I'm in danger of being fired or replaced by AI, because AI can't do what I do. But I do feel bad for the junior devs, because like, if they don't get a chance to have those junior roles, how the heck are they ever going to become seniors? Right? Like, where are they going to get their experience from? And so, yeah, I feel like that's a huge, gap in the current job market. I'm not saying that's going to be like that forever. Eventually, they are going to have to start hiring junior devs again. But at the moment, it's really tough out there for juniors. Duchess says, I feel like they're making decisions based on short-term visions. Man, when does corporate America not make decisions based on short-term visions? Come on, man. Craftis, thank you so much for the follow. Moniers, thank you for the follow. Blurred Edge, John Gemstone, Rainbow X, thank you all for the follows. I'm sorry I wasn't acknowledging those. I was enjoying the conversation, but thank you all. I do see you and I appreciate you being here. Excel says, you don't think AI will know how to parse a blob of YAML in SQL? Yeah, right? All the crazy things we get asked to do. Right. And yeah, what does full stack even mean, right? I would consider myself a full stack developer, because I can write, I can write HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and build a full stack web app. But I mean, I don't know. What does full stack mean? Like, I don't know. It's not my career. I guess I'm a full stack developer, but really I would call myself a senior data engineer, right? So yeah, I don't know. A lot of it is meaningless words. My concern is that there's nothing local. I feel like I could walk into a job and perform the job, but for me to feel confident to apply for a remote-based job, what do you mean there's nothing local? Like, there's no businesses near you? You're super rural? I mean, I get that. I live in a very rural, I grew up in a very rural area. It just was technology was just not a thing there. It was a farming area, very rural, very traditional, very, classic small town America, right? Try not to be pejorative, but yeah, if you've been through the Midwest, Most of the jobs are in larger cities, at least nothing showing up on job sites. Well, if there's nothing local to you and you don't feel comfortable applying to remote jobs, that's fine. But you could always focus on building websites for small businesses, right? I'm sure those businesses in your area, even if you're somewhere rural. I mean, I grew up in the armpit of nowhere, and there was still like a hair salon and some restaurants, like a couple little like hole in the wall restaurants downtown that people would go into, and heck, those places need websites. So you can always start somewhere. Full stack means you gotta write assembly code. Yeah, there you go. Let's get back to the traditional definitions. You gotta code directly. If you want to be full stack, you gotta code directly in assembly. Armpit of nowhere. Yeah, I mean, that was the nicest way I could describe it. Yeah, AI is absolutely not a carbon copy of people, 100%. AI cannot understand nuance. It can't understand the big picture of like the full totality of social interactions. AI just doesn't understand that, and because it doesn't understand it, it can't produce truly informed answers to any question. Yep, exactly. That's small towns can be an opportunity, right? It doesn't have to be a dead end. You can go into that hair salon and be like, "Hey, I love your business. Can I build you a website?" Uh, you could, do tech support for the library. You could teach computer classes at the library. You could, help this. You could help the city government. A lot of man, those small town city governments, they have no, a lot of the times they have a real lack of technical skills among their staff. I mean, not that they're not trying, but they just don't have anybody with those skills. So you could end up maybe with a government job, right? In your local area because you're the only one that knows how to build a website or knows how to work with a database. So there's opportunities there too that you might not be. A tech job doesn't have to be with a tech company. A tech job could be with your local mechanic. You could be the person that administers their whole internal inventory tracking system, right? You could be building their inventory tracker. You could be building a dispatch system for the appliance repair guy. Stuff like that. It doesn't have to be a tech company. It could be a company that needs tech. Yeah, exactly. I love that, Null. You actually do things like that now. You have some clients that can't afford a full-time IT person, so I maintain their systems and networks. There you go. And so you could potentially use those existing connections to be like, hey, look, I've been working for you for 6 months now, and you trust me. You know that I do excellent work. And so, do you have any connections at larger companies? I really want to transition into this being a full-time thing for me. Do you have any connections at, bigger companies that you can maybe put in a good word for me? There you go. TV Justice, is this a late night stream? Not technically. We still started at the normal time. I've just been talking for 6 hours. So technically, no. Effectively, yes. Exy, your first job was running Cat 5. Um, it got me into computer repair, then development, build an ISP. It can be a ladder. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I did the ladder too. Noel says my current full-time job eats up a lot of my time, making it harder to grow. Yeah, and I'm not saying that you have to grow your existing business or your existing side hustle, right? All I'm saying is since you already have some connections, some tech connections for the work you have been doing, just ask them. Be like, hey, do you know anybody that you could, that could put in a good word for me as I'm reaching out to these companies and applying for these positions? That's all I'm saying. Yeah, right? Exactly, DB9. That's what I mean about garbage data, right? Is that in most systems, there is literally no protection against garbage flowing into that system, right? Stack Overflow, ChatGPT was heavily trained on Stack Overflow. That's a fact. There is no safeguard against wrong answers on Stack Overflow. There's no safeguard against wrong answers or bad data on many systems. Like I say, someone who works with data, what scares me the most is I'm not scared of AI replacing developers or augmenting developer jobs. What scares me legitimately, has kept me up at night, is seeing AI being used to filter and profile people. So whether it's in in the medical field, whether it's in policing, whether it's in immigration, all those things, when I see AI being used for those tasks, it legitimately scares me because like we've said before, so much data is inherently garbage. So much data is inherently biased, just given the nature of the input, right? If imagine an AI model that is trained on Reddit being used to determine the threat level of people from certain countries. Just think about that for a minute. That's terrifying, right? And it's inherently biased data. And so, I mean, that's the thing that I'm not, everybody, all this talk about AI is so fear mongering around the tech space. That's not what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of AI determining whether or not I should get medical care because, I'm LGBT, right? I'm in that group. And so is AI going to take that into consideration when I go in for medical care? Like, is it going to deny me care because of my choices? Because of, you know, what I decide to do and not do with my body? Like, that kind of thing. Really, really, that's what scares me. Yeah. Yeah, you can make a list of companies or state by size. Yeah, 100%. Problems are outsourced a lot. Yeah, they are. That's another thing that makes it difficult for AI is that so many tech problems are broken up into multiple pieces of software now that it's really hard for AI to understand that holistic picture of, 60 software as a service systems talking to each other, right? Yeah, then your coworkers regurgitate the stuff that they get from ChatGPT, which then gets fed back into ChatGPT, and then it reinforces the cycle. Yeah. AI isn't biasless, it's biased based on the biases of its input, 100%. Yeah, right. Blurred Edge says, "Welcome to the stream, by the way." Uh, Sounds like a Minority Report movie. It really is. Yeah, these predictions that AI makes can seem magical, but nothing is greater than the sum of its parts, if you want to say that. No system is greater than the sum of its parts, and many of the parts are defective. Right? Yeah. So we shouldn't trust it. DB9 Dreamer, thank you so much for the follow. Craftus, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, right. The whole United Healthcare thing. Right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Marvel, I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, but you're welcome to clarify if you want. But um, oh yeah, right. You don't use Reddit a lot. Your friends see a lot of racist and xenophobic stuff on that. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Is that I've been on Reddit long enough to know that it's one of the largest sources of data, user entered data on the internet, and also an extremely volatile one. So it shouldn't be used as the source for large language models or AIs or anything really. I love that. There's a space for us. You have to write good software for AI to work on your software. Legacy spaghetti code bases do not work well with AI. There is space for us. Work on that T-shaped developer thing. Yeah, honestly, so much corporate code is crap anyway, and AI could not possibly understand it. And again, that's another reason why I feel safe in my job. I like my role, I like my team, but gosh darn it, do we have a lot of duct tape holding our systems together? Two things smashed together that should never be talking to each other that we had to, I don't know, it just feels like, you're taking random pieces, smashing random puzzle pieces together and trying to make a picture out of it. Hey Linux, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. T-pose. Yep. Yeah, we got to think about how LLMs can solve very specific components of problems without ever letting AI try to solve the whole problem because it can't. Of course, DB9, it was great to have you here. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and for helping with these quizzes. It was great to have you here. I hope you can join us next week as we actually, build something cool with all this stuff we've learned. But I appreciated having you here, DB9. TV says, what's your opinion on making two separate queries to a DB to avoid the DB doing a join? My coworker said he's seen that help. You're gonna have two separate queries, and then you're still good. How are you? I guess my question is, if you do two separate queries, you end up with two separate data sets, right? You end up with two separate sets of data. So then, assuming you want to put that data together, how do you do that? In Excel? It kind of defeats because joins are generally meant to create a unified result set, right? Between two or more tables. That's the point of a join. So if you do two separate queries, you still have to join the results together to get what you want, right? I'm not sure I follow. RDT says, fell asleep and missed the stream. Did you talk about what Python projects you plan to do? Yes, I have a specific one in mind. It's the reason I did this course. I'm working on a project for a group I volunteer with. They have no budget. I'm building it for free. because I want to, because it's fun. And I essentially I have the shell of a full stack web app built out. We need to do some web scraping, pull some very specific data, parse a few thousand records of HTML, extract those elements from those HTML tags, and then translate those into like database records, so that the full stack app can query the database and retrieve the records and display them. So yeah, we'll talk more about it next week, but that's generally the idea, is that I have the app built, I have the database, I just need to scrape the web data and shove a bunch of records into a table. Linux says, are you ending rating soon? Just got on the PC. Yeah, we're going to be ending here pretty soon. I've been enjoying the conversation, but probably about 10 more minutes on this stream and then we'll raid. Do you have to join your application code? No, absolutely not. I would not recommend that in the slightest. As Crasis said, databases are usually more efficient than a local process doing the join. If the join has performance loss, then there's something wrong with, yeah, either your query or your schema. Nope. Your coworker says it will speed things up because it avoids the database doing the join. Nope. Yeah, I would never recommend that. There's lots of different ways to um yeah, I can't really think of a scenario in which I would recommend pulling a join out of a database and trying to do it in application code. In fact, oftentimes I do the opposite. I will pull a join out of application code and do it and offload it onto the database to make it execute faster. Yeah. If your yeah, that's the thing, is if your query isn't performing as expected, then there's so many ways you can optimize it in the database. You can have better indexing. You can mess with the tuning. I mean, you can mess with memory allocation. You can the database just gives you so many different tools on optimizing the underlying data structures in the query itself that you can use to make the query run faster rather than just pulling it out of the database completely. Yeah, I think you should really, so if your query is tanking, check your indexes. Make sure that the data you're querying is appropriately indexed. And if it's not, you can maybe, you can get your DBA, your architect, to help you determine what the right indexes would be. You can run, there's various, so your DBA can help you with this. And I mean, I'm not a DBA, but there's most SQL clients will have some specific tuning tools built in that you can run to see where the pain points are in your query. So you can kind of run your query in like a tuning mode, and that will tell you out of your query, what's the longest part, like what's the longest running part of the query? What table is taking the longest to fetch from? Is a custom field poorly optimized? Are what element of your query is slowing it down so much? So there's all sorts of resources that you can use within the database to optimize what you're trying to do. Right, as many folks have said, yeah. Marvel says you can tune the DB to make it faster. Yeah, the indexes are generally your major time saver. Are in the tables that you're querying? I think the question to always ask yourself is, are the fields that I'm touching the most often properly indexed? If they're not, then that's probably tanking you. Right. Yeah. As DB9 says, specifically, if you're looking to tune, you can you can turn on statistics, and you can turn on timing as well. And I don't know what client you're using or whatever, but some of those will even have really lovely, helpful GUIs that will walk you through, like, here is exactly, how long each element is taking, right? They'll really hold your hand on it. Yeah. Yeah, and you're absolutely correct, Josh. If you're saying that joins or what databases are designed to do. And that is, if that's what you're telling your coworker, then you're correct and your coworker is wrong. At least in the general sense. There could be some really specific niche thing that's happening here that I don't understand, but in the general sense, absolutely. I'm allowing your message just because it's funny. But the wanker won't listen to anyone and always claims he's seen special cases supporting whatever he's claiming. Yeah, there's always going to be that one person, right? Yeah. The thing is that there's always a special case for anything to support whatever you're saying. But the important thing is, what do the majority of cases say? Yes, there may be one case that says that's not true, but what do the majority of cases say? And it's, what do they say in medicine? You look for horses, not zebras, right? If you hear hoofbeats, look for horses, not zebras. Because you're more likely to see a horse than a zebra. Of course, thank you, Dave from Pakistan. Yeah, it's great to have you, Wazzy. Thank you. Ariel, thank you so much for the follow. All right, folks. On that note, I've really loved the stream today. We had so much fun. Marvel, thank you so much for the follow as well. Yeah, GG indeed. Yeah, we had so much fun today. We finished our Python course. We had a wonderful hour-long discussion about SQL and working in tech and coworkers and stuff. The time really flew on that one. It was awesome. So what we're going to do now is we're going to find somebody to raid. As always, we're going to try to find a smaller streamer, smaller than me. I'm pretty small. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a big streamer. But there's a lot of streamers who are smaller than me, and we always like to pass on the goodwill and the vibes in the audience to them. So give me a moment here to pull up the raid screen. Please do stick around for the raid. Show them some love, whoever they are. Software game development is a small pool. Yeah, it pretty much is. Yeah, it was a good talk. Yeah. All right, folks. Let's see here. Pulling up the raid. If anybody has any suggestions of folks in the software and game dev space who you'd like to raid, as long as they're smaller than me, I would appreciate it. Otherwise, we will look and find somebody together. Oh, you said Foss? Oh, that's okay. That's the name of Foss Unleashed. All right, cool. Let's look at them. I got you. Give me 1 second. It always takes me a minute to get there because Twitch's streamer interface is not great. I have a very love-hate relationship with Twitch, personally. From a streamer perspective, it's very we have a very complicated relationship. All right, so we got a couple choices here. We got Foss, we got Thought Daughter. All right, great. So we'll search by similar, smaller size, and we'll filter specifically by these folks. All right, Foss. Ah, there we go. Let's see what they're up to. They're doing HTTP and DNS. And Marvel too. We can always keep Thought Daughter for the next one too. Looks like, yeah, they are actively coding right now. Yeah, they've been doing it for a while. All right, folks. Yeah, we'll go ahead and raid Foss. Let's see. I do want to make sure, do they have audio? Hang on. I'm going to turn on audio, so just so you know, so you don't get surprised. Let's see. And my audio is muted. Hang on. I can't hear anything. Are they actually talking? I don't know if it's my speakers or... Are they talking right now?
So we...
Oh, there we go.
Have 2 functions to possibly edit.
Okay, they are talking. Good. I didn't want to send you all to a stream with no audio. So
DNS resource acquire.
All right, let's go ahead and give them a raid. Show them some love. Of course, Duchess. It's great to have you here. All right. Yeah, we're gonna give them a raid. Show them some love. Please show them the same respect and the same wonderful vibes that you give me. that makes me appreciate all of you so much. Please show them exactly the same vibes and help them, appreciate who we are and give them a good impression of our community. All right, folks, thank you so much. Raid is starting shortly. Please do join us next week. Really exciting. We are going to be starting on our actual applied data scraping project with Python to build out the back end of our full stack app. So it is a real project we're going to be building. We're going to be digging in some HTML. We're going to be pulling out some data. And we're going to be shoving that data into a database. It should be pretty fun. It should be, and I'm going to need you all to bring your expertise to tell me all the things I'm doing wrong and figure out and point out all my silly beginner mistakes that I'm going to inevitably make. So you all will be a huge help to me next week. So I look forward to seeing you all then. Alrighty, folks, have a great rest of your weekend, and I will see you next week. Raid is starting now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, bye-bye.